It began with a blonde girl with G-cup breasts beside him, whispering, "You handsome guy, stop pretending to sleep. Get up and play with us." That's right, come here, let's play. Whoa, how can there be so many beautiful girls here? Am I dreaming? But this feeling is so real. Girls, stop licking me. It's too itchy. No, wait, damn it. It really is a dream. In reality, there were no two beautiful girls at all, but instead, two monstrous heads were frantically charging at him. Don't come over here. In a moment of danger, he grabbed a stone nearby and threw it forcefully at the monster's face, shouting, "Get away from me. I am Guang Xu, a fortunate survivor in this desolate world. I meant to look for some food and scraps outside, but I got so tired that I took a little nap. When I woke up, I encountered these monsters. I really want to curse now. I can only run for it. Luckily, the combat power of these two-headed hyenas isn't too high. It seems I managed to escape, but it's getting late. Roaming around in this desolate world filled with monsters is truly dangerous. Even if I'm hungry, it's still better to return to a safe base." The abandoned nursing home, entrance to refuge apartment 404. You're not mistaken. This ordinary abandoned building is the base I mentioned, refuge apartment 404. Don't be fooled by the dilapidated exterior. Actually, the inside is quite spacious. At least for me alone, it's impossible to cover the whole place. If I had two sisters from the dream with me, it would be perfect. But from a certain perspective, I'm not alone. Finally, you're back, Administrator. This is the assistant robot Xiao Qi, code number 777. Xiao Qi, calm down. Don't be so excited. I was only out for half a day. Go complete your mission. You've been out too long, but you still have a mission to finish. Xiao Qi is the assistant robot in the refuge department, and I am the administrator of this refuge department. Administrators have the refuge department as a shelter, at least ensuring survival in this desolate world. Moreover, there is food to snack on. Though it is not abundant, at least I won't go hungry. But this administrator does not play around either. My position comes with certain responsibilities, and those responsibilities are to utilize the internet on Earth to guide beings known as players to this wasteland to rebuild it. This task, for someone like me who has just traveled through time from Earth 5 months ago, couldn't be more fitting. There should be no delay. The Wasteland Online Elite Farming Plan officially begins. Do you believe that this world has a game with a level of realism comparable to virtual reality games? Private chat group, Bull, and Horse Club. Message from Guang. I just started working at a company that is researching and developing online virtual reality games in countless immersive ways. A user with the nickname There Is Ample Time replied, "Dan, really? I want to play." Handsome White Horse joined the chat. "Nice one, bro. I almost believed it." Level 8 Great Gale. If this technology truly exists, it should be used in other fields, not just games. Yellow Raincoat. Brother Guam, feel free to exaggerate more. We are about to believe it. Just like Great Gale Brothers said, if this really exists, will it be used to make a game? On Earth at some male dormitory. That guy named Guang is too obsessed with gaming, but I think if there really was such advanced technology, it would definitely be used in the military first. It would be perfect for training special forces. There wouldn't be a single mistake. While typing participate in the chat, his face suddenly contorted. That guy, Guang, directly sent a link saying, "If there is, would you all like to give it a try?" The online space is a vast place. A beautiful girl is chatting with a friend very lively, but behind the screen, it could be a middle-aged man. That account named Guang was logged in from Refuge 404 in the Wasteland world. The recorded message sent along with a link read. If anyone is interested, they can give it a try. As you see, I am tricking Earth players into joining this realistic game world with the advertisement, 100% virtual reality game Wasteland Online. Number of pre-orders currently 11. This number of pre-orders should be enough to complete the mission and get the mission reward. When I was the administrator of this game, almost immediately, a mechanical voice sounded, "Ting! Mission completed. Reward, a carbon nanotube bulletproof vest plus 5 reward points." However, I have only been in this world for 5 months. 5 months ago on Earth, I was just an ordinary sales manager. That day, I managed to secure a BAPE order. During the celebration party, I only had 1 glass of wine, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest. Then, a deafening sound rang out, my head went blank for a moment, and I lost consciousness. I fainted from the pain. It was also the pain that made me wake up. When I opened my eyes again, the scene before me had changed beyond recognition. A ruined city, dilapidated skyscrapers, foggy skies, and an atmosphere that was hard to breathe in. At that moment, I realized that I had time traveled to a desolate world. At first, I thought this was some film crew that had intentionally dumped me in a well-arranged place to shoot a reality show. Therefore, I desperately ran away from this cursed place. To my surprise, this place was much larger than I had imagined. Even more frightening was that I discovered my entire body had changed as if I had become a completely different person. At that moment, the deafening sound I heard before traveling here echoed once more. Then something even more unbelievable happened. Suddenly, a system interface appeared in front of me in midair. Ting! The system announced, "Welcome Guang Xu, the scavenger, to Wasteland Online." According to the announcement in front of me, I had become a scavenger in this ruined world. At that moment, I had only one thought: call the police. As a result, I had nothing on me, not even a foam or a single strand of hair. After struggling in this wasteland for a day, my stomach began to growl. In order to survive, I had no choice but to accept reality and start looking for food. Unexpectedly, I actually found a place with smoke. This was Bet Street, a locale for the lucky survivors. The people inside were dressed in rags, moving like zombies. I decided to go in and see if there was anything to eat, while also listening for news related to this world. Suddenly, a gun muzzle pressed closely against my head. "Don't move. If you do, I'll serve you lotus seed soup. Which refuge division are you from?" The words this person spoke were not in any language on Earth, but perhaps because my soul had crossed over to this place, I not only understood them, but also felt I could speak as well. Old Walter firmly held the double-barreled shotgun, aiming it at a young man without faltering. Guang Xu awkwardly smiled. "Don't be tense, brother. I'm just passing by. I wanted to ask for directions, conveniently." Bang! The loud bang rang out, leaving Guang Xu's ears ringing. A hot flash zipped past his head, directly shooting a large bear that was charging nearby, startling everyone present. Old Walter frowned and snorted. "The wasteland is not a playground. If you have no equipment, don't run around aimlessly. Otherwise, you'll become food for these monsters." While speaking, he inspected the body of the mutated bear. "Thank you for saving me." Guang Xu thought to himself, in some respects, Old Walter is not wrong. To continue living and gather intelligence, I've been living here for 5 months now. This place is a parallel world, the year 2129. This means that 211 years ago, the world experienced a great war that nearly destroyed all human civilization. From then on, this world entered an era of desolation. Mutated animals roamed everywhere, their fighting abilities enhanced many times over. Humankind faced the threat of global mutation of already scarce resources, further endangered by marauders. In 2340, year 211 of the wasteland, survival had become a challenging task. Even having enough to eat every day had become a luxury. Months passed by in struggle. Although I had been here for some time and had some understanding of this desolate world, there was one place that always perplexed me. Whenever I approached the time-traveling location, a strange static filled my mind. This incessantly urged me to uncover the truth behind it. Until I found myself at the abandoned nursing home in the ruins of the sea, the auditory response grew more intense. I couldn't be mistaken. The sound calling me was coming from here. I should just go in and take a look. The noise in my head grew louder and louder. Heading this way must be correct. To my surprise, beneath the nursing home lay a place like this. Unfortunately, there was nothing useful along the way. Suddenly, he stopped, a look of astonishment on his face. This place actually hides a refuge office? The sound calling me seems to be behind this door. It is calling me. The door began to transform, streams of technological energy flowing through. In Guang Xu's mind, a thought was clear. Activate it. Yes, activate it. He carefully placed his hand on the sensor. It worked. The door really opened. For a moment, the scene inside left Guang Xu rooted to the spot. White smoke billowed out of the room. A strange figure slowly emerged. It had eyes bright as headlights, and the sound of machinery gradually approaching the door grew louder. Holy shit. Please tell me I haven't just activated a big boss. The figure then suddenly rushed in front of him, revealing a form that was not scary at all. In fact, it was somewhat cute. The small robot excitedly said, "I am not a boss. You are my boss. I am your little assistant number 777. Esteemed administrator, welcome. Congratulations on becoming the administrator of Refuge Apartment 404. Guang Xu was still a bit confused. So my identity has changed to that of an administrator, just like that, a direct level up? Does that mean I have to manage this refuge department? Thing. The loot NPC has leveled up to GM, administrator, level 0. The little robot continued to speak. Respected administrator, I will help you complete the tasks ahead. Oh, tasks? That's right. You need to utilize the Internet of Earth, guiding a group of beings known as players to come here and complete the task of rebuilding the house. Once the task is completed, both the players and you will be able to receive rewards and continuously level up, becoming stronger. Guang Xu became excited upon hearing the explanation. Can I connect to Earth from here? Of course. This refuge agency can not only connect to the Internet of Earth in the parallel world, but also has its own official website, Players who register in advance will automatically receive an identification number and be registered as residents of the refuge agency in the administrator's system. Respected administrator, you can also choose a special identification number to activate the game's status. The system will employ a special method to send the game helmet to the players. At that time, they will be able to officially log into this desolate world in exactly the same way as playing a virtual reality online game. Players only need to wear the helmet to connect with the training pod in the refuge agency, awakening as a clone. The more Guang Xu listened, the more excited he felt. Indeed, the heavens do not cut off people's paths. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. Calling the code name felt too awkward, so he said, "From now on, I will call you Xiao Qi." Upon hearing this, 777 showed great joy. "I have a name now." "Oh yeah." It ran around in circles, making Guang Xu a bit panicked. "Hey, what are you doing?" "There won't be any accidents, will there?" "My name is Xiao Qi." "My name is Xiao Qi. Esteemed administrator, please guide me more." He couldn't help but sigh. Why does this thing feel like a child? Although this helping hand was a bit foolish, the player summoning system for farming was an amazing hack. Not only could it level up and become powerful, but it could also communicate with humans on Earth. Who knows, it might even be able to return to the old world. Ting, mission completed. Condition activated. Escape room 404, recruit pre-scheduled players, requires at least 4 members or more. Type, main quest. Reward, nanocarbon bulletproof vest, plus 5 reward points. That was fast. The system has already issued the mission. This can't be delayed. Let's recruit players immediately. The initial world. Male dormitory, some university. UI, nicknamed Girl Public Enemy 10 times a night, was just added to a chat group discussing new types of games. In the group, he saw a description, Wasteland ONLINE. What? There's a game like this. At that moment, the farmers, players from Earth, were frantically discussing a game application in the chat group called Wasteland ONLINE. Bull and Horse Club, Guang also made very enticing remarks. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, and other senses, all just like the real world. A game with a completely immersive experience 100%. The time difference in-game and in real life is about 12 hours. Due to the technical principle of dream intervention, players only need to sleep while playing the game. The chat room administrator added a comment. Is this a setup of some kind of illusion system? Smiling faced image. Furthermore, it also sounded like those old virtual reality game advertisements online. The handsome white horse added, "Haha, are you talking about virtual reality helmets? When I was in school, I really liked to watch." The yellow raincoat, big smiley face, thumb up. The guy commented, "Honestly, this setup doesn't make sense. The network provider isn't just here to make money. It should also let people enjoy themselves freely. Can it really be 100% authentic? How authentic is it really?" Another person interjected, "What era are we in that we still use that outdated font to attract players? That's not going to work." Yue sat reading these comments, growing more passionate with each keystroke. He exemplified the standard of a modern keyboard warrior. At the same time, in the desolate world, I, the administrator of Refugee Department 404, was frantically typing on my computer. HG full game link is without secrets. UI was slightly surprised, though not entirely convinced. Even though I don't really believe it. What if such a game actually exists? He thought to himself, if it does, then wouldn't all the more than 200 My Girl Scrolls mods from last year and over 100 self-created wives come back to life from the saved files? Honey, are you tired? Let me give you a massage. Honey, are you hot? Let me fan you. Honey, open your mouth. I'll feed you cantaloupe. Truly amazing. Who's afraid of who? As a college student, UI had a spirit of scientific research and a knack for exploring the latest technologies. Let's give it a try. Anyone who doesn't click the link is just cowardly. Let's see how authentic you really are. Wasteland ONLINE pre-order. At the university canteen, the taste of this spicy stir-fried chicken is really delicious. I'm full now. Time to go to sleep. As soon as UI opened the dormitory door, he saw a box neatly placed on the table. Huh? Is it a delivery? Roommate had noticed and asked curiously, UI, what did you buy? It's so big. I didn't buy anything. But who sent this? Roommate A replied, I don't know. Roommate B shook his head as well. I don't know either. UI frowned slightly. This is unusual. His furrowed brows suddenly relaxed completely. In front of him was a black hat placed neatly inside the box. Its design looked very modern. He exclaimed in astonishment, Is this a game hat? Let's try it on. As soon as he turned it on, the hat immediately began a series of mechanical reactions. Whoa, my eyes are blinded. Are we starting the game now? Come here. He was excited. This is a fully immersive 100% realistic game. Virtual reality world, I'm coming. I'm definitely going to meet you all, he thought. If this game is this realistic, there must be plenty of benefits inside, right? Female players, harem, I'm here. But right after that, his face scrunched up. System notification, waiting for the game to activate. 72 hours? No, he shouted. No, I've already taken off my pants and you're telling me I have to wait 3 days. The shouting echoed through the night, prompting his roommate to speak up. UI? Are you crazy? What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Another person said, forget it, guys, let's just go down and deal with him. UI, when did you buy this thing? UI stammered, Lou brother, be quiet. Just listen to me and let me see. Meanwhile, at the refugee office, Guang Xu was still diligently farming. Girl public enemy 10 times a night sent emoji in the group chat. Is the little fairy there? And some white horse commented, got it. This thing is very unusual. It was just placed right at my door. The future is long. This is really frightening. I found it at the garage door. Another person in the group said, I saw it on my desk. I thought it belonged to some colleague. Girl public enemy 10 times a night continued. People aren't as unusual as I am. This package was directly delivered to my bed. All 3 roommates are in the room, but no one saw how this thing got in. Moreover, it's so unusual that I don't know if anyone noticed. When you wear the hat, you can see the countdown, but the others can't see anything at all. What he said is indeed a bit unusual. I mean, what gaming company is frightening like this? Not only do they know our address, but they can also deliver goods to us without anyone noticing. This is also the thing I've noticed the most. The address is still normal. If they use the IP address to analyze our real location through the link, theoretically it would be impossible. But I don't understand how the goods are circulating. I'm in Jinling. I remember that girl public enemy 10 times a night is studying in Jiangcheng, which is 500 kilometers apart, yet we almost discovered this hat at the same time. That's right, and it was shortly after clicking the link. I have a bold idea. How about we take the hat apart and see what happens? That's dangerous. At least I don't know how to take it apart. If we forcefully dismantle it, it's hard to ensure we can put the hat back together. Everyone, tell me what game company is so powerful. Not only do they know our address, but they also have the skills to directly deliver the hats to our heads. Should we report it to the police? Since there are no property losses, it must be difficult for the police to address this situation. Moreover, what should we say to them? It is indeed very hard to explain to others what this is. I once tried on the hat while putting my phone inside, but I couldn't capture what I saw. Guang Xu here is inputting the voice. The technology of my company is a trade secret and cannot be disclosed. Because we are acquainted, I actively competed for 4 slots to test the beta version and the game hats, then sent them directly to everyone. The equipment is lent to everyone, so please do not lose it or disassemble it. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the company. The equipment will link the user's identity information. One set of equipment can only log into one account and can only be used by one person. That's right, we have no intention of harming you, Guang Xu. Wait for us to try it out and then we'll talk. Does the game have a fee? The beta testing phase is free, but due to a lack of funding, there is no salary. We send you thousands of likes confessing to you, Guang. If this is truly virtual reality, a completely immersive experience, then I will plant banana trees around. Guang Xu was very happy to see the reactions in the chat group. It turns out that finding online friends who used to stay up late was the right choice. After you passed away, I haven't interacted with relatives anymore. I disappeared for 5 months and now all the people who knew me have deleted me. They must think I'm dead. It seems that I should rely on myself for everything. Let's get to work. Our official website is too rudimentary. CIO key, can you add forum functionality and document and image features? Can you do that? Of course, please give directions. Building initially requires a lot of physical labor. Male players are more important, so the official website must be eye-catching to facilitate our farming. Besides, the official website should not only help players understand the game, but also think of ways to increase interactivity and engagement among players. Alright, let's use artificial intelligence to pretend to be female players interacting with real male players. Hey guys, who can take me to play Wasteland ONLINE? I like it so much, let me step up to the clouds with you. Next, I need to go back to prepare a bit. For these 3 days, I will optimize the website properly. As you command, esteemed administrator, why did you only open 4 accounts? Didn't our website have 11 pre-registered players this time? Why do they only occupy 1/10 of 100? It's just the nurturing area in Zone B1 and there is a shortage of resources now. With fewer people, we can save some supplies. Moreover, the 3 powers are enforced, the login authority is restricted, and there is no qualification to revoke the game. This is used to deal with players who disrupt the game. You can't force players to go online to work for me just because there are more of them. It's not about quantity. We should train 4 players first. Lao Bai, Guang Feng, Yi Shi, and Fang Chang temporarily. Just these 4 are enough. That makes sense. Furthermore, recruiting 4 players is enough to complete this task. Here is your task reward. Please check. The mission to recruit players has been completed. The number of pre-registered is 4 out of 4 from 11. Reward: a nanocarbon bulletproof vest plus 5 bonus points. Click to receive the nanocarbon bulletproof vest. Almost immediately, a technological suit appeared on Guang Xu, causing him to be slightly taken aback, and was put on right away. It really is cool. A bulletproof nanocarbon suit details. It absorbs your kinetic energy. Within the limits of its durability, it disperses the impact, withstands to a certain extent, and minimizes damage. Current durability is 100%. With this, operating outside in the future will be much safer. Dear Administrator, the bulletproof suit is not a high-end item. There is an even more surprising reward, a mysterious box waiting for you, a subsidy from the Administrator. Buying a primary mysterious box requires 1 reward point. Buying a middle-level mysterious box requires 10 reward points. Buying a high-level mysterious box requires 100 reward points. The mysterious boxes have different levels, determining the tier of the rewards. The primary mysterious box can at least open for food supplies. The middle-level mysterious box will receive at least medicine. The high-level mysterious box can open for weapons. Then I will use these 5 reward points to open a primary mysterious box. Is it better to accumulate to 100 points and then open for better weapons? Dear Administrator, a new mission has been updated. It has been updated in your Administrator log. Please be sure to check it in a timely manner. Administrator's Diary. Task of Refugee Department 404 meets the conditions and activates the first batch of supplies. The transfer request has been confirmed, ensuring at least 1 person is logged into the game. Type: online. Reward: living matter purifier. Task: prepare a generator with a capacity greater than 19 kilowatts. Branch type reward adds 100 reward points. Holy shit, 100 reward points. By the way, just a reminder, living matter is like resurrection coins. It is a resource that players need to consume to reform a formless body. Weapons will be discussed later after getting 100 reward points. Xiao Qi used all my reward points to open the primary mystery box. Understood. The first, second, third, and fourth mystery boxes opened. Open and open. Guang Xu feels like crying a little. Is this really the mystery box? Apple-flavored lollipop, net weight 25 grams. Banana-flavored lollipop, net weight 25 grams. Dried food, net weight 100 grams. Mango-flavored lollipop, net weight 25 grams. This system really is stingy. Do they think I'm a child? They casually give out some fruit-flavored lollipops for kids while cutting a portion of my reward. I discovered a piece of paper among the pile of candy on the table, which aroused Guang Xu's curiosity. What is this? Could it be the 5th reward? In this world, is there any creature more suitable to be a chicken than the players? This letter is written in the language of this world. Fortunately, over the months, I have basically learned the language here. Guang Xu's perspective as a translator. In this world, is there any creature more suitable to be chicken than the players? They are not only very curious, but also always full of enthusiasm. When faced with difficulties, they will persevere and will not despair over the harsh circumstances before them. Of course, the most important thing is that they can even think about the issues from the perspective of the operator, helping the operator, who is their own chicken. I've packaged this device as a game. It truly is genius. Administrator of the 404 shelter, please leave this letter in the 5th primary mystery box. This is the gift I leave for my successor. Guang Xu was so angry that he trembled. This is not a gift. Clearly, it is a waste of my primary mysterious box. Respected Administrator, please calm down 1,000 times. But in the context of a lost civilization, to have invented such unimaginable technology and turned it into a game, that first Administrator was no longer just a genius. Xiao Qi, do you mean the 1st-generation Administrator? Dear respected Administrator, Xiao Qi is not familiar. When you've entered this refuge, my programming was just activated. It's okay, it's not your fault. But if he was a 1st-generation Administrator, then the Den Arcup here must have information about him. Understood. Xiao Qi will go look for it right away. According to the data recorded in the 404 Refuges Archive, the previous administrator has transferred control authority. That was more than a century ago. On January 1, 2157, this once prosperous planet erupted into a cataclysmic war. From 2125 to 2129, both sides used all means to eliminate each other, destroying everything on the surface of this planet. Both sides successfully sent each other to hell while also burying themselves. Thus began an era of desolation, even more desolate than desolation itself. Data shows that nuclear weapons have nearly destroyed all civilization long after the war. However, there is no detailed information about the early administrators, which has probably been erased. Oh, so that's how it is. If that's the case, let's leave the matter here. It took 3 days for the player to log in again. I'm going to prepare a bit, then conveniently head to the recovery station. The important thing is that this shelter has no food or drink, so you stay here and wait for me to return. When will you be back? At the latest in 3 days, if all goes well. I might be back tomorrow night. To arrange food, drink, and rest for the players, I've decided to return to the survivor's base. At 8 a.m., a 12-hour difference from Eastern Time Zone 8, on the way from the shelter to the dangerous city of Yan. The two-headed hyena is starving, won't let any food passing by escape. Suddenly, the two four-headed hyenas growled menacingly. Guang Xu was startled by their actions. Could it be that we've been discovered? On the way back to the survivor's base, I discovered 2 mutated two-headed hyenas. Survivors say that two-headed hyenas are congenital deformities caused by gamma rays. Most of their combat power can't compare to before the mutation. Guang Xu smirked coldly. He turned to his house to grab a sharp scrap metal tube nearby. If there are weapons in hand, it wouldn't be hard to deal with these 2 hyenas. Well, I can handle them. If I can avoid detection, there's no need to create more trouble. These mutant species are the main threat that survivors must face. Just like carbon and the mutant species created by weaponized organisms, mutations are monsters born to kill. The problem is that these hyenas are very clever. They send 2 of their kind to scout around first, just like mutated cockroaches. When you spot one, they will immediately swarm together and encircle you. You will never know how many more are lurking in the dark corners. Any mistake could lead to dire consequences, even losing your life. Yan Street, the survivor base, the treatment center, the scrap recovery station, Jushi City is the largest place for survivors from Qingquan City to exchange a bit of survival supplies. If not, once the players arrive at the evacuation site, there will be nothing to eat. Next, he headed to the scrap recovery station to exchange a few coins. Coins are the currency issued in Jushi City, which can be used to exchange for food and supplies in the concentration area. A bit of battery and glue can be traded here. The scales here never weigh accurately. Beside it, there is a sign with 2 lines of text. Reasonable prices, deceiving no one. The junkyard owner, Old Shalai. Are you buying something? I have a new shipment from Jushi City. That will be 3 coins in total. The battery is very good, but the adhesive is just acceptable, so I can only offer half price. Do you have a gun? Ha ha ha. No, I don't. Even if I did, you couldn't afford it. I have a little food and fuel. If I were you, I would buy a lot while it's still not winter. Our price is going to skyrocket then. I remember you just arrived here a few months ago, so you might not have experienced it yet. Last year at this time, the temperature had already started to drop. This year, winter will probably come a bit earlier. Who knows, there might be snow falling in October. Are you saying winter is coming soon? Old Man Chellai scratched his head when he heard that. Winter is coming, and the mutated species outside are also becoming more active to prepare for the winter. They will be even more bloodthirsty and reckless then. And in winter, you can't predict whether what's buried in the snow is just ruins or some mutated rats with fangs as sharp as knives. Damn it, this damn weather. Everyone is trying to put in a little more effort. Once we finish moving these goods, we'll wait for spring to come and then get back to trading. That's how it is with bad weather. Once winter sets in, the trading teams won't come here. Even if you find something good, you can only store it in the house, waiting for the next year when spring arrives to sell it. But you could also take the risk and go to Jushi City, which is 10 kilometers away. The market there won't close, even in winter. Old Shalai is starting again, but luckily he has shared so much information with me that I can quickly adapt to this ruined life. Old Shalai was originally from a shelter or something, then he was captured and made into a slave and auctioned off. The mayor of Yan Street bought him and arranged for him to work in communication with scavengers. If this world hadn't fallen into crisis, you would probably be like the elites of modern society, becoming an architect, a doctor, or some other talented person, instead of keeping records here. Guang Xu turned around and waved his hand. Thank you, sir. I'm heading back now. No need for formalities. Be careful. And if you have anything good, remember to sell it to me. Guang Xu strolled along the road, thinking to himself, perhaps it's because he sees me as someone from the disaster relief agency that he cares about me so much. At Guang Xu's home, 3 coins can't exchange for anything at all. It's better to go home and see how many belongings are left to make some plans. Adding the 3 coins just now, it makes a total of 50 coins. This is all my wealth. This little money is enough for the disaster relief agency to spend in the initial period. First, the disaster relief agency needs to be repaired. I can use these coins to exchange for work tools, and then have the players gather materials nearby to repair the concrete walls of the nursing home. It shouldn't be too difficult. If it's a 100% labor game, we have to start with the most basic tasks. Besides tools, there's also food, which is the most essential supplies. Once the inner body activates the link with the player's consciousness, it's just like a living person, needing food to replenish energy. If these players are hungry, they might do unimaginable things, even lose control. Administrator, people want to eat, and you've let them become so thin and emaciated. You have to take responsibility for them. At least prepare enough food for 5 adults for a week. Eating 2 meals a day, with each meal consisting of 1 loaf of bread, means I need 70 loaves. Bread is the most common food in Huaiyan City. 1 coin buys 1 loaf. But if they are already chickens, then there's no need to let them eat too well. Quoted from the words of an early administrator, what creature is more suitable to be a chicken than players? The plan is to have them eat green wheat, grown on a nearby farm. 3 coins can buy a pound, and 5 pounds is enough for 1 person to eat for 2 weeks. For now, just prepare these things. Let's head to the recycling station, and we'll figure out the rest later. Guang Xu walked outside and bumped into a little girl. Ah, brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Guang Xu looked at the girl, apparently named Yu Xiao Yu, the youngest daughter of the Yu family. Ah, it's okay. Yu Xiao Yu shyly said, I heard a noise in your house and I was afraid someone came to take something from you, so I came to check. Thanks. Xiao Yu then displayed a cheerful face. You're welcome. From now on, when you're not home, I can help keep an eye on your house. Ha ha. Anyway, I'm free and have nothing to do. Ha! Children shouldn't have too much contact with strangers. Encountering bad people is not good. The little girl was slightly scared by his attitude. Xiao Yu is not a child. My brother said Xiao Yu is old enough to get married now. And you are not a bad person. Last time I was hungry, you even invited me to drink soup. Guang Xu said, oh, I see. Since then, this Yu Xiao Yu has been sneakily standing near my house. Seems like she wants to take advantage. He pulled out a lollipop from his pocket. All right, don't be angry anymore. Take and eat. Ah, can I really eat it? Don't tell anyone else that I gave it to you. Otherwise, there won't be any next time. Thank you. I've never had this before. Why can't I bite it? This tastes so strange, haha. Silly girl, hey, let me help you take off the wrapper. The red candy sparkled under the sunlight. Hey, take it. Poor child, if it were in my previous world, she would probably still be in school at this age. Xiao Yu tiptoed and started to taste. She was immediately enchanted by this small candy. What flavor is this? So sweet. After all, she was just a little girl tasting a lollipop for the first time, and she couldn't resist. It was truly captivating. Her eyes were about to light up. Although Xiao Yu was dressed in rags, she couldn't hide her pure beauty. Her skin was fair, her face was cute, and her voice was gentle. This is so sweet, very delicious. As long as you like it, this is called a lollipop, haha. So you can smile too. Ah, this is really tasty. You should try a piece. Guang Xu, you should taste it too. This lollipop is extremely sweet. All right, stop joking. I'm going to work now. You behave and take care of the house for me. Huh? I'm not joking. Xiao Yu is very serious. After that, Guang Xu disappeared, leaving her puzzled. Looking around, huh? Where did he go? Don't worry, Xiao Yu will take care of the house for you carefully. Switching to Area B1, the Refuge Center 404. After 3 days of waiting, the players have to connect now. Come here, my little chickens. Let's build this ruined world together. The sensory player awakens. The process of merging consciousness into the unembodied form is complete, marking the player's first steps in the desolate world. Welcome to the Refuge Center 404. Handsome ghost. The strength player pinches himself to confirm. Holy shit, it really hurts. Are we actually in the game? Am I really going to have to live stream going to the bathroom? The future is long. The agile player initially wanted to choose female, but now checked and realized he has a male character. I didn't expect the character's gender in the game to match the player's actual gender by default. I was still considering creating a female account to try. I can't believe the experience in this game is so realistic. Level 8 Hurricane. The intelligence player wipes his glasses while speaking. It's like putting on the game hat and then traveling to another world. Indeed, even the body of clothes that have been dried feel very real. Someone has arrived. Is it Brother Guang? 2 figures, 1 tall and 1 short, entered. The war has ended. Our world has been completely destroyed. But because of this, we, the players, should now rebuild human civilization. I am the administrator here, named Guang Xu. This is my assistant, Xiao Qi. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask her for guidance. The four people stared wide-eyed, unable to hide their astonishment. The system reminded them. The four players had successfully logged into the game. Since it was their first time here, they felt very amazed. Guang Xu secretly smiled. His presence had successfully controlled the situation. Is this administrator an NPC? He looks just like a real person. Administrator, where is Mr. Guang? Administrator, what is our mission? How do we exit the game? By the way, can we change our gender in the character creation system? Enough! To exit the game, simply enter the incubation chamber. For now, everyone just needs to be quiet and read through this disaster relief residence handbook. Guang Xu led the group as they began to move outside. Disaster Relief Residence Handbook version 1.0. 1. The administrator's commands are the highest authority, and all disaster relief residents must comply unconditionally. 2. For residents who violate rules, the administrator can implement various measures, with the final option being forced hibernation. Note, forced hibernation means being forcibly logged out of the game, completely revoking login rights. 3. The administrator has the final right to interpret all the above terms. Oh what? This NPC administrator actually has the powers of a manager, able to lock players' accounts in the game. This is a character not to be messed with. We need to be careful. That's right. This account belongs to Mr. Guang. He worked very hard to get it for us. It's really unfortunate that it got locked just as we were starting. Guang Xu in the front suddenly stopped and turned around to say, in the year 200 after the war ended, being able to stand here is already a stroke of luck for over 12 billion people. I need to make sure everyone sees the current situation. Then we will carry out the declaration under the flag of the United People's Federation and rebuild our society. This place is the forest in the northern suburbs of King Kwan City, far away from the nuclear blast sites, so we don't have to worry about excessive gamma radiation. And everyone's first task is to pick up the axes on the ground and go out there to gather wood. Before winter arrives, we need to not only stockpile enough fuel, but also repair this nursing home and build a front line on this wasteland. All right, let's rebuild our empire. Now let's get to work. Remember, don't go too far. Oh, and if you encounter mutated animals, don't act rashly, retreat immediately. The four people were very eager to enter the forest. Let's start a day of work. Master, are these people really okay? Of course not. That's why I sent you here. It's not far from the nursing home. Go to the north window on the 3rd floor of the school. If they run into danger or if someone sneaks away, quickly notify me. I'll head back to the control center and check the rewards first. Respectful administrator, just leave this to me. But there is a difficult problem to solve, which is that I have no legs and cannot go up to the 3rd floor. All right, I'll carry you up. Moving to the place with 4 people in the woods, they were diligently chopping wood. Very quickly, someone managed to fell a large tree. The noise startled the other 3. Hey, why are Laobai's muscles so solid like he's been training? Meanwhile, I find it exhausting just to hold an axe. What does that matter? Even though my strength in this game is much greater than reality. That's right, Yi Shi is too delusional. Your shoulders are very strong. Yi Shi, it really feels safe. Can we ask you to protect us? Ha ha, without a love sister. It's a waste of this body of mine. Character attributes definitely have differences. Thinking about the theme of this game, there are 2 possible setups. 1, we were frozen through cryogenic technology and have been in hibernation since before the war. The 2nd, we are all clones. Personally, I lean more towards this setup. This way, we can directly use the stored energy in the nutrient chamber to create a new body. I'm quite looking forward to the mechanics of this game, which can combine energy with a profession system to establish different attributes. This would ensure freedom while enriching the gameplay. This kid is starting again. That's right. This little guy falls into a state of forgetting himself whenever he talks about the game. Stop saying these things. Everyone says if I keep going in this direction, Yi Shi will start to delude himself. Is there a possibility that there are cute fairy sisters living in this forest? Ha ha ha. Hey, you should remember one thing. The setting of this game is in a wasteland 200 years after the Earth was destroyed by a nuclear bomb. I remember a documentary called Channel But Return. There probably aren't any fairy sisters. There are zombies or parasitic fungi growing on human bodies or something. That's right. The administrator said you can't go far from the nursing home. If you don't listen, he might kick you out of the game or even ban your account. Besides, right now we only have an axe. If we encounter mutant species, we probably won't be able to fight back. Okay, I won't try anymore. The image of Guang Xu from before still lingered quite clearly in his mind. In my territory, you all have to listen to me. But the blonde guy didn't seem very willing, huh? Why should I listen to an NPC? Forget it. Anyway, this game is just a free experience. Besides, I can't let Guang down. His face suddenly became contorted, and even the axe in his hand fell to the ground. What in the world is happening? Suddenly, I have a bad feeling. Just as I thought that, something flew past from the tree I was chopping in front of me. With a loud thud, Yishi fell to the ground, trembling in fear. What was that? If I got hit by it, I'd surely be dead. Just now, I almost had it out of the game. Taking a closer look, Yishi finally saw that it was a gigantic eagle. Its wingspan must be at least 5 meters wide, so it's a mutant species. Save me. The bird was showing extreme aggression, its sharp claws extended as it swooped down. Holy shit. Blackbird? Bro, can't you find someone else? Xiao Qi was hurrying back to the refuge. This is bad, Administrator. Guang Xu was sitting in the room receiving his rewards. Ting. Main quest. Recruit players completed. Reward. A material extractor with an instruction manual included. The instruction manual for the material extractor states, a material is the primary ingredient for creating a clone body, including, but not limited to, resistant materials, 20 common amino acids, 2 rare amino acids, and many other components to make up the human body. The material extractor uses mammals and primates as its primary source. The filtration efficiency reaches up to 90%. Non-primate animals and invertebrates have the lowest filtration efficiency, less than 10%. Filtration efficiency is also related to the degree of decomposition. This new gift, I must try it immediately. You held the manual in your hand and began to tinker. This is the device for refining active matter, right? The manual mentions identifying mutant species, which is also within the scope of material refining. Well, I'll just ignore that for now. Generally speaking, having a refining machine means we can start collecting materials to create a clone. Xiao Qi rushed in through the door, all flustered. There's a problem. Esteemed Administrator, something big has happened. A giant bird is attacking players in the north part of the nursing home. Guang Xu's face went blank. What? A giant bird? Should we head back to the scene? The black bird with a silver head was indeed preparing to smash the 4 players. In the forest north of the nursing home, the other 3 showed no fear at all. They ran to help their teammate up. Damn, that scared me to death just now. Awesome, your dodge just now was amazing. This strange bird looks a bit like a crow. This thing must be a mutant species. A mutant species. How do you know? The website said so. A mutant species is a mutated body generated by gamma rays or something else unclear. The website has settings too. Isn't it just a placeholder site? The setup is a new feature that was updated yesterday on the main page. Haven't people seen it? It clearly notes the common types of mutant species such as 2-headed hyenas, mutated bears, mutated leeches, mutated rats, and mutated fish. Finally, there's the one we're facing here, the mutant falcon. Stop talking. Think of a way to deal with this crow. Lao Bai spoke up to reassure everyone, don't be afraid. If the enemy doesn't move, we won't move either. Fang Chang, being the leader, followed along, trying to maintain his position. But when he turned around, the person who had just said that had disappeared. Hey, is there any teammate who tricks their own team like that? The mutated hawk was suddenly attacked by something flying towards it unexpectedly, but it managed to notice and dodge in time. Ah, who threw the stone? Not me? I didn't throw it either. Is there someone else besides us? The mutated bird looked down with furious eyes. The person who had just attacked it was standing right below. Guang Xu continued to throw with all of his strength. The stone flew from his hand. The mutant hawk used one of its wings to swat the stone aside, then dove straight down. It went berserk, diving like a dart towards Guang Xu. He immediately aimed for the sharp piece of metal stuck beside him. Ha! A monster is just a monster. Do you want to eat me? Bring it on. The metal pipe in his hand was raised above his head, waiting for the bird to come within close enough range to take aim and strike. Even if you had another brain, your intelligence still wouldn't match that of a human. The pipe in his hand was thrown like a spear, directly skewering the falcon. The group of players watched this scene, their faces turning pale in fear. Holy shit, this NPC is so strong. That mutant falcon was taken down just like that. Feathers were scattered all over the sky. Have you seen how powerful our administrator is? That's right. My administrator can take down that bird. My administrator is even more formidable than the bird. I can only say one thing, the administrator is truly amazing. Then a few people started to light a fire. Ladies and gentlemen, with all the pride and boundless joy, we would like to introduce tonight's dinner, Mutant Falcon. Can this raven be eaten? It can be eaten when it's cooked. I will inform everyone about anything that isn't edible later. Furthermore, this animal's scientific name is a hawk. Is there any hawk this big? Because of gamma rays? Not only that, but there are also reasons involving viruses, bacteria, genetic weapons, and many other factors that have led us to what we have today. Of course, mutant species are just one of the dangers we need to face. In some situations, humans can be even more dangerous than they are. Unfortunately, there is no salt. If there were, the flavor would be even better. But in inland cities like our city of King Kwan, using salt to add to the food is nearly impossible. We will be able to eat soon, the administrator said. In this desolate world, we can't eat meat often. A creature this size, we can't finish it in one meal. That's right, we can put the leftovers in the fridge. Let me tell you, the administrator chuckled, even a master of this place in a mayor's castle has only one fridge. That thing in this era is nothing but a luxury item for the super rich. Having money doesn't necessarily mean you can buy it. The four others absorbed the information, all of them wide-eyed. Mayor, castle, master, one person in the group imagined. The mayor welcomes you home. May I ask if you would like to bathe first, eat first, or go to sleep first? Please make your choice. Mayor, we are here to pay a visit. Ha ha ha. Then I won't be polite anymore. Hey, Yishi, wake up. Stop dreaming in broad daylight. I want to be the mayor. I want to be the mayor. One person in the group spoke up. By the way, administrator, another asked, how much firewood do we actually need to chop? How many trees you cut down is how many points you get, Guang Xu replied coldly. These chickens are not like us. They can leave at any time and don't have to worry about survival. If we want them to keep working, we must provide some rewards. All right, here's the deal. Each meter of a thick branch earns 1 contribution point, and each meter of a thick trunk earns 2 contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for rewards, but the number of rewards is limited. For example, 1 roasted drumstick requires 5 contribution points, while 2 roasted drumsticks require 8 points. Administrator, I suddenly don't feel very hungry anymore, one person from the group responded. Guang Xu maintained a neutral smile, as gentle as possible. I'm not hungry either. That's right. After all, we still need to wait a bit longer to eat, the other person said. I'll go chop down 2 more trees. Hurry up. Whoever is fastest gets the drumsticks. Another urged. We suddenly wanted to chop down something else. After a while, the 4 players returned, utterly exhausted. You all have worked hard, Guang Xu said. Now I would like to announce the results of this mission. Everyone has earned over 2,000 contribution points. The brick kiln owner in the real world, the player with the strength system, naturally came in first. This player's contributions are the highest single-handedly, earning over 800 points. Haha, this little achievement means nothing to me. My brick kiln gets busy sometimes, and I have to transport bricks too. The achievements of the players, the future is still long, and girl public enemy 10 times a night from the sensory and agility systems are both over 400 contribution points. Well done, my brother. One person from the group praised. Thank you, you're not weak either, the other replied. The player Kuang Feng received 300 contribution points intelligence system, Guang Xu commented. This game has unintentionally tested our physical strength, another person said. Haha, hey bro, eat some chicken thigh, it's just a game, don't take it to heart. Right, trying is good enough. Guang Xu stood aside, silently amazed. The expressions of these players surprised him quite a bit. Fortunately, there was roasted chicken as a reward to keep them quiet. If they were told to chop down over 100 trees for just 2 lollipops as a reward, the one being chopped would definitely be him. Guang Xu spoke up. You all can go to the website to check your contribution points. Contribution points can be used for rewards and can also be used to buy revival coins. Additionally, reviving needs to wait for 3 days. Is that all contribution points can be used for? One person in the group asked. That's fine, we are currently in the testing phase. The game content probably isn't much, Guang Xu explained. Right, as long as the files aren't deleted, accumulate a bit of money, and when the server starts, there will be a place to spend it. Guang Xu was currently a bit of a headache. He originally intended to give them some coins to spend, but he himself didn't have much. Plus, they weren't people who traveled through time like him, and they didn't understand the language here. It seemed he would have to invent a specific translation tool to solve this problem. That's right, administrator, I discovered that our place has no electricity. Why not think of a way to make a generator? One person in the group suggested. Because we don't have too many generators, Guang Xu replied, does anyone know about this aspect or have any skill related to electricity? If anyone can solve this problem, I will give a special reward. Hearing this, the only player with intelligence here immediately brightened up. Meanwhile, the blonde guy continued to laugh as usual. Haha, isn't it enough to just connect the wires from the ground? The blonde guy said. The other two felt a bit discouraged by his attitude. Guang Xu explained, we don't have such long wires here. Furthermore, the energy supply of the shelter is not unlimited. Even if it could be used for a short period, the long-term problem would still remain unresolved, and there would be greater hidden disasters to come. At 5 p.m., it was getting late. Everyone should go back, Guang Xu continued. I know the time difference between the 2 worlds. Although it is not completely dark here, it is about to be bright over there. If we don't go back, it will affect the real life of the players, which is not good at all. The four of them returned to the life capsule together, all very excited. Time in the game passed quickly, mainly because the experience was so realistic. That's right, I also feel a bit reluctant to lie in the nurturing capsule to go offline. I want to go back quickly. This weak body feels exhausted to death. Seeing that all four players had returned, Guang Xu began to think about his next move. He needed to find more people who were free during the day and not working, or players in different time zones. Otherwise, at night, he would be alone defending the base, which was not safe. Respected administrator, the cloning experience report has been updated. Would you like to see it? Is there a cloning experience report? Guang Xu asked in surprise. Yes, each player, after going offline, has their clone scanned in the incubation chamber, documenting the functional condition of the clone's body and extracting a certain amount of stem cells to back up the progress of gene sequence development. Wait, what does gene sequence development mean? Guang Xu asked. Each clone is made up of different cells. The gene sequence refers to the different codes of these cells. If the gene sequence is enhanced, it will first possess greater strength and lean towards boosting strength attributes. No wonder Lao Bai is different from everyone else, Guang Xu thought. Development progress is the degree of expression in a specific segment of the gene sequence, usually expressed as a percentage. For example, a development level of 100% means that the features of a living body have reached the design limit of the genes, attaining the most perfect state, which is nearly impossible to achieve. The gene sequence is equivalent to the character class in the game. Development progress is like the level of the game character. Currently, the development progress of the four players is between 0% and 1%. The highest is 0.3% in the strength system. According to research, as long as the survival instincts are continuously stimulated and the body is trained, this index can be improved. As long as they are hardworking and make an effort, they will grow stronger every day. As for the blonde guy, he should be sent to a monastery. Guang Xu thought to himself. Hearing this explanation made Guang Xu quite happy. Great, it turns out that even the chickens can level up, and they might even have innate abilities, Guang Xu thought. Next, he needed to set up a training schedule for them. The scene shifted to Earth, the real world, Jinling University, the teacher's dormitory. The player Quan Feng's identity was Professor Yan Feng of this school. Just waking up from a sleep after participating in the Wasteland world, he could only think of what he had experienced the previous night. Right? The generator issue. In the afternoon, I can ask Professor Wang for some guidance. It was currently noon at the Jinling University cafeteria. Why has it taken so long in line and I still haven't had my turn? This won't do. I'm about to starve to death. A few female students were huddled together chatting noisily. Look, Professor Wang is over there. Wow, he's really handsome. It's hard to believe he is already 30 years old, but he's rarely seen having meals with Professor Yan Feng from the physics department. Professor Wang friendly turned over, smiling and waving goodbye to the three students. Quick, let's go eat. Don't let yourselves get hungry. Yes, Professor Wang will go eat right away. Professor Wang is so gentle, I really want to talk to him a bit more. Age is just a number, as long as you're handsome. Anyone can do it. One girl in the group said. Yan Feng, on the other hand, remained quietly sitting, focused on reading a book about the principles of generators. Oh, a generator? Is Professor Yan Feng researching this lately? He asked. Just waiting for that, Yan Feng immediately set aside his book. I recently read a novel about the apocalypse. Hearing this, Wang showed a puzzled expression. Huh? And then what? I want to know. If such a situation were to happen, how should survivors deal with electrical issues? Professor Wang smiled wryly. This morning you mentioned wanting to consult me about something. It can't be about this, can it? Exactly, it's about that. Yan Feng replied. It's just something in a novel, and you're taking it so seriously. However, Wang suddenly moved closer, and this scene felt a bit ambiguous, didn't it? Are you mistaken about the story? Ha! Do you really think you could end up in the apocalypse? Yan Feng calmly adjusted his glasses, but he was sweating profusely inside. How did he know the number of players in the beta version? Isn't it just 4? Ha ha! Don't take it seriously. I was just joking with you earlier. There's no way that's true, right? Yan Feng tried to pretend to be calm as he sighed in relief. You really got scared. It seems he's not a player of Wasteland Online. About that. Most of the novels I read are in the science genre. I rarely read post-apocalyptic novels. Can you talk about the setting of that book? He asked. Yan Feng switched to serious mode and said, the setting of the novel is 200 years after a nuclear war. But if it's 200 years after a nuclear war, that could be a bit troublesome. Unprotected electronic devices would be damaged due to the electromagnetic pulses generated by the nuclear explosion. The more sophisticated the device, the harder it is to survive. Well, the backup generators in residential areas and restaurants are not very sophisticated devices, right? If we eliminate the possibility of them being taken away, Then if they're not maintained for a long time, they would probably be broken down. And there's the issue of fuel too. Generally, you can't expect to still find a bit of gasoline at a gas station after 200 years. But there are still ways. Yan Feng heard this and immediately took out paper and a pen. He said, "Please go into detail. Generally speaking, there is a generator in the car that can be utilized. As long as the rotor can be made to work, it can produce stable 12V direct current. With a bit of repair, it can be used to generate electricity on a small scale, like for lighting something, for example. A voltage of 12V is sufficient. If there is an inverter added, then wouldn't it be possible to convert the direct current into 240V alternating current?" Seeing Yan Feng diligently taking notes, the handsome young professor was a bit shocked. Is he being so serious just from reading a novel? I have often heard people say that those in the physics department are all weirdos, especially the serious ones. Yan Feng, it seems I am starting to find those rumors to be true. I still have a class to teach this afternoon, so I will take my leave now, Professor Wang said. If you have any questions, you can come find me anytime. Okay, thank you, Yan Feng replied. The 3 female students who had been waiting immediately rushed over as soon as he left. Professor, there are many exercises we don't understand. One girl said, Me too. Another girl chimed in, I'm sorry, but I have a class in the afternoon. How about you ask Professor Yan Feng instead? Professor Wang said. Then can you tutor us a bit, sir? Just a little, please. Another girl raised her hand. I'll hold this for you, Professor, so you have to tutor us. Yan Feng was completely unaware of the gossip around him and was fully immersed in the game tonight. Upon entering the game, he needed to ask the NPC administrator where the vehicles were. Why does my phone keep ringing constantly? Could it be that the game has new updates? This is all part of the gaming experience that Fang Cheng wrote about. Wasteland Online has been around for a long time. This kid plays games all day and doesn't have to work, yet he has come up with plenty of strategies to level up. A masterpiece like this is not simple at all. In the live stream room, the future is still long, and he seems to be a former esports athlete. There are still quite a few trophies in the room. Typing is quite inconvenient, so I, Fang Cheng, open a live stream of the group to share with everyone. Currently, we have encountered 2 NPCs in the game. The human NPC is named Guang Xu. He is the administrator of the base. The other NPC is his robotic assistant named Xiao Qi. Their artificial intelligence is very advanced and can interact smoothly with players. I guess NPCs might have a hidden affinity setting, but this has yet to be verified. Additionally, this game might have a pain threshold protection mechanism that the brain's nervous center cannot comprehend. Of course, it could also be a self-protection mechanism of the body. In general, when I used a stone to cut my hand, I felt no pain. But if I pinched myself like this, it would hurt a bit. The livestream room immediately exploded. Holy shit, is this game really that awesome? Damn, I have to buy 10 accounts? I can't believe it. One cannot believe it unless you let me try the beta version. It would be better if the game were a bit more humanized, like allowing players to freely adjust the settings of their senses. Personally, I am quite satisfied with the 5 senses and the pain sensation being blocked, but I'm not sure if other players would enjoy that feeling. The live room is filled with lively comments, right? What happens if you die in the game? I'm curious how many times you died already. Hey bro, when will you live stream playing this game? If I live stream, I need to consult with An Gong, who is planning the game. As for the game's respawn mechanism, if you're as skilled as I am, you won't get to try it out for now. According to the rules, each time you die, you lose contribution points. Contribution points can be earned by completing tasks, but the most difficult part is that respawning takes 3 days. Anyway, I don't really want to taste it. Any brave warrior interested should go try it out themselves. Maybe they could open up another way to play. Alright, is An Gong watching the live stream? Finally, I have a request, and I really hope the game developers allow players to freely choose their gender. That's all for today. Thank you all for watching. I hope An Gong listens to my request. At Disaster Relief Center 404 in the desolate world, Guang Xu is indeed watching this live stream. This kid. Dear Administrator, look here, the number of players who have pre-ordered globally is currently 25 against a target of 11, an increase of 14. May I ask if there will be more players added? No rush, next I need to arrange the pre-order and check round first. That kid Fang Cheng is a man who once ranked in the top 20 in Asia for PUBG winners and had climbed to be one of the strongest in League of Legends. He's quite famous in the group as well. Fortunately, he live streamed promoting Wasteland Online for free, reeling in the typical fish lurking deep below. And I set myself as the manager of the group. So for the next pre-order, I can't just send the link, I need to add a few words. I activated the voice input mode to send to the powerful club. I was busy earlier and didn't pay attention to the group. In general, the game content is like what the future is long road. I, representing the development team, added 2 more sentences. Quit smoking. I commented, God sits cold, God Guang, we love you, with a foot-hugging emoji, alright. Next, the game will start the pre-order for Round A. The new rules can also be seen on the official website. Here is the link. Everyone can set their inclination with 5 types of attributes through the questions on the website. Strength, perception, intelligence, physique, or agility. Which activity do you prefer? A. Sports training. D. Thinking and reasoning. C. Reading books. D. Eating. E. Singing and dancing. Please respond honestly to get the most suitable attributes for yourself. Additionally, the game does not provide self-selection of gender due to issues of propriety and ethics. NPC indeed has a favorability rating with players. The player's actions will influence their attitude towards the player. For example, if you anger a weapon shop owner with a favorability of only 10, she will immediately kick you out. Get out! There's nothing here for you, you piece of junk. When the NPC's favorability is high enough, players can not only receive special rewards, but also activate hidden quests and unlock career paths. Oh my dear, this gun is a brand new premium model. I can give it to you. Is there no chance for you to be the boss here? Oh, a hidden career quest. This is really amazing. I want it, I do. I also want to be the boss of that girl, alright. Everyone can check the website for details. I have something to do now. The game review written by my brother, The Future is Long, is really good. It should be pinned on the forum. So great. Brother Guang is definitely my biggest motivation. Finally, it's peaceful. The first-time player experience linked to the clone body in the game was quite smooth. Right, in the game review, The Future is Long, it said that in this game, you need to wear the game helmet made by the developers to clone in the incubation pod. Xiao Qi, if players can clone in the incubation pod, can I too? After all, I don't rely on the game helmet, I've already crossed over here. Esteemed administrator, I will look it up for you now. I'm sorry in my database, there is no information related to your genetic sequence. Without genetic sequence information, it cannot be linked to the incubation pod. It's fine, just unable to query. Can you use my health check results and the calculation formula left by the first generation administrator to calculate my attributes? Yes, that's best. Ivy Guang Xu, genetic sequence of level 5 administrator. Basic attributes, strength 8, agility 6, physique 6, perception 7, intellect 6. Level 5 is only 5% progress in the genetic sequence development. The first generation administrator is really impressive, with over 120 data points. The complex functions of the clone body have been simplified into 5 basic attributes. The attribute tables of those 4 players also adjusted to help me. Yes, sir. Wow, your 5 attribute data points are stronger than the other players by 1 level. They probably just arrived in this world. Their genes haven't developed for long, which is why they're weak. The data is very high, but in the database, there's no genetic sequence of mine. Could it be that I am in existence beyond the predictions of that first generation administrator? Interesting. Compared to living a temporary life on Earth with a repetitive job, taking risks in this desolate world full of unknowns is increasingly fascinating. Team, we congratulate the master on unlocking the achievement Newbie Guide. Condition met. The player has logged in online for more than 8 hours on the first day. Reward, plus 10 points. Current reward points, 10. Oh, has the final mission reward finally arrived? Dear Administrator, you now have enough reward points to exchange for a mid-level mystery box. Okay, let's see. Just hope it's not a cough syrup. Here it comes, dear Administrator. Hurry and see what your reward is. Dear Administrator, this is a good item. Congratulations, you have received a muscle-enhancing syringe. Effect, slightly increases muscle strength permanently. Effective for 24 hours, single use only. Using it multiple times will reduce its effectiveness. A permanent increase in muscle strength. Well, as long as it's not cough syrup, that's good. Turns out it's a syringe without a needle. But this thing has been sitting for 200 years. Can it really be used? It feels a bit dangerous. Dear Administrator, please rest assured, the items from the base are all quality products. If you say so, then I'll give it a try. As he spoke, he took the syringe and injected it straight into his left hand. Just a slight increase, so it should be fine, right? The agent quickly spreads through the blood, going through every nook and cranny of the body. Guang Xu checks his body, then tests a few punches just to feel it out. It seems like there's no change at all. This medicine is expired, isn't it? Dear Administrator, please be patient for a moment. Forget it. Expired medicine has no effect better than something happening. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sensation surge from within. What is this? My body suddenly became numb, plus I can feel a hot red flow into my heart, a feeling of overflowing strength rising with excitement. But this feeling disappeared quickly, huh? Why do I suddenly have no strength? Could it really be expired? After all, it is from 200 years ago. Oh, the feeling of my body hasn't changed at all. Forget it, expired medicine. As long as there are no adverse reactions, it's fine. But just in case, if Xiao He, check my whole body, inspect it thoroughly inside and out. Yes. Although the G development progress hasn't changed, both strength and physique have increased by 1 point. Honorable Administrator, you only need 1 more point of strength to have double the power of an average adult man. A 20-year-old boy without specialized training typically has a strength and physique score of 5. And currently, your strength is already 9. The index of the ethereal feeling is slightly higher too, because this number serves as a benchmark for other attributes. That also means that 1 point of strength and physique is equivalent to 20% of an average man's stamina. Ha ha ha, interesting. Xiao Qi, what time is it now? It's 4 a.m., sir. In half an hour, the players will be online. Go get things ready. Yes, I will prepare right away. Xiao Qi was petted on the head, making it very happy, like a child humming a tune while going about their work. Suddenly, an additional system panel appeared before Guang Xu. Oh, a mission has been updated again. Clearly, it was only 1 yesterday, but now it has turned into 20. The main storyline mission has not yet been activated, probably because some condition has not been met. The administrator's log has updated the new missions. There are currently a total of 20 missions. The mission details and types, along with the reward points, are as follows. 1 side mission. Prepare a 10 kilowatt generator. Reward, 100 points. 2 daily mission. Hunt 1 mutant species. Reward, 2 points. 3 daily mission. Stockpile 5 tons of wood. Reward, 2 points. 4 daily mission. Stockpile 100 liters of fresh water. Reward, 2 points. 5 repair the outer wall. Reward, 3 points. 6 repair the wall on the 2nd floor. Reward, 3 points. Scroll down for more. Will the daily missions be updated every day? A total of 20 missions with 150 reward points. If I do it all by myself, it will definitely be exhausting. I should spend some contribution points for the chickens to do it for me. I can ignore those daily missions. The most important thing is to address the generator for the side mission. Without electricity, the lives of players A, B, and C will be no different from that of a primitive tribe. If there is electricity, it will immediately become a luxurious noble castle. In general, it is not possible to have a noble life in a shelter while still living in a primitive society on the surface. But just sitting here, we can't come up with any ideas. It's still worth challenging the new players who register to see if anyone is useful. The current number of players who have pre-registered is 35, and the new pre-registrations have increased by 10. Ha ha ha, another 10 newcomers have joined. It seems that the discussion in the group last night had a certain effect, but the Cattle Club is only a group of a little over 100 people. Who knows, these 35 might be all the survivors. Other games even invite celebrities and beautiful girls for promotions, hoping to attract more newcomers. Perhaps they need to use new marketing strategies. But advertising is not allowed. In reality, a Wasteland online website does not have a domestic profile. If it's not done well, even the server won't be able to exist on Earth. Moreover, once popularity spreads, there will definitely be a large number of careless players who will destroy everything. Imagine image of Guang Xu. Oh my, this outfit is terribly ugly. Administrator, how can you expect me to wear this to meet people? Rice. I want to eat rice. I don't want kanji. This game is really boring. I'm logging off to go on a date. You all take your time playing. No way. The threshold for pre-registration must be raised. Got it. I can ask CL Key to adjust the website, changing the pre-registration from level 1 to level 2. Players need to register an account and fill in their phone number and address to be able to pre-register. This way, we can at least filter out those players who have weak willpower and invalid pre-registrations. She is the chief design officer of a certain fashion company and is also the only female member of the Cattle Club. Recently, she has been very busy designing for the company's fashion show and no longer has time to play games with her friends. Time begins to shift again. Ting ting, the Cattle Club has 3 new notifications. Hearing the notification sound, the person sitting in front of the screen unconsciously looks up. Seeing it's a notification from the chat group, she sighs. At least it's not our partner pushing for the order. I have no design inspiration at all. Not being able to come up with anything is really frustrating. This group has been quite lively lately. It seems they are discussing something. She makes a small decision to temporarily set aside the stress of work and check out the group. The members comment, "Even if I died nailed in the coffin, I have to shout with this rotten voice. This game is really great, no need to say more. If this game isn't hot, then I will plant a banana tree while using the toilet." The smoker replies, "Holy shit, what kind of crazy stuff is the group leader playing? So you all played it. Take me along too. With a new feature to investigate attributes, it can attract high-quality players who like the game, making it easier. The future is still long, has replied. Not exaggerated, the realism of this game is the peak among all the games I have ever known. Furthermore, it can be expected that even after 50 years, this peak will still not be surpassed. Whether it's the lighting effects or the sensory feeling of the body, including the important sensation of roughness when touching the surface of objects, everything is designed to make you believe this is a real world. This immersive experience has definitely reached 100%. That's right, it's 100%. At least I haven't found any bugs or gaps in the game. The girl looked at these statuses and began to think. Wasteland Online? A game that offers an extremely realistic experience, 100% immersive. These people are the game developers invited to promote it, right? How can there be such a game in the world, but trying it doesn't cost anything? What if it's true? That new administrator named Guang Xu might be the one who planned this game. Even top players like the Futures still long have to follow his orders. It seems this game is worth trying. Thinking of this, she clicked on the link in the group. At that moment, she couldn't know how much this decision would change her life. Announcement. Dear players, thank you for pre-registering for the round test of Wasteland Online. This pre-registration will determine your inclination towards the 5 attributes of strength, agility, physique, perception, and intellect in the game through a questionnaire. For example, a player with strength will have a higher chance of receiving innate abilities related to strength and will start with a higher strength attribute. If a player does not have a specific inclination, they can also choose a balance type. Here are some descriptions of the effects of the 5 attribute types. Strength represents the intensity of muscle, bone, and various other tissues of the body. It indicates the ability to carry heavy loads, deal close combat damage, and the throwing distance of weapons. Agility corresponds to neural reflexes relating to reaction speed, motor coordination, and other physical metrics of the player. Specifically, a player with higher agility will become quicker in battles, easily dodging attacks, accelerating, fleeing, and evading. Physique corresponds to the endurance and vitality of the player. It primarily manifests as health regeneration, immunity, and resistance to most abnormal states and various other effects. Intellect does not refer to logical thinking ability or IQ. It primarily affects learning abilities and the speed of mental state recovery, while also influencing the compatibility of devices that connect to the nervous system. Perception indicates the ability for intuition and observation. Characters with high perception will have sharper instincts for danger and will easily detect clues as well as hidden traps. She thought to herself, this game doesn't seem to have anything special. Suddenly, she noticed an option, unable to decide, just like a reincarnation. The body in the game is determined based on the genes that are entered. If one is not satisfied with the character's appearance, they can consider undergoing facial surgery or even body modification. After that, the game will enhance that function. Facial surgery and body modification are both new topics and trends in the fashion world nowadays. Got it. Finally, I have an inspiration. This is amazing. This is really amazing. As she spoke, she trembled with excitement. Inspiration. I will now pre-order the game Wasteland Online. Let's play. The pre-order materials are all filled out. Now I just need to wait for the game experience, hoping to quickly gain inspiration for a new costume design. Ting received a pre-order request for Round A from a new player. The pre-orders for Round A are more active compared to previous pre-orders. Indeed, promotion is very important. This is not a time when good products don't need advertising. Guang Xu glanced at the clock. It was already 6 o'clock. He immediately stood up from his chair. Now is not the time to deal with pre-order issues. After all, it's time for the players to go online. Grow Public Enemy 10 times a night. The player with the perception system is the last one to log in. Xiao Qi came out to greet the 4 of them. It is now 6 a.m. in the Wasteland. Welcome back, 4 players. One person in the group said, "Hey, my gene sequence is the strength system. My intelligence is only 3. Why do I feel stupid?" The other replied, "Just by saying that, it is clear you are extremely intelligent." Another person said, "I am the flexible system. Why am I not an intelligent system character?" The intelligent system? That's me, with 7 points in intelligence but only 3 in strength. The blonde guy suddenly felt a cramp in his stomach. "I'm about to explode. Hurry up and tell me where the restroom is." Xiao K replied, "Sorry, this B1 floor only has a nurturing chamber. There are no living facilities. While I know that the perception system player's senses are extremely acute, please try to remain calm." Finally, he managed to hold him back. "I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Luckily, my starting strength value is 7 points. The blonde guy continued to shout, "Hey, no, don't mention it anymore. I'm about to burst out." Another said, "Are you crazy? If you do this, it will lower the NPC's favorability towards us. The blonde kid cursed. Holy shit, it seems something very hard to say is about to come out. I have to hold it in. At that moment, Guang Xu stepped forward and loudly said, Don't cause a commotion. Line up properly for me. Yes, we are lining up right here, forming a horizontal line. Ha ha ha, last night after having a friendly chat with them, now everyone wants to flatter me. I have to maintain my strict image. Guang Xu continued, Listen up, everyone. Time is of the essence and we have a lot to do. In order not to affect our future plans, we must build the frontline towers on the ground before winter arrives. We need to stock up on food, water, and fuel. Additionally, we need to construct defensive positions and living quarters on the ground. You can find the details on the notice board at the nursing center entrance. Another person laughed loudly. Haha, so there's a chance for me to show my strength. Someone else looked at the notice board. It seems the game developers are updating and refining the quest system. Oh, there's no quest for finding a generator? Alright, the basic situation is like this. If everyone has no issues, then let's set off right away. One person spoke up. Wait a minute, administrator. I need to go to the restroom. Guang Xu thought to himself. I used to only think about survival, never considering that as more players join, eating, going to the restroom, and passing gas become major issues. Guang Xu continued, You follow me. The young man with blonde hair said as if about to cry. Wait, administrator, don't walk so fast. I'm about to burst. Another person said, Stop talking. I need to use the restroom too. Me too. It must be that burr I had for dinner last night that caused this. Can you even go to the restroom in this game? This game is just too realistic. Then there was a display of fireworks from 3 members of the group. Too smelly. After finishing the bomb disposal, everyone limped and began to gather. One person in the group asked, Does anyone feel this way? Didn't you use a thorny leaf to wipe your butt? He replied, What? A thorny leaf? It's nothing. Just bear with it for a bit. It's really uncomfortable. Not having a real toilet is so annoying, and there's no paper. Either, I even had to use leaves to wipe. I almost ended up wiping with blood. Phew, it still feels burning. I originally wanted to tell them that moss leaves could be used to wipe, but the result was that they ran outside as soon as they reached the ground. Suddenly someone stepped forward. No, it was several people stepping forward. Respected administrator, I propose that our base should have a restroom. I agree. Agreed. If we have a toilet, we can also dig a big hole to collect all the waste, mix it with sawdust for aerobic bacteria and fungi to decompose the organic matter, generating heat to kill microorganisms and pathogens in the waste. That way, we can create fertilizer. That works both ways. Guang Xu, think about it. I have heard that Wasteland Town collects waste from residents' public toilets and livestock to sell to nearby farms. Isn't it also to make fertilizer? Dear administrator, we really should build a toilet just like the one in my hometown. They mix feces and urine with organic matter in a sealed tank to create a biogas digester. Anaerobic bacteria convert it into methane, a flammable gas. The methane produced can be turned into fuel, a combustible for generators. This way, we can transform the toilet into a power generator. Guang Xu also somewhat agrees. Although Wasteland Town doesn't have a biogas digester, the Brown farm next door does. It seems feasible to collect feces and urine for power generation. So theoretically, we could gradually build our own power station. Your ideas are good. We could consider moving forward. The usefulness of these 4 chickens continues to surprise me. The only hassle in constructing the toilet and biogas digester might be the need for a large amount of sealing materials and gas storage. Don't worry, the wasteland world has no shortage of plastics, especially bottles and garbage bags. Most survivors are afraid that burning plastic will produce toxic gases, so they mostly just use it for kindling. People just need to search carefully around the nearby outskirts to find a lot. Just like that notice board, I found it nearby and conveniently brought it back. Write the tasks and rewards on it. Task list. 1. Collect wood that can be used as building material. Reward of 1 meter of wood per contribution point. 2. Find water storage equipment made of plastic or metal, preferably in the shape of a barrel. The larger the better. Reward 1 to 10 contribution points depending on the size. 3. Look for reusable scrap. Reward of 1 point or more can be very high if it's good quality. That's right, I'll add a new task to find plastic bags and bottles. Everyone in the group exclaimed, Holy shit, this game is really realistic. The NPCs analyze real situations to give new tasks. I don't know if anyone noticed, but I just saw the admin smile. Last night, Guang said, As long as we have a good relationship with the NPCs, we can activate hidden missions. One person added, Admin, I have something to say related to generators. I have a faster way. What way? Tell me about it. Is there any way to find a vehicle nearby? Usually, cars have generators. There is a parking lot in the southeast corner of the swamp park. but I've checked all the cars there. There's nothing worth taking. I want to go check it out. If we find a generator, that would be great. Then our ground facility could have electricity. The administrator replied, you can go, but I have a condition. There are many mutant species in the Wasteland. Last time, everyone encountered a mutated hawk. The environment outside is very dangerous, so I need to choose someone else to accompany you. The reconnaissance team should explore the outside, so it's best to pair with a suitable assistant. The blonde boy hesitated. You want me to come along? The blonde suddenly felt a sense of unease. I want to choose one more person to go with Guang Feng to the parking lot to find the generator. Yi Shi, I'm choosing you. You and Guang Feng follow me to get the map and equipment first. Me? How can I? Understood. I will complete this mission well. Another person said. Why pick this kid? Clearly, my combat ability is stronger, more suitable for dealing with enemies. The NPC management staff must have analyzed that his genetic sequence is sensory-based, able to predict danger, making him suitable for reconnaissance. Sorry about that. Another person sneered. I'll go get the equipment from the previous novice village. This kid always likes to cause trouble in games. Stupid kid, don't get cocky. Survive first and talk later. Exactly, don't come back just after going outside. Based on the map, after more than 30 minutes of travel, the two arrived at the parking lot. This place was just a stretch of wasteland. Most of the vehicles here had been stripped clean or were completely broken. Oh my god, no wonder the management staff said there's nothing worth taking. It has all been looted. Now that it has come to this, what are we even looking for a generator for? Should we just go back? It's finally here. I can't go back empty-handed. Guang Feng began to survey the area, trying to open a machine hatch to see inside, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Feeling helpless, he turned to shout at his teammate, "Come help me out." The young man with blonde hair quickly responded, "All right, wait a minute. Even though we've been together for several years, I still don't know what Guang Feng does in real life." The two of them combined their strength, practically straining themselves. At last, on the count of 3, they finally managed to open the hatch. Quick, see if there's anything useful inside. Is this a starter? It seems like it is, but it also seems like it isn't. The blonde guy asked, "Hey, didn't you say you know how to drive? Help me take a look." Guang Feng turned a bit red and replied, "Does piloting a top-notch plane count?" "Shit, now you're making me want to shove my elbow in his mouth." "No, that's not right, Guang Feng. I remember you had your own car, so why are you asking me?" Guang Feng shook his head. "That car. I only have a bicycle in my unit's dormitory. Does that count?" "No, it can't be." Guang Feng kept running around the vehicle, crawling under it and rummaging at the back. "Strange, why isn't there any? Why isn't there any?" He sighed. "I found the starter, but I still can't find the power source. After 200 years, it's normal for survivors to have taken everything apart. Don't waste any more time. We might as well check the trash for anything good." Guang Feng was still quite persistent. That kid was right, but there was still a possibility. Looking at the accessories on the front of the car, the technology here before the battle might have been able to use remote power to replace the fixed power source. Trying to find a generator on those abandoned cars seems impossible now. Yishi's voice shouted nearby. "Hey, come here, I have a great discovery." "What did you discover? A starter?" "Wait, I'm coming over there right now." "It's not a machine. I discovered a cave. So it was just an entrance to a tunnel. Let's go inside and take a look. After all, I don't sense any danger." "Wait, what's wrong?" "The management staff has never mentioned this place. It would be too dangerous for us to just go in." It's precisely because he doesn't even know about this place that has exploration value. "Didn't you say you couldn't come back empty-handed? This place might have props and NPCs that unlock hidden quests. Many games set up an underground world as a den of iniquity, imprisoning beautiful girls." Yishi began to fantasize again, rescuing a 3-headed girl in the dungeon. "Big brother is amazing, hurry and save me." "Big brother, thank you for coming to save us. May I ask what your name is?" "That's right, thank you for rescuing us from this lightless prison." Yishi laughed. Yishi, I'm doing good deeds, no need for repayment. From now on, you girls can follow me." Guang Feng's fantasies made him think. There will be treasure chests down there, and inside the chests, there will be a generator. Although I don't agree with your delusions, hidden mechanisms in this type of game are indeed worth exploring. Perhaps we can also find some mysterious treasures. Yishi chuckled softly. "Hey, all right, then let's prepare a bit. I'll go get a bag to carry more stuff first." "Okay, but I still have to remind you, don't forget the instructions from the manager, which told us before setting off. Remember, avoid mutant species. If fighting occurs, then run, if you can. If you absolutely must fight, never let the enemy get behind you, as that would be equivalent to suicide. Understood. Both of them started to cautiously step into the cave. Inside, the mud was mixed and quite slippery. This is a mushroom. What is it called? Ah, it must be some kind of wild mushroom, but I don't know what it's called. In real life, I've never seen it before. How about we take some mushrooms back? They look small, but also very special. Looking at the patterns, there's a lot of colorful light too. Just don't know how they taste. I advise you to play it safe and gather some to ask if they're edible first. Even if it's a game, you can't just die easily like that. This year, there have been nearly 8,000 people in the country who died from eating poisonous mushrooms. All the mushrooms around here have already been taken by us. We should probably head back soon. No, this place is quite safe. We can still go further inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Yishi directly ran deeper inside. Wait for me. Head, there might be even better stuff ahead. Suddenly, he unexpectedly stopped. Hey, what are you doing? You almost bumped into me. Why didn't this kid suddenly stop? He halted like that because he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. No, this isn't good. That deadly feeling of pressure is just like bumping into a big crow. Strange sounds began to come from deep inside. Could it be the sound of mutant species? Survival comes first. Run quickly. Hey, wait for me, you little brat. Can't you say something before you act? Hurry and run. Why are you standing there talking nonsense? The creature heard the noise and was quickly making its way over. Its hideous shape, with a round mouth and sharp, menacing teeth, charged towards the future is still long and the handsome Ma. Closed tightly, the body feels exhausted. Ha! I don't get as tired moving bricks on the construction site as this. You two did great. Each person's reward is 200 contribution points. The remaining larger and smaller parts need to be divided and stored to avoid mixing into a pile of mud. Moreover, sterile urine can be directly used to fertilize plants. But for today, let's hold off on that for now. There's a water source within a 1-kilometer range. Everyone can wash up, but be careful when fetching water to guard against mutant species attacks. Washing up is also a problem. Maintaining personal hygiene for more than 100 people will be a significant issue later. There aren't enough medicinal supplies available in the shelter. If infectious diseases break out, the consequences will be severe. One person asked, Manager, how about we build a shower house? There might be female players participating in the future. That's a good idea. Of course, how can we let the girls shower outside? We should make them feel comfortable. Right. Bro is absolutely right. Besides, the shower house could also provide hot water for bathing. Exactly, if we build a shower house, we should also add a place for them to steam. Great idea. To put it bluntly, it can help them bridge the gap and give us something interesting to look at every day. Haha, just thinking about it makes me excited. Exactly, I hope some girl comes to visit soon. Guang Xu looked at the two people who were daydreaming, feeling a bit speechless. I have never seen anyone so shamelessly lewd as them, and it's even two people. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Help, help. It was the two people returning. The blonde one saw the newly dug hole and quickly stopped. That was too dangerous. They almost fell in. However, Guang Feng, who was behind, couldn't brake in time and crashed directly into them. Both of them broke through the wooden fence and fell down. Oh shit, help! I told you to say something before acting. Mushrooms flew everywhere while the two ended up lying neatly in the hole. Hey, are you two okay? There are plenty of mushrooms down there. They should be fine. Guang Xu slowly approached, bent down to pick up a mushroom to inspect, and his expression immediately turned joyful. Thank you for your hard work. You two go fetch some water, wash up. Let's take a break. It seems they have found something good here. Later, Guang Xu cooked a pot of hot porridge for them. The group ate as if they were starving, like wolves devouring prey, eating voraciously. This porridge tastes like unsweetened mung bean soup. Is it really that good? Could it be that I'm actually good at cooking? No way? Cough, cough, Guang Feng. Where did you find this? Although we couldn't find the generator, we discovered a manhole entrance in the parking lot with a lot of green mushrooms. So we picked some and brought them back. Wait a minute, manager of that place. Actually, I discovered it. Right. Are those wild mushrooms edible? Or can they be used to research buff-enhancing materials? Haha, buff-enhancing? You two are overthinking it. These tiny things are called green angels. Unless you have the ability to resist all poisons if you eat it. At most in 1 hour, you will see the real angels. The green ear mushrooms contain a type of special polymer peptide that has soothing and healing effects on non-fatal wounds caused by gamma nematodes. The trade team from Jushi City buys this stuff at a good price. They will resell these magical mushrooms to the factories in Jushi City. That's what old Xiaolai told you before. Although green angels are inedible, they are the main ingredient for formulating radiation-removing vaccines. Unfortunately, you two didn't venture too deep inside. This type of mushroom usually grows near mutant leech nests. Mutant leeches. That's right. Mutant leeches are only the size of a hand. Aside from the sucking mouth feature, they are no different from ordinary leeches. But when they reach adulthood, they can grow longer than 1 meter, and the longest can reach up to 3 meters. It is said that their feeding habits will also change as they can swallow an adult whole at once. Wow, he just passed through that Devon gate. So that was the sound of mutant leeches. The old people are really hunched over taking a look. You two probably still remember the exact location of the entrance to that sewer, right? Of course, I marked it right here. All right, got it. These newbies are starting to become more reliable. This time, Guang Feng and Yishi received 220 contribution points. Of those, 200 points were for discovering the nest of mutant leeches and 20 points were for finding the green ear mushrooms. Great, thank you, manager. Guang Xu was of course very happy. He didn't expect they would have such an unexpected harvest this time. To be honest, those things are not easy to find at all. The rewards shouldn't be too generous, otherwise they might get a taste of the sweetness and recklessly run to gather them, potentially even losing their lives in the process. I didn't expect there to be a nest of mutant leeches nearby. In short, they should still be a bit cautious until they find a generator that can provide power for living materials. Next, we need to deal with these green ear mushrooms. There are about 2 kilograms here. According to the current market price, it is 50 grams for 1 coin, so this would be worth around 40 coins, equivalent to all the money I have accumulated in 5 months. Moreover, this is the price set by the toll collection station in town Yan. The actual value of this should be at least double that amount. I went out to restock supplies. 4 people stayed here. Remember not to go too far. At 5 p.m., Xiao Qi will open the elevator for everyone on time to return to the shelter. Xiao Qi will summarize everyone's work achievements. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Understood, manager. The 4 people who stayed finished the pot of porridge and started to chat. Strange, the green ear mushroom is the ingredient for making a radiation removal vaccine, but why is everyone only rewarded with 20 contribution points? Equivalent to chopping down 2 trees, is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. As usual, the rewards for player missions should be based on the difficulty of the mission. The 2 of you not only unlocked a new dungeon, but also obtained valuable supplies. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be just a small reward like this. Then what do you think is the reason? Of course, it's the priority level. What is the priority level? Perhaps in previous details, the manager said that the most important current mission is survival. Seems right. Ha ha ha, I often play games without looking at the storyline and just skip it directly. I guess the missions on the board aren't the whole picture. This game has given us a lot of autonomy. Not only can we receive missions from NPCs, but we can also actively open missions. On what basis are you saying that? Based on what we did in the afternoon, it was all management tasks. After receiving our feedback, even though you couldn't find the generator, you discovered a mutant leech's nest and also picked wild mushrooms. Therefore, you all received contribution points, just like me and Lao Bai. So as long as we meet the current needs of the 404 Disaster Relief Office, we will receive contribution points. The value of the rewards is distributed based on the value we create. I understand, but completing the tasks on the board can also earn similar contribution points. Moreover, the quantity is not low. That's right, this is the second point I wanted to make. Do you still remember the strategy for establishing favorability that we talked about? I see. I understand what you mean. What on earth did you all understand? Just say it already. I'm dying of curiosity. All right, listen to me. Fixed tasks on the task board only have low rewards. In comparison, actively opening tasks will better demonstrate our capabilities. Theoretically, it should enhance the management's evaluation of us. The future is still long. Suddenly, it feels wrong. The above speculations are based on Wasteland ONLINE being a virtual reality game that is entirely real. The actions of the management are governed by logical processes not set by humans. If his IQ isn't as high as imagined, this assumption is very likely to be false. It's just that our managing AI has a much higher IQ than Xiao Qi, almost like a real person. There's a chance that this person is actually a real human acting behind our backs. Perhaps he is hiding a grand plan. Do you mean he is deceiving us? Does he want to take advantage of us? No way does the manager really want to exploit us. So what do you think we should do? First, don't worry. I said the manager is a real person. Acting is merely speculation. Moreover, he not only does not harm us, but also saves us. In comparison, I am more concerned about how to accumulate more favorability with the NPC before entering the second testing round. All right, everyone, to ensure we have a better starting point than other players in the second test, let's form a group. Okay, I'm in. I have no objections. But you reminded me about forming a group. From now on, we are a team. Everyone will share intelligence and support each other. What we need to do is leverage each person's strengths. You all go to the wetland park to investigate. Pay attention to the distribution of mutant species and traces of activity. If you discover anything, mark the area of the den. But remember, absolutely do not get too close, especially avoid any combat. We need a safe water point. Let's continue chopping more wood, okay? Wait a moment. Offline, I'll go online to look for some resources, and tomorrow I'll think of a way to make use of this wood. In the Wasteland world, a trading caravan began to enter the residential area. Among them, a pair of long, dirty legs was heavily shackled at the ankle, dragging each step. The girl, despite her tattered and filthy clothes, still radiated an incredible charm. The dire circumstances could not hide her beauty. Whoa, look over there. This girl has an amazing body. What a pity, such a delicious dish is being thrown to the pigs. What are you guys staring at? Hurry up and unload the goods. Move a bit faster. Don't delay our boss Lie's schedule. Old Walter observed from nearby, not feeling convenient to get involved. Old Sha Lai bowed. Boss Lie, I represent the town chief and welcome you to Huayan Town. This girl is the merchandise your town chief wanted. Handle her with care. Tell him the high-quality goods are very hard to find now. Appreciate it a bit and don't ruin her in just a few days. This guy is the leader of the Jushi City trading team, Lai. Boss Lai, rest assured, I will deliver her safely to the town chief. As usual, Guang Xu happened to arrive at this moment. That Lai guy was back again, and this time he brought along the legendary blood-fueled merchandise, the clones. Previously, Charlie had mentioned that Jushi City was involved in slave trading, and I thought he was lying. I never expected to witness it with my own eyes today, but this kind of luxury item could only be bought by the town chief here. The town chief in Guang Xu's imagination was a shameless fat man. However, this was indeed a good opportunity. If the trading team from Jushi City was here, perhaps I could find a good buyer. Over here, the Lai guy had started handing out money to the laborers. Once the goods were unloaded, there would be nothing for these people to do here. Take this, thank you, Boss Lai. Next time you unload goods, please continue to take care of us. Guang Xu stood in the way of the trading caravan. Boss Li, are you free? I have something you need. Who are you? I mean no harm, I just want to discuss a deal with you. The nanocarbon bulletproof suit I'm wearing can buy me at least 5 seconds as long as I'm not exposed. The group of traders burst into laughter upon hearing that. Transaction? Are you the new garbage picker in Huayan City? My name is Guang Xu. I don't care what your name is. We don't do small transactions. People like you should just sell to Charlie. Guang Xu didn't argue, just gave a slight smile. Guang Xu opened his bag to show off. Are you sure this 2 pounds of goods is garbage? Where did you get these from? Next to a nest of mutant leeches in the aquifer. Do you want to go? Don't hesitate, I'm just asking. How do you intend to sell these? 2 pounds, 200 copper coins. Although the buyback price in Huayan City is 50 grand for 1 copper coin, the true value of this is definitely not just that. Let's make a bet. But what he didn't expect was that old Lai across from him directly agreed. The offer is still too low. If I had known, I would have quoted 10 times more. The price the town chief sells to these merchants is definitely not just that. Man, I really want to go in and beat that fat guy up. All right, little buddy. I hope our transaction today won't be discovered by Charlie. He obviously won't find out. I don't want to cause trouble either. Ha, you are indeed a clever person. Now I can give you 200 copper coins. But I guess you will take these coins to exchange for something else. Why not just buy directly from me and save the middleman markup? I also have some surplus supplies here. I can give you a 20% discount. How about that? I want to buy a gun. Do you have a gun? Guang Xu thought to himself, 20%? How can I believe that? But as long as he sells it cheaper than in Huayan City, I have no reason to refuse. A gun? No problem. This iron-barreled rifle with a 9mm bolt action is only 200 coins. What do you think? I can give you 30 bullets. The bullets are 1 coin each. This price is absolutely reasonable. Guang Xu checked the goods and found them quite suitable. The price you mentioned has already been reduced by 20%, right? If you think it's too expensive, you can choose a cheaper one. The iron-barreled handgun in my hand is only 100 coins. With a 5mm diameter, it's still very useful to deal with robbers, but I wouldn't recommend you use it against mutant species. 20% is still expensive. Truly, capitalism devours those without a home. Let's do this, the 9mm iron-barreled rifle plus 60 bullets. Also, I need 25 coins to buy food and other supplies. Are you making demands on me? That's right. In the mutant leech's den, there are not just 2 kilograms of mushrooms. Boss Lai surely understands my meaning right. You want me to invest in you? Why not? I'd here to bet that even at this price, you can still make quite a bit. If you agree with me, the next shipment I bring will be 10 times what I have today. Oh, 10 times your suggestion isn't a bad idea, huh? 20 pounds of Blue Angel transported to Jushi City. How many radiation vaccines and radiation eradication vaccines could that create? By that time, don't think that just one iron-barreled gun can be bought, even 100 could be. Let's be friends, my name is Lailea. Thank you, my name is Guang Xu. I know, you just said that. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. I'm also very happy to cooperate with you, Boss Lai. After all, he trapped me today. I must find a chance to return it tenfold another day. Get the newly released iron-barreled rifle and 60 bullets, along with some additional supplies. Thank you, Boss Lai. You're welcome. The old man spoke while looking at the mushroom in his hand, very satisfied. Indeed, good things are often hidden near bullet holes. Guang Xu wrapped the gun in his hand with a piece of cloth. After all, this thing is quite eye-catching. It's better to avoid attracting others' attention. The money mentioned earlier was also delivered. Usually, very few people can get money from my hands. You are an exception. Haha, it seems I'm really lucky. But I hope your luck can continue. After all, our cooperation has just begun. Everyone knows that green ear mushrooms grow near rat holes. Just hearing about that already creeps me out. He is right, there's no mistake about it. Only God knows how many mutant leeches are actually in that filthy hole. Moreover, the most dangerous thing is that normal firepower cannot deal with them, due to their extremely thick skin. Even more frightening is their terrifying regenerative ability and vitality. Even if they are cut apart, they can split into two individuals after a short time, let alone when small holes are made in their bodies. It doesn't make any difference at all. As for setting them on fire, not to mention whether it can be ignited or not, even if it is set on fire, they will be burned to ashes along with valuable items, resulting in a far greater loss than gain. Guang Xu has one more piece of news for you. At the end of the month, I will come here again. It will also be the last time this year. I hope by then I can meet you along with 20 pounds of green ear mushrooms. As for those 20 pounds of green ear mushrooms, I'll charge you 2,000 coins. You can place an order with me. There's no need to pick up what others left behind. How will I know what goods you have? This merchant wants to trick me again. When he heard you say that, he snapped his fingers and someone below immediately brought up a tablet. There's a picture on it, feel free to choose. Looking through the items, there's an astronaut helmet for 50 coins and a bulletproof vest for 600 coins. This merchant really has many good items. There's also night vision goggles for nighttime use. Do you know how to use a tablet? Then I don't need to show you anymore. I guarantee the goods are exactly like in the pictures. They are absolutely top quality. Guang Xu's eyes suddenly widened. This is a generator, a wood-powered generator of 10 kilowatts. It generates electricity by burning wood and costs 1,200 coins. This is an exoskeleton item for External Force Area 1. It provides basic defense functions, can enhance the body's movement capabilities, and can help navigate complex terrain. The price is 800 coins. Have you made your selection? I've made my choice. Can you take a look and see if it's okay? Oh, your judgment is good. Although Area 1 is basic, it's one of the most useful models. As for the generator, if you're worried about running out of power, why not buy more power sources? I have a trade-in service that is very cheap. A chemical energy battery comes with 150 coins, and trading for a more expensive battery won't cost you more than 1,000 coins. The exoskeleton can also be worn under your clothes, and the generator is not something an ordinary scavenger like you can afford. Where do you plan to put it? Don't worry, I'm not taking it back to Yan City. Guang Xu thought, needing to dispel his concerns first. Forget it, forget it. How you deal with it is none of my business. Even if you say I sold it to you, I won't admit it. In the end, the one who's unlucky is still you. It's getting late. See you next time. Guang Xu silently cursed. Well done, you shameless merchant. Wait a minute. I want to ask, the items I just ordered are all 20% off, right? Haha, if only you could see that they are already discounted. Guang Xu raised his middle finger affectionately, bidding farewell to the merchant group. Damn it. Let's see how I deal with those annoying merchants in the future. It was getting dark, and returning to the hangout was very dangerous, so he thought it would be better to head back to the tent and sleep for a night. On the way, he passed by a stall where quite a few people were gathered. Soap in Jushi City only has 30 bars left. Spend 3 coins to buy a bar, and you can wash away the smell on yourselves. Rounding Farms cooking oil, 10 coins per liter. If you think it's too expensive, you can find someone to share. Show me. I want a bar of soap. Do you have coarse salt? I want soaking medicine. We have both coarse salt and medicinal herbs. I'm dead tired. Everyone choose for yourselves. I'm taking a break. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, silencing the crowd. Under the order of the great town chief, stand straight in front of me. By the end of the month, each household needs to submit 100 pounds of firewood and 2 hides. You all need to spread the word to everyone. You residents of the town, listen up. Among the crowd, a few people murmured quietly. Orders have been issued in August and September every year. How are we going to survive this winter? But if we don't pay up, we'll be chased away. Where are we supposed to find shelter this winter? Forget it. At least we still have some freedom compared to Brow Farm. It seemed that the town chief aimed to collect some money before the last group of merchants arrived this year, holding onto supplies that could be exchanged for a comfortable life. But this had nothing to do with him. After all, before winter arrived, he would leave this place. As Guang Xu was walking close to home, he heard Xiao Yu arguing with a little boy. "Trash kid, get out of the way." "I'm not moving. The leader asked me to help him take care of the house." What's there to see in a dead person's house? This kid's name was Wang Defu, the third son of the Wang family. Hearing this, Xiao Yu became very angry and shouted, "He's not dead. He's not dead. He's not dead, you. Stop lying. That person hasn't come back for 4 to 5 days. Aren't you from the Wang family wanting to divide it? I don't plan to take it all by myself. How about this? The beams of the house and this door belong to me. The rest you can take away." Xiao Yu pointed her finger directly at him and scolded, "Get lost." This made him very angry. "Son of a bitch, if you don't want to get beaten, disappear right now." I'm not leaving." "Do you dare to hit someone, huh? What's stopping you? Your dad and your 2 brothers are still out and haven't come back. What are you afraid of?" Guang Xu timely stepped in to intervene. "Who just said I was dead? You are still alive." Xiao Yu was happy again as soon as she saw this face. "Brother Guang." She hurriedly boasted that the kid came yesterday. "He wants to tear down your house and now he wants to beat me." "Oh, is that so? Thank you for keeping an eye on the house for me. But with me here, no one can bully you, so don't worry. And you kid, do you plan to go by yourself or do you want me to escort you?" "Wang Defu, are you still standing there because you want me to escort you?" The kid turned pale with fear. Aye. Guang Xu gently reached behind him as if to pull out a metal pipe. This action frightened the child even more, causing him to back away continuously. Aye. Wang Defu is so scared that I might wet my pants. I will run really fast. You all just wait. I will definitely tell my older brother and my father about this. Xiao Yu next to him looked like a weak little bird. "Brother, thank you." Guang Xu quickly avoided. "It's nothing, just helping each other a bit." "Why does she keep staring at me like that?" Could it be? He took out a lollipop and said, "I've been bothering you these past few days." "Not bothering. Thank you for the lollipop." Xiao Yu couldn't wait and hurriedly peeled off the outer layer. "Anyway, I don't have anything else to do. When you go out, I can help you at home." I think you want to eat the lollipop more, but you are quite brave, so 1 lollipop is worth it. In the distance, 3 figures suddenly returned with a loud male voice that startled the girl. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing over there?" "Oh no, my dad and brothers are back. Let me introduce them briefly. From left to right, they are Yu Song, Yu Ho, and Yu Lao." The girl hurried back quickly, making Guang Xu feel a bit awkward. Could it be that the Yu family doesn't want her to get to know us? It can't be that serious, right? Earlier, Yu Ho often took the initiative to talk to me. As the Yu family passed by, one person suddenly stopped next to him and turned to face Guang Xu. It was Yu Ho, the second son of the Yu family. "I haven't seen you in days. I thought you were dead." "Holy shit, this apocalypse gang thinks others are dead at the slightest slip-up." It seemed your intuition isn't very accurate." "Oh, you're right. My intuition is indeed a bit off. By the way, the town chief has just issued a mobilization order requiring each household to submit 1,900 pounds of firewood and 2 square meters of animal hide. There are 3 people in my family, so we have to submit 300 pounds of firewood and 6 square meters of animal hide. What about that?" "I heard about it on my way back as well. Let me explain. To get about 6 square meters of animal hide, you would need to kill around 4 to 5 mutated hyenas. Have you thought of how to obtain the hides, Guang? Or should we head to the northern forest to try our luck? The Lai family said there are signs of a migrating herd of deer there. If we catch 2, we'll not only get the hides, but also some meat." Guang Xu politely refused. "No need. I can think of my own way." In his mind, he had considered that they wanted to head north for hunting. Linghu Swamp Park is where our base is located to the north and west. Hopefully, they won't run into each other at that time. "Brother Guang, I can tell you are a brave person, but even if you are skilled, doing things alone has its limits. That brat from the Wang family dares to bully you because his family has a lot of power. How about this? My sister will be old enough to marry next year, and if you're in a hurry, we can hold the wedding tonight." Holy shit, these post-apocalyptic people, is there anyone normal? That's not necessary. Thank you. With that said, Guang Xu rushed back into the house. Yu Hao scratched his head, unsure of where he went wrong. What a pity. If he could father a boy with my sister, perhaps the Yu family could have a great figure like Charlie. I need to keep thinking of new ways. In the eyes of those living in Wai Yan, anyone who comes out of a refuge is very useful. Charlie helped the town chief with everything, so he became a significant figure in their eyes. Guang Xu was frightened by those words and gasped for breath. Damn, are they crazy? Wanting me to marry a Lolita? Imagine number one, huh? Good morning, my dear husband. Head, do you want to have breakfast first or take a shower first? Or should we eat right away? Just thinking about this made Guang Xu blush. No, even when Xiao Yu reaches marriageable age, I still can't accept it. The next day outside the nursing home, freshly cut wood will crack and warp if not properly treated. So how should it be treated? There are many methods, such as drying the moisture in the wood or painting both ends to allow the wood to dry naturally. Soaking it in water is also an option, but taking it out can be quite troublesome. I hope it won't rain the next few days. All wood collected in the past 2 days has been cut into pieces, and it can be used to build the northern and western walls of the nursing home. The only problem is that this wood has not been treated, and after a few rainstorms, it might rot. The future is still long, said the handsome brother May thoughtfully. He suddenly thought of something quite interesting. If not, let's use cement as building material. Cement, where will we get that from? There's a lot of concrete waste in this wasteland. Even in the nursing home, there's quite a bit. That makes sense. These broken concrete blocks can't be used directly, but if we mix them with cement and use some steel bars to secure them and build simple concrete structures, it should be fine. Even if it's a low-quality project, it's still much better than wood. However, to utilize this concrete waste, cement is needed first. To make cement, in addition to enough coal, a furnace capable of withstanding temperatures up to 1450 degrees is required. At that moment, the other two returned. Hey, we're back. We have an important discovery. There is a river to the east of Linghu that is not on the map, which may have formed 200 years ago. We've explored the entire shoreline from east to south. While speaking, he threw the bucket in his hand to the ground. Wait a moment, I'll get the map for you to see. The diagonal lines indicate the activity range and nests of mutant species, while the circles indicate relatively safe points. And what's in this bucket? Is it cement? We found this by the river. Yishi initially thought he would find a beautiful NPC taking a bath, but all that was found was this pile of mud. Kuang Feng is much more reliable. He's the one who figured out that this mud could be used as construction material, so he brought it back. Lao Bai sat down, looked at the buckets, and said, "Let me take a look first. This cannot be used as construction material. It will wash away with water, but this is something good. Our furnace is already capable of producing it." A furnace? Yes, Lao Bai and I are discussing and planning to make cement. Do you think we can manage it? Why not? Don't forget that we're in a game. This is a completely realistic game. Nothing is beyond imagination or impossible to do. Let's get started. This little bit of mud isn't enough to build a furnace. Go get a few more buckets. Understood, all right. Lao Bai was working at the construction site, and the arrangement for everyone to move the bricks was anything but ambiguous. That's professional. Hey, bro, let's continue chopping trees here. All right, I'm all set. Come on, we need to give the administrator a surprise. Surprise, surprise. The scene shifts to a dense forest. A scream rings out. Help, help us. There's a mutated two-headed bear frantically chasing after two players. Lao Bai, save me. The other two reacted to the scream and turned back, grimacing immediately. At that moment, unfortunately, one person tripped. It was Kuang Feng. He's done for. Hey, bro, hurry up and crawl. But the bear behind had immediately dashed forward, leaving no chance for survival. Guang Xu startled awake, his arm instinctively reaching for the iron gun. It turned out to be just a nightmare. He was still in his cabin in Huaiyan town, suddenly dreaming about those bloodsuckers. Thanks to the 4 players, the food he had saved up over the past 5 months was nearly depleted. He wondered how they were doing now. Even though Xiao Q was at the base, he still felt uneasy. There was a knock at the door. "Brother, it's Xiao Yu from next door. Are you home? Is something wrong? It's so early for you to be here." Guang Xu opened the door and stepped outside to see. "What's the matter, Xiao Yu?" The girl took out a cookie and smiled. "Brother, I have a gift for you. Can I give this to you?" He found it a bit strange, but accepted it. Suddenly, the girl gestured for him to come closer. "Brother, let me tell you a secret. This cookie is from my second brother. He told me to say that this is a cookie I made for you myself." "I see. How naive. I didn't expect you ho to play this trick. Why did you tell me this secret?" "Hey, because I didn't want to trick you." "Hey, stranger, do you also want to go hunting?" Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yu quickly hid behind Guang Xu. "No, it's not good. That's Wang Defu and his brother. Don't be afraid. Come into my house first." The tall, strong man, with his head covered, was indeed Wang Defu's brother, the eldest son of the Wang family. Hey, don't die outside, or this house will become mine." The person behind grabbed the boy's shoulder to hold him back. "Enough with the chatter. Understood, understood, big brother." He walked past Guang Xu, brushing his shoulder against him. Both sides frowned and exchanged glances. Guang Xu sensed that this person was not easy to deal with at all. He turned back to Xiao Yu and said, "All right, it's fine now. I'll go outside." "Okay, be careful. Xiao Yu will keep an eye on the house and wait for you to come back." "Thank you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but pat the head of this adorable little girl. Actually, Xiao Yu is a good girl. She's just too young right now. At least 2 more years. Then her imagination will start to develop. Let's wait until she grows up and we'll figure it out later. Hunting parties in this town seemed to happen almost every day. It was dangerous work, but provided the scarce opportunity to make money here. Guang Xu headed to old Shao Li's shop. "Here are 21 coins. I need 7 pounds of green barley. Also, how many coins can I exchange for tobacco leaves for preserving meat? 1 coin for 100 grams, so give me 400 grams. The tobacco leaves from Brow Farm are rich in compounds like aldehyde, VHC, and BA. With them, even without salt, the shelf life of the meat can be extended for several months. Supplies are running low, but now that we have guns, hunting will be easier than before. A lot of the excess meat will be preserved for winter. Here are 7 pounds of green barley. If you want to check, go ahead." "That's right. I remember a few days ago you just bought 5 pounds of green barley. Is there a problem?" Old Man Lai shrugged. "It's nothing. It's good to stockpile a little more." Guang Xu was suddenly startled. He had been careless. During this time, he hadn't sold any useful waste, but he had bought a large amount of supplies 2 times in a row. Once the town chief compared the reports, it might raise suspicions that he was forming a faction against him. If things went wrong, it could lead to a disaster. At such times, one can't help but feel envious of the protagonists in post-apocalyptic stories. It looks so cool to be able to run through the ruins even while carrying a lot on their backs. It turns out reality is not that easy. Carrying these heavy things makes it nearly impossible to even move. "I'll go ahead." But looking like this, it seems you need a cow." "Ha ha ha, a cow? Honestly, these items are quite heavy. I wonder if that 2-headed cow of lies is for sale." "Guang Xu, be careful on your way. I know I need to leave here quickly. Although Charlie is very nice to me, he is one of the town chief's people." Returning to the vicinity of the refuge, pillars of smoke could be seen rising from afar. "Everyone look! The manager is back." Guang Xu's face was filled with fear. What is this? The task board probably doesn't have a task for building kilns. Fang Chang quickly welcomed the manager. "Great, you're finally back. I've been busy outside all night. How's everything here? Have you encountered any mutant species or other survivors?" "We haven't encountered anything, but we built a few clay kilns here. We can create raw cement materials. First, the bark is burned to ash, then water is added and stirred, filtering out the potassium water from the top layer. The remaining sludge is pressed to obtain calcium hydroxide and calcium carbonate. Finally, the materials are put into the kiln, smelted and fired until they turn orange-red, then mixed with sand to obtain the finished product. Adding water and mixing will yield plant-based cement." Guang Xu let out an uddle in his heart. Previously, he had attempted to mix plants with sludge, but the result was useless. It turned out to be the wrong method. No wonder he couldn't do it before. "We plan to repair the walls of the care facility with cement. By the way, you've also collected the filtered potassium water into storage tanks. This can be used for leather, very useful." "Aha! You all did a great job, damn. What should I think of as a reward this time?" Fang Chang's eyes were shining with the continuation of civilization. "It is our honor to share your concerns." "Ha ha! This time the goodwill has definitely increased. Over the past few days, your progress in developing the genetic artificial intelligence has also increased by 1%. Yi Shi ran over and hugged Fang Chang tightly. "Great, we said we would form a team, but in the end, you took all the credit for yourself. That's not right, young man. You can't take all the achievements and credit of the team." "Not at all. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean that. All right, everyone has worked hard, so I will reward you with more assistance. It seems that physical tasks like chopping wood will be more beneficial for improving the player's strength. Should we arrange for a few strong players to help out?" Yi Shi suggested. "Administrator, we definitely need a female member." The other 2 companions also agreed. If possible, she should be young and beautiful. "You youngsters don't understand. You need to have good health to work effectively." Guang Xu couldn't speak anymore. He could only nod. "I will consider your proposal. Keep up the hard work. Rest assured it's in our hands. We shall obey your commands, Administrator. Our mission is to serve you, and this is also my declaration under the banner of our coalition." This crew really gets excited over girls like that. Have you ever seen what the coalition flag looks like to speak so confidently? The 4 young men became incredibly enthusiastic. "I will go chop wood, and you guys stay here and watch the furnace." "I'm going too. Why should I be left out? I want to go as well." Seeing the eager crowd, the capitalist felt very pleased. Let them take the lead, I should go store supplies. Now there was enough food to accommodate 1 or 2 more players. He carried the supplies down to the computer room and set them down. The system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the administrator for completing the daily mission. Wood storage, plus 2 points. Cement smelting, plus 5 points. The mission reward has been activated again. System notification. The administrator has exchanged 7 reward points for a basic gift box. Exchange process is underway. Exchange successful. Let's see what this mysterious gift box contains this time. 5 lollipops. Description. Fruity flavored lollipops. You can add a little sugar. A chocolate bar. Description. Net weight 200 grams provides the necessary energy for the body. A bag of table salt. Description. Net weight 500 grams. High quality salt that regular survivors cannot normally buy. I wish there were more. Half a kilogram of salt can be used for cooking, making smoked meat or sausages. But if exchanged for refined salt, it can be worth at least 20 or 30 times the amount of coarse salt. No. Salt is the second highest profit-making item in this era, just after weapons. Without enough strength, wanting to trade in this is a bit unreasonable. First, let's build a good infrastructure. Checking the messages in the group, they are very lively. Quit smoking. Why are there so many new people in the group all of a sudden? Put trash in the bin. Everyone, can I ask what you think of this game? Is it expensive? Quit smoking account. Damn, are all of you here because of Wasteland Online? Yishi also joined in, sending a smiling face icon. The group's name is definitely called the Useless Online Players Group. One sword to become famous. This game doesn't cost money. You just need to register an account and fill out a form to queue. Whether you are selected or not depends on luck. Quit smoking. Brother Yishi, why weren't you online last night? Was there any new content tested? Me. I worked as a carpenter for 1 day and a mason for 1 night. What is a mason? Semitic, right? You can ask Fang Chang. I have to go to class now. Talk later. Throw the trash in the bin. I thought you guys were garbage collectors. Guang Xu read through it. The new faces in the group don't seem impressive, even though those 4 are trying to sell themselves. Fang Chang just sent a like. Honestly, this game is no different from reality. For example, synthetic coal cannot be created with just 1 click. Instead, you first need to build a coal furnace. The method of smelting is basically the same as in reality. Handsome Ma is also participating in this game. What annoys me the most is that all materials have to be made by hand, with no support from machinery. In other games, you can turn on the computer and grind all night to hunt monsters. But in this game, chopping a few pieces of wood can make you dead tired. Guang Feng, that's right, I've experienced this deeply as well. Quit smoking, Brother Guang. Pulo, I know you're watching the screen. I kneel before you. Please give me a chance. The toilet has mosquitoes. A new member says, I'm not good at cooking and kiln work, but I know a few things about wood. For instance, drying wood through condensate filtration like burning wood can yield acetic acid and acetone. Below is a table of substances obtained from different types of wood. Guang Xu was surprised. Oh, the person named the toilet has mosquitoes seems to know quite a lot of interesting things. Ethanol and methanol go without saying. Acetone is a good substance that can be used to make smokeless gunpowder. Quick, check it out. This person knows too much. Who is he? Public information, nickname the toilet has mosquitoes, along with comments. Category, empty, male, age, empty, born on August 7. Information accompanied by a photo of a woodworking shop. He seems to sell furniture. Perhaps his knowledge could be applied to the current pile of wood. Guang sent a message. Hello, are you interested in joining the game? A code line was transmitted by the computer system to Earth and a phone rang. The man in front was the account holder of the toilet has mosquitoes. He turned on the phone and replied to the message. May I ask, who are you? I am the planner of the game Wasteland Online. You can call me Guang. Holy shit, the game planner is here to find me? I'm very interested, but how can you prove that you are the game's planner? Guang sent a link. Click on the link above and you will get the answer. Is this game paid? Are you still there? You look at the phone, feeling quite excited. Maybe give it a try. Although there are many scams online these days, what if this game is real? Guang Xu sat in front of the screen, happily engaged in his calculations. On the other side, their excitement was palpable. I've made a reservation already. Is there any other procedure? No, just send me the reservation number and I will mark it backstage for you. 3 days later, at the online time, I will notify you. Now we have carpenters. What talents are still lacking in our future? The group chat started buzzing again. The toilet has mosquitoes joined the group to boast. Ha ha ha. Everyone, I've qualified to participate in the beta test. The smoker reacted. Damn, shit, Ashol. Based on what? I clearly made the reservation first. Woohoo. Ha! This person gets qualified and brags everywhere. It seems I can't stay silent any longer. I need to find a way to calm down the aggressive people in the group. Guang sent a message to the group. Everyone be patient. The beta test is for all of your gaming experiences. At this stage, we need to check if the various systems of the game are complete. Therefore, we need some players with knowledge in particular fields for the experiment. The smoker exclaimed, I can also be a guinea pig. I have 7 years of driving experience. Someone else laughed. 7 years of driving experience is still lacking. I even drive an excavator. Stop arguing. Don't you realize that the account The Toilet has mosquitoes just joined the group yesterday? Perhaps that's a secondary account of the manager. It's truly an immersive virtual reality game. Garbage. Everything is fake. It doesn't seem to be a secondary account. Brother Guang, I kneel and beg you for a chance. Guang Xu reassured. Everyone stay calm, just wait a few more days. In a few days, there will be hundreds of roles released. Trust me, everyone will have a chance. What if we release a few more trial version roles? After all, there are about 10 kilograms of food supplies in the base. If we have guns, we can go hunting immediately. Adding 2 more pairs of chopsticks shouldn't be a problem. That's right, even if there is food, we still need someone to take care of it. Therefore, we are still short a chef. Guang has sent a message to the group. Right, we are still short of a chef to test the cooking system. Choose me, choose me. I can stir-fry a table of 7 dishes with my eyes closed. Let's learn to cook together. My family has been chefs for 3 generations. If we're serious about eating, bad cooking is inherent. Freeloader, my pork belly is crispy and not burnt, tender, but not greasy. Don't be enamored with him so much. My family is a professional in traditional cuisine. Theoretically, I can cook any dish. Too many options. Who should we choose? At the beginning of this year, who doesn't know how to cook? The important thing is whether it's delicious or not. Isn't it all about the skill? Oh, we have one already. Eggs and tomato sauce. Make way, new chef. I'm here. It's him. The capitalist has arrived. The 3rd floor of the operations center is deserted. Xiao Qi is rushing quickly to find Guang Xu. Hu, master. You finally came to find me. What happened to you that you were in such a hurry? Xiao Qi only has 1% battery left. I thought it was something serious. Wait, I'll find a charging place for you. Where is it now? I have a wireless charging port on me, so I can return to the shelter and stay there for a while. No wonder I couldn't find an outlet in the shelter. The computer doesn't have a server, and the desk never runs out of battery. So it's wireless charging. Let's go. I'll take you to charge. That's right, master. What's wrong? I suddenly remembered that the power system of the shelter seems to be powered by the core of a nuclear fusion reactor. What? You mean nuclear fusion? Yes, because the electricity inside lasts a very long time. Guang Xu's smile is gradually losing its humanity. Oh, is that a good thing? I need to find a way to steal electricity from inside. But right now, the situation doesn't look very promising. It's now the year 2340. Considering the year the shelter was built, it's been a long time, huh? If that's the case, what happens when the electricity runs out? Xiao Qi doesn't know. Don't know? You're saying you don't know? Here's according to the plan, this shelter was supposed to be open 100 years ago, but for some reason, it was delayed by an entire century. In fact, there's no need to be too pessimistic. The power room of shelter 404 is likely on the 3rd floor of the bunker. As long as you can unlock that floor and replace the fuel rods in time, it will be fine. Damn easy to say, but where can I find the fusion fuel rods around here? All right, hurry up and charge the battery. We'll deal with this issue later. Thank you, master. See you again. There shouldn't be too many problems with the power supply in the short term. Although opening the shelter has been delayed for a century, after all, there hasn't been any work done in the past century, so this place is probably running in energy-saving mode. Maybe the remaining power can last for several decades. Compared to this, I'm more worried about the coming bitterly cold winter. I don't have much time left to prepare. Let's go check on what the chickens outside can do. Guang Xu was slightly startled. This is the 8 carbon furnaces they had built. Respected manager, you have arrived. I just went for a trip. What do you think of these things I noticed? No, it's the result of everyone's collective effort. There's no need to be humble. I can see it all. The organization will remember your contributions. Additionally, on behalf of the organization, I will reward each of you with 1,000 contribution points to commend your unlocking of the cement construction materials. From now on, you are the team leader for the construction of Shelter 404. Bonus contribution points of 1,000. As for the shelter, you can freely use your creativity to design and build. The only requirement is to meet the deadlines and stay within the planned boundaries. Honorable great manager, I will definitely do my best to build our house. Yishi was beside himself with jealousy. Damn it. Why did he receive an additional reward? Spirit is very good. Now I need you to tell me your plan. Yes, esteemed manager. After going offline yesterday, I conducted practical research on the cement industry. The uncle at the construction site said that adding iron powder to cement can create stronger and more durable cement, and they are everywhere in our area. So I mixed the rust I found with charcoal, using charcoal as a reducing agent, and produced iron powder. The iron powder produced was fired together with cement for the plant. In the end, we obtained super durable cement. We can now produce a large quantity of cement with just a few clay kilns. Therefore, I plan to invest all the cement produced in the initial stage into building a production facility to increase cement output. That's a good idea, but how much cement can be produced just using bark? This is exactly why we need more professional cement kilns, ones that can generate temperatures up to 1450 degrees. This way we can produce calcium carbonate cement by burning limestone and clay, completely replacing plant-based raw materials. If you have considered everything thoroughly, then just do whatever you want. Yes, by the way, recently 2 members will be ending their hibernation and joining our team. I will organize a small party to welcome them, so we can bring back some game. We can't treat them to just porridge. Who wants to go hunting with me? All 4 chimed in. I'll go, pick me. We don't need that many people. Yishi, you go. You are the sensor type. That will be somewhat useful. One person's pain is another's joy. At your command, great manager. Before leaving the shelter to go hunting, Guang Xu asked Yishi to take him to the lair of the mutated leeches. This place was the same as always, wasteland and ruins. Manager, this pit is where we found those mushrooms, Yishi said. Fortunately, you hadn't gone too deep. Let's go. Our target today is not it. Manager, are we going hunting? That's right. Then why are we getting further away from the forest? Guang Xu's expression was serious as he signaled with his hand, then pulled out his gun and said, the forest is ahead. Yishi was stunned by the scene before his eyes. The outskirts of northern Qingquan City, the infrastructure here had deteriorated severely. Trees were growing everywhere. The terrain was complicated. The forest in the city, indeed. This is the real forest, Yishi thought to himself. Yishi, be careful. From here on, stay close to me. After the apocalypse erupted, this place became a paradise for fungi and plants. Wild animals also began to reclaim the city. Over time, they were influenced by 3 factors: radiation, genetic weapons, and the time for evolution, leading to mutations into aggressive individuals collectively known as mutant species. Of course, the danger here does not only come from mutant species. Yishi felt a shiver run down his spine. Is there really something as terrifying as that? But right after that, he thought of something and became excited. Finally, I get to encounter new monsters in the game. This is so thrilling. Stay close, don't get lost, Guang Xu reminded. Yes, yes. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard from a distance, causing Guang Xu to pause. This sound is. He listened carefully, then immediately gestured to the person behind him. Be careful, there's danger. Manager, what's happening? There have been signs of survivor activity nearby. Oh, survivors? Are they dangerous? They are the natives of this wasteland. Ha ha ha, I finally meet another NPC. You don't need to be that excited. This isn't something to celebrate. Why is that, manager? Because in this place, strangers are more dangerous than mutant species. Guang Xu pulled in to hide in a corner to check. Initially, he determined, the gunpowder contains a lot of sulfur, nails, and shard of pottery. This is a bomb that has already detonated. This type of weapon is likely used by mutants or predators. Ordinary survivors would not place mines near settlements. This weapon is difficult to mask from the keen sense of smell of mutant species. In other words, it is meant to deal with humans. Based on the lingering smell, the time since detonation is probably not long, at most 5 hours or even less. Yishi, when you guys came out from underground, did you hear an explosion from the east? I didn't hear anything. You stay right there and wait for me. Where you want to go? To investigate the situation ahead. Can I go with you? Guang Xu turned back and glared, his eyes filled with killing intent. You wait here. Yishi stammered. Yes, I will wait here for you. He knew very well in his heart the manager had authority. If he didn't behave well, he would really get kicked offline. Yishi obediently hid in a spot waiting. Guang Xu cautiously entered the wasteland commercial area alone. Although Guang Xu had planned to use Yishi as bait, the situation was now different. What he might face was either a predator tribe or human mutants. At this moment, the prey no longer mattered. Instead, it would alert the snake in the grass. This place was very close to the shelter, especially since those people were commencing large-scale production. The dust and noise would soon be noticed by the locals. Amid these dangers, there are always hidden threats. Once the opponent poses a danger, I won't hesitate to strike first. The mutated red-eyed rat stared at the newcomer. Guang Xu raised the iron pipe in his hand. A bunch of clueless ones. Guang Xu activated the massacre mode, sending the whole group away in one go. There are just over 20 here. It seems this isn't a rat nest. More would make dealing with these things difficult. Guang Xu climbed up to the roof of the building for a wider view. Shortly after he got up there, he discovered that it was a camp-like area surrounded by fences and watchtowers. Survivor outposts are roughly divided into two types. One is those who live directly in houses that weren't destroyed before the war, and the other is starting from scratch in wasteland or open spaces, depending on the surrounding conditions. The people who built this wooden hut can only be mutants with an average height of 2 meters and a weight of over 150 kilograms. They eat everything, not just mushrooms and fruits, but even the flesh of mutant mice and snakes. Of course, their favorite dish is still human flesh, which was once their kind. Guang Xu further noticed a figure on top of a nearby high-rise building. Indeed, just as he thought, a bow and arrow slung over his shoulder, with a body clad in armor. This is a mutant guard. If he and Yi Shi had continued forward just now, at most they would reach the intersection and be ambushed by the mutant guards. Damn, there are so many obstacles that it's basically impossible to see how many people are inside. Looking at the scale of this camp, there must be about 20 to 30 mutants. A small mutant dwelling. These people are not easy to provoke. A ting sound echoed in his head. An announcement board suddenly appeared in front of him. What a coincidence, a mission is issued now. Mission to eliminate the mutant tribe on Road 76. Reward 200 mission points. Son of a bitch, accepting a mission like this is like wanting me not to live too long. Is this system really not a death-seeking system? It clearly wants me to go and face death by fighting the mutants. But this time there might not be nothing to gain. At least it confirms that missions can be activated outside of the shelter. Why can't I open the system anymore? It seems like the system can only be accessed near the shelter, but missions can be triggered anywhere outside the shelter. Nonetheless, this reward of 200 points is somewhat tempting. After observing carefully, Guang Xu ultimately chose to go down. The task of summoning 100 players only gave 100 points, but this reward gave 200 points. Obviously, this task was not easy to accomplish. Yi Shi followed, currently so tired that he could hardly breathe, but still curiously asked, "Manager, what exactly did you see?" "What I saw was a camp of mutants. Are we just going to ignore them and move on? If we don't, how will we fight them? If we lose, we'll be thrown into a pot of oil and become their dinner. Think with your head. We only have one gun, and here I am the only one who can fight." Yi Shi then realized that he hadn't thought of that before. He had only thought that mutants were NPCs in this game, but hearing the manager say that, it seemed that mutants were indeed hostile forces. Moreover, they also ate people, which was quite scary. Let's hurry up. Provoking those things now is not a good idea. We need to prepare better, focus our strength to eliminate them once and for all. Damn it, this mutants camp really chose a good spot. They are right on Route 76, across from the east gate of the park. No matter what, we have to be careful. On the way, the two passed by a place that looked like a construction site before the apocalypse. Guang Xu noticed, "Isn't this limestone?" "Yes, it really is limestone. An unexpected harvest. Refining all this limestone into cement to build 2 buildings is not an issue. Just mark this spot. As long as Lao Bai unlocks the technology for calcining calcium carbonate cement, they won't have to worry about finding cement materials anymore." Outpost Shelter 404, 3 p.m. The supervisor is back. "Esteemed manager, what are these two?" "They are mutated hyenas, enough for us to have a few meals. But more important than eating, I have some important news to share. There's good news and bad news." "What's the good news?" "The good news is that there's an unfinished construction site in the northeast of Low Ground Park along Highway 3 to the north. We found a lot of limestone there. It must have been desulfurized. Also, there are some abandoned carts that need repairs and can be put back into use." "That's great then." Lao Bai exclaimed, "I was worried about not finding raw materials to produce calcium carbonate cement. I didn't expect the issue to be resolved so quickly." "Manager, what about the bad news?" "The bad news is that the eastern gate of Low Ground Park, continuing along Route 76, is the base of the mutants. Preliminary estimates suggest there are more than 20 mutants." Yi Shi recounted fearfully. "Mutants are an opposing force. Their combat power is very strong. The key point is they eat human flesh. We need to be cautious." Yi Shi is not wrong. Mutants are not something we can handle right now. The weakest among them is at least level 10. Contacting them carelessly will not yield any results and might expose our location. From now on, everyone is prohibited from approaching Route 76. Even going out from the eastern gate of Low Ground Park is not allowed, at least until this threat is dealt with. Dear esteemed manager, we should first think about how to handle these 2 hyenas. Although I have eaten this dish before, I always bought it from the barbecue stand in Huayan Town. I have never cooked it myself. Months ago, I mainly earned coins by picking up garbage and had little hunting experience. I have only heard that freshly caught prey needs to have its blood drained, otherwise the meat will be gamey. How to process it specifically, I am not sure. Suddenly, Guang Feng raised his hand. Esteemed manager, is there something wrong? Can you give me some blood from the prey? Blood? What do you need that for? I want to test some hypotheses, so I need it. Upon hearing this, Guang Xu immediately drew his knife, cut off a leg of the hyena, and handed it over. Here, take it. This action startled Guang Feng internally, almost giving him a shock, but he maintained his composure on the outside. Thank you. The kilns have been in operation from morning until late evening, never resting. Lao Bai works very hard. It seems that his role as construction team leader has greatly boosted his work ethic. Esteemed manager, here you are. Esteemed manager, under your wise guidance, the cement kiln at the outpost has basically been completed. When the cement dries tomorrow, we can start firing the first batch. Very good. Lucky to have you all. We are taking one step closer to our great goal, which is to revive the Human Alliance. I hope you all continue to make an effort. The organization will remember your contributions. Yes, my lord, I swear to do my best. So I will go back to work now. Guang Xu looked increasingly satisfied with his appearance. I've become more skilled at drawing cakes lately, but the players don't seem to care about my cake drawings. It seems they have found new joy in rebuilding their homes. To put it bluntly, aren't those farm games the same? Watching the house gradually improve is part of the fun. Haha! Of course, I'm very happy that the players can enjoy it. The shelter is now too poor, so I can't give them any substantial rewards. I can only draw cakes for now and give out currency made of air or something. After dealing with the issues of the people in this wasteland, it's time to assess the situation of the people on Earth. First, let's see how the group is doing. As soon as I opened the chat log, Yishi's message immediately caught my eye. Mutants, new force update. The manager encountered a mutants base on Route 76, confirming that the mutants are the opposing force. Are these players too enthusiastic? Already bragging in the group as soon as they went offline. Newbie 10,000 years, mutants? What do they look like? Batman, why hasn't the official website updated yet? Freeloader, there's an opposing force now. They must be about to increase the number of players. I'm waiting for the beast transformation to happen. John Wick, I want to play so much. These people being so enthusiastic is quite nice. More and more people are rushing to register. Yishi, I don't know exactly what it looks like, and I've never seen it, but don't worry. The official website will definitely update information about the mutants. I'm also waiting for news here. Quit smoking. Where are the other three? Why are you the only one online today? I don't know. The silver-haired guy seems to be researching cement. Guang Feng must have classes in the morning, and I have no idea about Fang Chang. But this guy is always very mysterious. Handsome Ma has banned the girl public enemy from chatting 10 times a night for a minute. Try calling me the silver-haired guy again. The sword of the lower class. Ha ha ha. That ban is great. The toilet has mosquitoes is getting excited. In 2 more days, I'll be able to join the test. Egg tomato sauce, count me in. Quit smoking. Let's ban these 2 bragging dogs as well. So annoying. I clearly made the reservation first. Ha ha ha. What are you proud of? Let whoever buries them do it. It's really hopeless. A pained expression of a young girl. Guang Xu read these lines and smiled wryly. Even now, there are still some people in here who do not believe in the existence of a fully immersive virtual reality online game. Wait a minute, Fang Chang hasn't appeared in the group yet. Where did he run off to? That's right, check the official website forum where all the active users are. Fang Chang is currently in that forum. The forum has a new post indeed. It's the post from Fang Chang. This person is quite professional. Fang Chang's updates are timely and attract many viewers. Title of the post: Why is the game in open beta yet? This game is very real, and I hope it will be published as a comic. Update announcement for version 1.01 about the 3rd trial version experience. Coal has provided us with a large amount of coal, and with the successful firing of cement for the plants, we have built a larger cement kiln. Under the leadership of Old Bai, if tomorrow's test firing is successful, we will have more reliable building materials to construct houses and bases. I must admit, the production team of this game has given me an experience that no other game on the market has provided. Especially when the cement kiln is completed, the sense of achievement that comes with it is truly addictive and inescapable. Today, there isn't much content to test, mainly testing the game's physical and chemical systems regarding cement crafting. However, noteworthy is that today the manager revealed to us that there is a tribe of mutants at the end of Route 76, confirmed to be an opposing force. All players need to be careful to avoid them. The manager has not disclosed any further information about the mutants. As of now, there are no updated images of the mutants on the official website. Perhaps the storyline hasn't reached that point yet. If there is any new information, I will post it as soon as possible. I also hope everyone continues to follow this post. Like for the person who wrote this post. So well written, so amazing. The game seems fun, right? Amazing. Fang Chang is awesome. That's it. I can record loyal users with ideas on the forum, and when recruiting new players, prioritize them. Busy all day, and now it's time to reap the rewards. System, come here. Today, I completed quite a fewer tasks, right? Just chopping trees and killing mutant species. A little bit of reward points like that doesn't compare to directly opening a mystery gift box. Let's open it and try our luck. What is this? What number is this? 5 lollipops, 2 big ones, 3 small ones. Holy shit. System, my 6 points exchanged for all this candy. Are you kidding me? Wait a minute. What the hell is this? Glow of the dark candy? This one's very powerful at first glance. Just looked at it for a moment. Guang Xu was startled. Chocolate-flavored lollipop. Increases power by 10% for 10 hours. Yeah, my dying system finally gave me something useful. But does eating this really give a 10% increase? Is this a hack? But to be honest, what is this sweet candy or a stimulant? Ting ting. This candy increases stats by 10% for 10 hours without side effects. Please rest assured, the effect of an increase of 10% seems quite good. And it lasts for a full 10 hours, a crucial moment for any achievement. It changed the tide of battle. But eating candy while fighting, am I supposed to ask my opponent to stand still while I eat? Damn, never mind, let's just take it. Having one more trump card in hand is a good thing. Early the next morning in the Wasteland world, 4 players gathered together to work. We're back. Let's gather all the materials. This time we can make cement. Great. First, crush the limestone. This step is also the most labor-intensive. Then mix the iron filings with the clay mixture. Let's mix it together. Finally, raise the temperature in the furnace to 1450 degrees Celsius for firing. Guys, let me take a turn. I'm turning it. I'm turning it. Make the fire burn stronger. Wait, something seems off. Lao Bai said, how do we determine the temperature in the furnace? I don't know that. I have no clue. This plothead still has the nerve to speak. Not knowing is one thing. What now? Do you have an industrial thermometer? Just talking is useless. A fan only requires a little effort to get the job done. Ha! If only we could find a generator. Damn, this guy B has really been getting more and more pretentious since he became the construction captain. But hold on, it seems something is missing. Where have Guang Feng and Yi Shi gone? Guang Xu had just come up from the shelter when he spotted someone waiting. What do these two want? Manager, come here and see what we caught. Where have you two been? We went to the mutated leech's lair nearby. What? Didn't I say you shouldn't go there? No. We didn't go in, we just set traps nearby. That's right, sir, look, these are the baby mutated leeches. Guang Xu looked into the bucket and saw several tightly sealed glass jars inside. They contain tiny leeches wriggling around. These really are baby mutated leeches. They look quite disgusting. It's a bit interesting. How did you manage to catch them? I've never heard of anyone catching these things in town before. Although mutated insects are rich in protein, they have many parasites, making them hard to deal with. We use animal blood to lure them into the glass jars. The larger leeches can't get in, and the smaller ones can't get out. The mutated leeches probably come out at night to feed and return to their cave during the day. Except for the broken bottles, the others are all trapped in here. So that's how it is. If you need to catch leeches, this is indeed a good idea. No wonder Guang Feng asked me for raw meat yesterday. It turns out he wanted to use it to catch the mutated leeches. But what does he plan to do with these creatures? I'm not very familiar with leeches, but mutated leeches are definitely not edible. I also don't plan to research whether they can be eaten. I would directly use them for fishing. Fishing, huh? That's not a bad idea. That's right. Earlier, when I was wandering around the lake, I noticed some large black birds catching fish in the water. If there are fish, why not catch them for food? This method is excellent. I tried fishing before as well. After all, fishing is much safer than catching. But my fishing skills are hard to describe. With specialized fishing gear and bait, I still couldn't catch anything, let alone now when I have nothing. But in reality, the issue is not with me. If catching fish were that easy, why wouldn't survivors live by the lake all the time? The fish in the lake are all mutated individuals, mutant species that survive. However, with mutated leeches as bait, the story might be different. These leeches probably have some paralyzing effect. Do you guys know how to fish? No, but I'm planning to create some fish traps. Okay, if you know how to do that, then catching fish is up to you. Yes, sir, understood. Guang Xu then turned away. This task is given to them. I should also study how to preserve mutated hyena meat. Yesterday, I followed the method of the survivors in this world, crushed tobacco leaves and applied them to the meat. Then I slow cooked it over a fire to draw out all the moisture, waiting for the treatment to penetrate the fat of the meat, eliminating microorganisms and parasites. But when I smelled it, it seemed a bit rotten. I even thought I was smelling it wrong. Under normal circumstances, using this method for smoking will have a slight nicotine flavor. The surface will be the burnt yellow of hot oil. The pieces of ham in my hands were clearly a dark red color. overcooked on the outside and raw on the inside, while also emitting a hint of a foul smell. Could this method be wrong? After some hesitation, my nose nearly went numb from the smell, and I still found it disgusting. In the end, I had to throw it away. After all, this piece of meat was not edible. It would be great to have a refrigerator right now. It would save me a lot of thought. For the sake of the generator, I must be able to obtain blue mushrooms. But now it is only the second week of September. Lilea's trade team won't arrive here until the end of September. Thinking about these matters now is useless, and we can't wait until the end of September to stock up on food. Not to mention luxury items like a refrigerator. With the economic conditions of the shelter, we can't afford it. For the next 3 days, Guang Xu went hunting from early morning, returning around noon or in the afternoon to bring back meat for the players to cook. They ate like hungry wolves. Perhaps it was because they were working hard and using a lot of energy that they continued to think about how to make smoked meat. Although there hasn't been any progress in studying smoked meat, the good news is that these newbie players are performing very well. Over 3 days, I received 7 reward points. I have accumulated 10 points, but after considering it, I decided to place all of them on the primary mysterious box. Fortunately, this time not only did I get a lollipop, but also a bottle of fish sauce, the brand of which is unknown. But in any case, it can help them improve their meals a bit. I guessed it is an improvement. They eat a lot. Life is not a dream. The 4 people here are sitting around the pot simmering on the stove. None of them is in a good mood. Eating stewed meat every day. I'm about to throw up. When I discovered that this game allows eating, I was very excited. But now I realize that just eating can be a very painful thing. Every meal consists of meat or green wheat porridge. Even if my mouth can tolerate it, my butt can't take it much longer. In general, the taste system has not yet fully developed. Otherwise, even if we use a little salt, it shouldn't taste like this. It's not salty or bland, it's just grazy and slightly bitter. It's even worse than green wheat porridge. The fishy smell is too strong. We have to add wine, onions, ginger, and garlic to eliminate the fishiness, which should help. All right, eat up. This is a wasteland world, so it's impossible to have all those ingredients. Good food will probably come later. Since he became the architectural team leader, his jerk has increasingly thought from a capitalist perspective, even proactively drawing up plans for the deer to run. But he is right. If we buy and sell, aside from salt, those other spices are considered luxury items. It's not a big deal. If we don't do it well, we might have to spend money on salt in the future. I hope the next update will include spices. I can use reward points to buy them, or I can spend real money too. I'm also thinking about how to improve the fish traps. Can accumulated points be used to buy ready-made fishing tools? The situation suddenly changed, and the conversation hit a dead end. Quickly find another topic. How is the fired cement of the 2 people going? The quality could still be better, but I feel we're getting closer to success. Is that true or fake? Don't lie to me. Of course it's true. I'm not joking. Moreover, not only cement, recently Fang Chang and I have been researching firing bricks, but it's very troublesome since we don't have molds. The shape isn't beautiful when fired, but it can still be used. Can't we use wood to make molds? Lao Bai sighed when asked that, and Fang Chang chimed in. Haha, do you think it's that simple? This is not like chopping trees. To make a perfectly square mold entirely relies on craftsmanship. I never expected that as a top-notch gamer and a strong survival master, I could build a house in the forest in just half an hour, but I was stumped by such a low-level issue in this game. Ultimately, it's because the setup in this game, Wasteland Online, is too difficult. The 2 people remained silent upon hearing this, tacitly acknowledging that Fang Chang was indeed not wrong. These past few days, I have also learned to make some traps from the Survival Master's short videos, but I still haven't caught a single fish. That's understandable. The lake is full of fish-eating birds, and the stupid fish have all been taken. The remaining fish are basically too clever to be fooled. They eat the bait and then leave. But this fish is impressive too. It has nearly eaten all my mutated leeches. Forget it. Let's just consider it as feeding it a bit more. Who knows? Maybe when the fish relax their guard, we can catch them. That's right. I've heard that 2 members are joining today. Really? I hope they are both female players to liven up the atmosphere of the team a bit. Yishi goes soft at the mention of females. Based on my sensing ability, I vaguely feel that the newcomers must be beauties. The whole room freezes together, looking in one direction. Is someone coming? Could it be? Guang Xu speaks up from the shelter. I'd like to introduce everyone to our 2 new members. Eggs and tomato sauce, and the toilet has mosquitoes. The 3 others suddenly seem to crumble. Why are they both guys? I'd like to introduce everyone to our 2 new members. Hello, nice to meet you. These 2 have really strange names. All right, everyone, let's welcome the new members. New members, yeah. Dan, another male player. When will we get a female player? So sad, so sad. The two newcomers suddenly move towards a strange smell they detect. They walk right past the pot cooking over the fire with the others. They can't stop inhaling that sensation. The aroma of meat and warmth hits their faces. Holy shit, it's so realistic. Can this pot really give a sense of flavor when eaten? At this moment, Lao Bai couldn't help but ask, right, what attributes do you two have? The toilet has mosquitoes. I am flexible. Eggs and tomato sauce. And I am physical. Is everyone eating what's in the pot? Yes, originally the administrator planned to hold a welcoming ceremony, but it probably went wrong, so he told us to eat first. You two just came in, right? Come and eat with us. The toilet that has mosquitoes looked at what was in his hands and thought, looking at this dish, it seems like toxic feces. But anyway, this is in the game. Eating a bite at most means dying and respawning. This is the first time I've had the chance to eat in a game. How can I miss it? Everyone, be natural. I toast. He took a sip and tears of emotion fell. The taste, oh my god. This game is incredibly realistic. I can actually eat it. Of course, not only can you eat, but if you don't eat, you'll get hungry and experience low blood pressure just like in reality. But on the contrary, I feel there's no need for such realism unless a female player is eating with me. Can brother Fang Chang have dinner with me? Eggs and tomato sauce, who was originally a chef, held the bowl in his hand and had been sniffing it the whole time. What is this made from? Of course it's meat. Meat? What kind of meat? Mutated jackal. Actually, we don't know if that animal is a wolf or a dog. Anyway, it's a mutated individual. At this moment, the chubby boy took a taste. His face immediately scrunched up. Why does it taste so fishy? Did everyone put blood in it? How can we know? The hunted creatures are all NPCs brought back. Lao Bai approached and spoke quietly. If you know how to cook, you can talk to the manager and negotiate a bit. As long as you have some skills, you will be valued. Is that really true? I'll give it a try later. So, can I work with woodworking? I had a woodworking. What do you mean? Woodworking. Are you saying woodworking? Do you know how to do woodworking? I do. My family sells furniture, all handmade. If anyone is interested, they can keep my contact information. I will sell at a lower price for everyone. Fang Chang and Lao Bai felt like they had struck gold and immediately pulled him along. That's great. I'm actually sure on people to make molds. Come help me out. Wait, I haven't finished my bowl of soup yet. Eat that, monkey. Wait until the afternoon for the chef to make a different pot that tastes better, right? That's right, good buddy. Listen to my advice. That stuff really doesn't taste good. We'll take you to get familiar with this game environment first. I am a BCXI is with you all. The fat guy looked at those people and felt a bit scared. The imagined image of eggs and tomato sauce, good buddy, will take you to get familiar with this game environment. Is this game usually like that? Maybe so. Generally, the content is not normal, and I think it has never appeared before. Brother Ishii, this game is too hard. Please help me. Hug me tightly. I'll take you along. Damn, why are all the answers in the form of questions? Forget it. It's not easy to get a slot for a trial game. Let's look around this place first. You have those three people. The toilet has mosquitoes was grumbling while working. You guys don't handle wood like this. Look at this spot. It's about to grow mold. I have to say the woodworking skills of this new guy are truly impressive. Is this enough? That's enough. That's enough, my friend. You've done me a big favor. No need for politeness. Just let me know if you need anything. All right, I'll remember that. I won't be polite next time for sure. Ha 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 ha. After having the mold, the two immediately got to work making bricks. After a while, they produced enough bricks to build a new kiln. The fire was quickly lit. This kiln looks pretty good. Do you think this will be a success? Be more confident. Drop the not at the end of the sentence for me. The two stood next to the kiln waiting. Fang Chang was a bit nervous. Is this really going to work? Be confident. Just leave off the last word. Let's go. Let it burn by itself. Let's go check the cement kiln over there. I feel like we're getting closer to success. Let the wind blow a little stronger this time, trying to get a bucket out before the game is off. Everything is just as Guang Xu predicted. The newbies are also making more effort. The new guys are not idle. They are starting to show their effectiveness. The fishing trap is ready for everyone. Oh my god, bro, you're so skilled. Thankfully, it's thanks to you that we could finish it. I changed the shape of the frame initially from a simple rectangular trap to a more sophisticated design using sturdy steel instead of wood, and then reinforced it into the main structure. With this upgraded fishing trap of yours, nothing stands a chance of escaping. And this is something from Yishi's imagination. Let's go. Let's catch a few fish as a test. These guys are all putting in a lot of effort. I can't just sit still. I continue to smoke some hyenas. But this has been done a few times and it still smells bad. I wonder what I'm doing wrong. Dear respected manager, may I ask what you are doing? Eggs and tomato sauce, what is he doing here? Wait a minute, if I'm not mistaken, he seems to be the newly graduated chef. Ha ha ha, let's try a bit to see how he reacts. I am studying how to smoke meat. You came at the right time. From now on, you will be the chef for this refugee camp. The situation we are facing is very serious. Besides building the infrastructure for the outpost, we also need to stockpile enough food for 100 people to prepare for the upcoming winter. I need your help, specifically you. The chummy guy recalled his life in reality. Being a chef isn't hard. After all, I was originally a chef. Before logging into the game, I had to cook a few dishes before handing the ladle back to my colleagues. I didn't expect that even in the game, I'd still have to be a chef. This is equivalent to having to work day and night, right? But what can I do for you? That's a good question. I tried making this bacon, but the results weren't ideal. I need you to solve the problem of the preserved food. I've read through your materials. The organization said you have experience dealing with food-related issues, right? I only know a little, but a game is still just a game. What I mean is, I'm not sure if my experience will be useful here, but it's okay. I need the opinion of a professional. Can you help me check what's wrong with this bacon? The fat guy looked at the leg roasting over the fire with a very frustrated expression. It would be more accurate to say the problem is everywhere than to pinpoint a specific issue. First of all, bacon should be made in a closed room. With your roasting method, even if you burned this leg, it wouldn't matter. Also, what seasoning did you sprinkle on the meat? That's tobacco leaves what? Tobacco leaves? Yes, that's right. This is an inland area and salt is very expensive. People living here use types of tobacco leaves rich in aromatic compounds and preservatives as a substitute for salt. They crush it and sprinkle it on the food, then heat it to allow the preservatives to mix with the fat on the surface. Food prepared this way will achieve anti-rotting effects. Eggs and tomato sauce sounds really weird. Is it really possible to do that? There are some aromatic compounds that can indeed help prevent food from spoiling, but I have never heard of them being used for cooking. Management, actually, even if we don't have salt, we can still make smoked meat. It just doesn't taste very good. The way you speak, I don't understand. But if food is smoked like that, it will be harmful to health. Guang Xu seems to have had his mind opened, so it can be done without salt. Let me put it this way. Microorganisms need water to survive. The essence of smoked meat is to dry out the water of the meat, and when it reaches a complete dehydration level, it can be preserved for a long time. Having salt will achieve a slightly better effect. The storage time will be longer and the taste will also be better. But if there is none, just following the right steps can also lead to success. Of course, if the food has a higher fat content, the process of dehydrating the meat will be quite troublesome. This depends on the specific type of meat, but regardless of the condition, you must do it in a closed room to achieve the final product. Guang Xu thought for a moment. If there's no need to use that strange tobacco leaf to season the food, then this is good news for the outpost. However, even if the survivors are more foolish, they have managed to survive on this barren land. By now, perhaps this survival skill is not wrong, right? Well then, no need to think anymore. If everything is to be handled by NPCs, why do we need players? He patted Fat Guy on the shoulder and praised him. Very good. This glorious and difficult task is handed over to you. Great, we've solved another problem. These chickens are indeed useful. The food issue now has a solution. Should I recruit more players to increase productivity? Putting that aside, the urgent issue now may be the construction of the outpost. Currently, there are a total of 6 players, and at this work intensity, it might not be enough to finish repairing the walls of the nursing home by the end of the month. From afar, a hurried voice suddenly called out, "Whoa, damn, we finally did it. Esteemed manager, please take a look over here. That's right, we've made cement. What do you think, honorable administrator? This is the result of our work over the past few days. Since this was a trial firing, the output isn't large. But judging by the intake volume of the cement kiln, handling half a ton a day shouldn't be an issue. Although it's not as good as professional production equipment, it can still be used reluctantly. We had to manually stir for several hours to get the temperature in the cement kiln to rise above 1450 degrees. One shovel of coal after another was added until my arms felt like they were about to fall off. Guang Xu nodded slightly. You all did very well. With this cement, we have made significant progress compared to the initial phase of the plan. The refuge will remember your contributions, and each person will receive 1,000 contribution points. 1,000 contribution points? That's amazing. Our hard work these past few days has paid off. Guang Xu continued to think about the goals. Earn 100 million and achieve financial freedom in the game. I have no intention of pursuing that any longer. I have given them a lot of currency recently. Rapid inflation will affect the longevity of the game. Perhaps we need more money-sucking items like limited edition items. VIP food packages, villas, and limited edition sports cars. The trash should take back the multiple points from them to ensure sustainability. Or maybe open up a gacha feature where one spin costs 1,000 contribution points, giving a 5% chance of unlocking a virtual girlfriend. Hey, if there's this, wouldn't we be able to suck as much as we want? Like chickens. That's right, Administrator. There is something I need to report to you. The summon has been fired, and we need more manpower to start building the station. How many people do you need? Lao Bai immediately got excited. At least 10 people, of course the more the better. The cement kiln requires manual fans which can be operated by 2 people in shifts, who will soon build a second one. So this requires a total of 4 people. We need at least 4 more people to transport stones at the site. The rest are necessary for building walls and houses. In any case, we need more than 8 people. Holy shit, this guy opens his mouth and demands up to 16 people. The rations stored at the station are only enough to feed 7 people for a week, but the demand suddenly doubled. I wonder if the logistics can handle it. If not, the whole group will be in a dire situation. Just thinking about it feels wrong. It is now the 9th and nearly a third of September has passed. If we don't work harder, it will be difficult to complete the station before winter. Okay, I understand. I will submit a request for support to the superiors. In 3 days, a group of new members will be awakened from their winter slumber to join our cause. The scene that Lao Bai and Fang Chang imagined. With such a strong workforce, this is great. We won't have to worry about lacking people anymore. With the addition of new members, our project will be much easier than now. At that point, we just need to assign tasks reasonably, start building scientifically, and complete it before winter to have it all under control. Fang Chang thought a bit more. Just as I predicted, this NPC's powers are not just those of a simple NPC. He can even influence the progression of the game. That's right, could it really be so? It's just like the fantasy background of the online game novels I've read. This game operates on a supercomputer with infinite computing power. The game company has created a framework where the worldview and content are completely generated flexibly by artificial intelligence. Exactly, if we don't do well, we will end up as useless players online. That's it. I'm really smart. Lao Bai looked at this fool who kept laughing to himself and momentarily didn't know what to say. He must have eaten too much stew. He's gone crazy. The work continued as the brute diligently carried on. The carpenter also performed his craft very well. Finally it's done, perfectly completed. The wooden toilet transformed from a tree stump is absolutely not going to give you a sore butt. Awesome, finally I won't have to squat anymore. I've been on the verge of breaking down these past few days. Guang Feng didn't know where he had run from, holding his hands behind his butt, shouting, "Please move aside, I'm about to burst." It was just at the right moment. "Oh, the luxurious wooden toilet at your service. Hurry up and give it a try." Hearing that, Guang Feng suddenly had a thought. "Isn't this a public restroom? Someone else has used it. That's too unhygienic. I can't accept that. Thank you, but I think I'll pass. I'd rather squat than sit on this. This person, even going to the bathroom in the game, gets this much attention." Just as he thought that, a loud voice called from afar. "Fried egg." He turned to see a cloud of dust approaching him. It was Yi Shi, dragging a fish larger than himself behind him. "Fried egg, we succeeded." "What is it?" "A magical fish." "Everyone, hurry over here. Hurry over." "Wait, you haven't said what that thing is yet. You still need to explain." "Hurry and see what we caught." Yi Shi threw the gigantic fish down onto the ground. 3 days, and we finally caught one. I'm so happy I could cry. Guang Feng had just resolved his discomfort and stepped out. Yi Shi? You really brought back that mutated catfish yourself? And you said it wasn't because you insisted on going back to the restroom on the way? Wouldn't it have been better to just find a hole in nature? Guang Feng blushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Eggs and tomato sauce squinted slightly. "You said that after 3 days you only caught one fish and it seems to be dead. One fish is still too little. What do you know? You're criticizing a dead fish. 3 days have passed. Do you know what I've been through these last 3 days? We've been there for 3 nights, my legs are numb, and not even a single hair has been caught. Is this new trap effective? Don't say anything more, just wait a little longer." The rope finally showed some signs of movement, which immediately drew their attention. Without hesitation, they rushed to the edge of the lake to take a look. "It's on, we succeeded. The cage is completely broken. It looks like a very big fish. Hurry, let's work together to pull in the net." The red exclamation mark appeared above Yi Shi's head again, causing him to pause. "Wait, that damn feeling is back. Be careful." From the sky, a large bird swooped down quickly to attack the 2 of them. Fortunately, Yi Shi sensed it early and hugged Guang Feng to dodge. Moreover, there was not just one bird in the sky. There were large black birds, and they were also hunting. After the large bird flew away, they quickly pulled the fish up. Unexpectedly, This fish was incredibly strong. It jumped up directly in resistance to prevent the large birds from discovering it first. They could only make it silent. It was indeed very powerful, and the two of us struggled with it for a while, but eventually we managed to bring it back. Egg fried, can you see if this thing is edible? The fat man looked at the fish in front of him, unable to hide his amazement. I have been cooking for half my life, and this is the first time I have seen such a large fried fish with my own eyes. It's great. It must weigh over 50 kilograms, and just the fish's head could fill a basin. Egg fried, can this big fried fish be smoked? Smoke it! Who would use catfish for smoking? Its fat is very thick, and the surface has a slimy substance that retains moisture, which makes it quite complicated to handle. I wonder if it could be dehydrated. So, is there a way to solve this? I haven't tried it yet. Let's give it a shot now. Damn, a fish over 50 kilograms on the grill would definitely ruin it. The aroma of the fish quickly spread through the air. Thinking it over, it seems that this is the only dish I can make. A mutated catfish head stew. Since the side dishes lack tofu, wine, onions, ginger, and garlic for removing the fishy smell, I will only use salt and soy sauce for seasoning. Everyone, please eat. Yi-Shi has been salivating ever since he smelled the aroma from the stove. It smells good, and eating it might be fine, right? The others didn't hesitate and took a sip. No one hesitated. It seems the stew has haunted them for too long. The vacant stares, the blank faces. Delicious, finally, a normal meal. Sob, sob, sob. It wasn't easy, much better than what NPCs cooked. After finishing that meal and resting for a bit, it was already 6 p.m. in the Wasteland, which is precisely 6 a.m. on Earth. All players had to go offline, and it was time for me to find some new players to help the old players. Oh, no, I should call them new players coming to help build the shelter, right? It's time for the capitalists to herd the chickens. Announcement from the publisher. A major update for the alpha version 2.0 will release an additional 24 game experience slots on the official website. The number of players allowed to test will be expanded to 30. Hey, just as predicted, the moment the new recruitment news broke, the chat group exploded. Oh shit, you guys hurry and check the official website. Are you still not giving up? What's on the website? A major update for the alpha version 2.0 will re-release 24 game experience slots. The number of testers will be expanded to 30. Oh my god, haha. Let's start with the leaks. Tell me how much. I'll see if I have enough to open a case at the police station on the ground floor. Maybe it's free. I see the announcement doesn't mention any fees. Haha, I don't believe it. This time I didn't even get in line. You're thinking too much. The pre-order number has exceeded 100. An additional 24 slots is about 1/4 to 1/5. The odds are still quite low. What, over 100 pre-orders? What the hell? Can our group have that many active players? Oh, not all of them are from our group. Last night I saw many other gaming groups discussing this game too. There are that many? Ah, I just saw it. The number of pre-orders has reached 111, damn it. Guang Xu is definitely the happiest about this. There are hundreds of people in the pre-order group. Who should I pick as the fat chickens this time? There are so many new players signing up, it's hard to choose, haha. Announcement of the updated alpha version 2 of the Wasteland ONLINE test server has resulted in an increase in the beta player count to 32. The winter expansion is coming and the game will enter winter in another 30 days. Winter will last for 60 days and temperatures will drop to -10 degrees. If players successfully endure the harsh cold, all players who achieve an average daily online time of over 4 hours during the testing period will receive the limited title, Winter Warrior. If the challenge is unsuccessful, the game server will shut down for a limited time and will be relaunched for beta testing after adjusting the difficulty settings and optimizing a more realistic physics system. There will be a richer variety of mutated creatures. The level of freedom will increase. Some bugs will be fixed, along with many other improvements. The player guide has been updated to version 2.0. Please review it in a timely manner for those players who have achieved invite status. The current reservation count is 111 people, while the current bookings stand at 113 people. Quite impressive, as there were 2 additional reservations just from one refresh. Where are these people coming from? It's hard to believe. There are so many in the group. Could it be secondary accounts? No way. No one can use secondary accounts on the official Wasteland ONLINE website, not to mention that changing IP addresses or altering devices is useless. The reservation status is like wearing a helmet. It is tied to a person, not a computer. By the way, check out the forums on the web. I guess there will be a lot of newcomers. Quit smoking. Yesterday, why were there so many people suddenly on the forum? Where did you all come from? Kakarot comes from the future. The Monarch opened a black group. I just joined from a link someone else sent Ariana. I'm different. I come from a jump group. All good names are given to dogs. Brothers, feel free to speak up. A memorial gesture has sent a watermelon icon. Fujiden. What gave us this? Is it serious? Heavenly Demon King added a question for quit smoking. No need to ask. At first glance, it seems unserious. Do you think the people here are serious? Don't reserve a spot. It's all fake. It's all fake stuff. Heavenly Demon King, I request to withdraw first. Damn, is this quit smoking guy sick? The official forum just became popular at last. There are still a few acquaintances of mine before I crossed over, and he already chased away several of them. Maybe I should just leave. After browsing the forum, I roughly understand why there has suddenly been a large influx of new users recently. I don't even know which member of the group forwarded the screenshot of the chat from the awesome club along with a link to the official game site to other gaming groups. After that, the official website of Wasteland Online became inexplicably popular among gamers. Curious people have found many ways to experience it. Many also followed the trend from other gaming groups. Very few of them discussed the content of the game seriously. Should I appoint a few moderators to help manage the forum? It seems like the group is quite lively today. I wonder if they are seriously discussing the game's content. Is the game already in a closed beta phase and they have released an expansion pack? This is really unreasonable. Damn, those who do not qualify for the beta will be directly eliminated. That's outrageous. Does anyone want to make a plan and recruit more people? I don't need any money. I will give you financial support. That guy Guang, anyone who hears him plan is a fool, agreed. It's that kid who quit smoking again. Why do you have to cause trouble here? Oh, the future is still long. What is he messaging? Guang, are you there? The scene shifts to Fang Chang's room. It's already replied, I've just finished my work. What's up? There's something I'm wondering about. I want to ask you, are the NPCs called managers played by your company's staff, or are they artificial intelligence? I'm just casually asking. If it involves company secrets or something, just consider that I didn't say anything. It's fine. This can't really be called a secret. Besides, someone as low level as me can't access confidential information. Oh, then go ahead and say it. In simple terms, its existence is very special indeed. This NPC is truly not simple. Can you be more specific? This curiosity is exactly what Guang Xu on the other side of the screen has been waiting for. That NPC is the first fully developed artificial intelligence generation created by our company. Oh my god, a fully developed artificial intelligence? That's amazing. Fang Chang swallowed a gulp. This was beyond his understanding, but it was too wonderful. It felt very cool. That's right, it is a fully human-like artificial intelligence. It has its own personality, memory, way of thinking, value orientation, and behavioral motivations. Therefore, we have granted it the authority to limit players and a responsibility to guide players within the game. That's expected. I guessed right. I am a genius. Mr. Guang, I understand now. No wonder its decisions can affect players' testing progress. In fact, I have discovered that the content of this game has been developed quite well. The immersive feeling is almost like a real world, which is fantastic. It's like living another life. It is not an exaggeration to say that even a picky person like me can't find anything to criticize. The only flaw is that there are too few NPCs. Therefore, at that moment, I wondered if what he was experimenting with was not the game itself, but rather the game's artificial intelligence, using us to test how far this artificial intelligence could go. Guang, looking from the outside, seemed to be testing the game, but in reality, what he was truly experimenting with was running based on the game's framework, completing the artificial intelligence and the expansion pack called Winter is Coming. This is the mysterious company's answer to the completely first-generation artificial intelligence. Guang Xu was also scared by these unimaginably surprising messages. This person is indeed a talent. Sharp words, going straight to the point. I completely understood the intentions of the game developers. The players in the group were discussing why Wasteland Online released the expansion pack Winter is Coming during the testing phase. In my opinion, the disjointed conclusions and speculations made by many people were shallow. The new version even includes the Winter is Coming expansion pack, which has been updated to an online alpha version 2.0 for this purpose. Am I right? Guang Xu reached for the mouse and deleted the useless draft file on the server. This was pointless. It was still Fang Chang who was more persuasive. Fang Chang is feeling quite smug over here. Everything is going according to plan, He hasn't replied for a long time. It seems the truth is just as I thought. Guang replied, you are very clever, just as you said. The expansion pack Winter is Coming is indeed meant to test the performance of the first complete artificial intelligence generation. And this is also a necessary procedure to begin the next testing phase. I understand your point, so the testing progress is indeed affected by the game's storyline, right? And the only one who can drive the storyline at this stage is the administrator of the Refuge 404, correct? Yes, thank you. I understand now. Sorry for bothering you, Guang. You've revealed too much internal information to me, but don't worry. I will definitely keep it a secret. Fang Chang typed more enthusiastically, and his smile gradually distorted. Guang, to be honest, there's no internal matter. It's fine not to keep secrets. The future is still long. No, I will definitely keep it a secret. Don't worry. Everyone knows I am a very trustworthy person. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. This is the understanding of corporate level in the legendary story, broadening the perspective, right? But having newbies like this also makes me feel less worried. Next, we need to prepare to welcome the new recruits. The leaves are turning yellow, temperatures are dropping, and an unprecedented threat is approaching. This winter will be harsher than last year, and it will arrive earlier. The time left for us to prepare is not much. From now on, we must seize every minute, even every second before the situation worsens. Let's prepare thoroughly to cope with the cold winter. The task list has been updated. There are 7 lists of essentials, designs to be completed, and corresponding rewards. Remember, only through unity can we overcome difficulties. The frozen winter is coming, and this is a test of fate for all of us. Before the determined gaze and spirit of the players, I delivered a lengthy and poignant speech and officially announced a frozen winter is coming, the first document since the closed beta began, along with the start of a new chapter. The atmosphere of the frontline troops at the shelter resembles the official game website beginning to change, no longer resembling the past. Everyone is working hard, not just the players. Even I can feel a sense of urgency in this gradually chilling atmosphere. The supplies at the frontline station were not abundant, and the number of people was about to soar from 6 to 30, a 5-fold increase. How can 30 mouths to feed be satisfied and kept warm? Almost every day I am busy from morning till night. The 10th child, Yi Shi, brought along the sensitive gene sequence to explore everywhere precisely to find some extra food. Fortunately, the results were good. In just 3 days, more than 10 mutated hyenas were killed, and countless wild rabbits and voles were caught in traps. Although they were all mutated individuals, they were still edible. It's just that the fat guy is a bit overwhelmed. Why are there so many? In addition, Yi Shi was responsible for detecting enemies, progressing smoothly from level 0 to level 1. Oh my god, leveling up without doing anything. It's just wonderful. I can also feel that I am getting closer to the breakthrough threshold. It's just that the management gene sequence is too special, and for now, I still don't know the secret to leveling up. I can only rely on the confirmation from Xiao Qi's testing equipment. The progress of the gene sequence development has indeed shown some growth. On the other hand, the other players also performed relatively well, even to the point of being able to be called extraordinary. Lao Bai and Fang Chang used charcoal as a reducing agent. Through the method of heating, they recovered a small amount of iron slag from rusted steel bars, car parts, and other iron-containing scrap. They placed this iron slag into a cement kiln, firing it together with limestone and clay to create a more reliable cement material. This is a job that requires strength, whether it's the wind-powered machines operated by human effort or transporting stones using the repaired 2-wheeled carts. Significant physical effort is required. However, because of this, Lao Bai, belonging to the strength system, was promoted and his genetic sequence increased to level 1. His strength attribute also increased by 1 point. As for Fang Chang, alternating with him, he eventually broke through the first upgrade limit. His growth attribute was not strength, it was agility. It seems that developing the genetic sequence, although it follows the rule of progressing through regression, growing attributes is another matter. For example, if Lao Bai works hard, his body will enhance and develop. Conversely, if Fang Chang just eats and lies around, his strength and agility stats will automatically decline. Additionally, when it comes to leveling up, the most unfortunate person must be Guang Feng. As of now, among the 4 players in the closed test from the first round, it seems he is the only one still at level 0 genetic sequence. These days, he has been using the upgraded traps to catch quite a few fish. However, overall, he is still just 1 experience point away from level 1. Through the experience points gained from setting traps for strange objects, it seems he hasn't obtained many strange objects from direct combat. Guang Feng is also quite frustrated about this, but what leaves him feeling powerless is that, until now, there seems to be no good solution. Besides the 4 players who experienced the game first, the 2 newcomers are also trying their best. In recent days, they've hardly rested for a moment. For example, when one player said the toilet has mosquitoes, he didn't rush to level up, but continued to work as a carpenter. Occasionally, he helps Lao Bai and Fang Chang or assists Guang Feng in repairing broken traps. Aside from those tasks, he is still busy with his own work. Based on his way of speaking, he seems to intend to build a small wooden house to serve as his laboratory and chemistry preparation room. These days, he has been helping to transport stones from the construction site and collecting quite a few bottles, placing them next to the small wooden house. Although I have serious doubts about the safety of this small wooden house, seeing the cheerful demeanor of this person while working makes me feel that I shouldn't interfere too much in the choices of the players. It is still for the best. Compared to the leisurely life of the mosquito, eggs and tomato sauce must rank as a typical example. As the chef of the frontline station, he not only had to be responsible for cooking, but also helped manage the processing of hunted game. Among these, the most important aspect was the method of preparation. Since the salt at the frontline station was not lavish enough to be used for making smoked meat, the egg tomato sauce used the most traditional method of preparation. That is, without adding anything at all, he directly hung the sliced meat on a steel rack, stuffing it into a kiln made from clay and bricks. Using firewood to create a small smoky flame for slow roasting, he dried out the moisture in the meat and then covered the opening of the kiln with branches and leaves. Through this method of preparing smoked meat, in fact, the approach was more similar to that of dried meat. Even without salt, it could be preserved for a period of time. When winter came, this piece of meat was wrapped in plastic bags of tree bark and buried directly in the snow. Eating it in the spring of the following year would not be a problem. However, the dried meat made in this way, regardless of taste or flavor, could only elicit a wordless expression. In addition, the skins of the mutated hyenas that were skinned were not wasted. He collected them to process leather. In fact, processing leather was a relatively complicated task, much more troublesome than making dried meat. Soaking in water, soaking in ash, rinsing, filtering dirt, soaking in vinegar, pre-processing, adding oil, fixing, dyeing. However, what the refugees currently need is not high-quality, clean, soft leather, but simply something that can keep them warm and protect them from the cold. In terms of quality, there are really no requirements. So many unnecessary processes can be reduced. Previously, when Lao Bai started the fire with firewood, the potassium water filtered out was stored in plastic containers he found. Brother Trung made full use of that potassium water, using the liquid to soak raw hide, soaking it to separate the fat from the hunted animals, and then washing it clean. When the hide and liquid combined, it was placed on a simple drying rack to dry, resulting in a hide of standard quality. Respected manager, I must report to you, I really can't manage this any longer. I urgently need help, even if it's just from one person. Trung's gaze was fixed on Yi Shi with intense distrust. This person seemed to have a lot of free time. Besides helping the manager carry the hunted materials, it seemed he was not doing anything else. In Trung's eyes, Yi Shi looked lazy, carefree, not needing to work, freeloading, enjoying experience points, and living a leisurely life. It might be better to have him lend me a hand. Yi Shi understood the meaning, shrugged, and smiled triumphantly. Don't look at me, I'm very busy. Don't jump around. Where else can you find something as good as following an NPC to level up and leech experience? I have no interest in learning to cook with you. You should take care of yourself. This attitude drove our friend Trung crazy. Guang Xu stepped in to intervene. Yi Shi needs to help me find hunting materials, and his sense of danger is also very important, so I can't let him stay to help you. But I promise you, your problem will be resolved quickly. Our reinforcements are on their way and will arrive here soon. All right, thank you. If that's really the case, then that's great. There's one more thing. Although I tried making leather, I can only handle a few simple steps. As for how to turn them into clothes, I'm really unable to do that. Don't worry. Among the reinforcements coming here, there is someone who excels in this area. I will assign the task of leatherworking and making warm clothing to him. These words lifted the spirits of our chubby friend. Rest assured, I'll have that person handle it tonight. At that point, you just need to focus on your cooking, not just selling. In the list of 24 new members of the beta, I have chosen a few talents from various fields. Although they may not necessarily be experts in their professions, and some are even students, they still have some impact within their capabilities. Moreover, with this internet tool, it will still be possible to attract many more talents later. I have great confidence in the enthusiastic players full of vitality. As long as they put in enough effort, sooner or later there will be a day when I can be in a large room, eating cake, drinking tea, and watching the snow fall for sure. 6 p.m., September 12. Finally, the day to launch the server has come. These past 3 days have been incredibly tough. According to the curriculum on the official website, all you need to do is wear the hat while lying in bed and close your eyes. But is it really enough to just do this? This is Du Ming Dao, the account owner of the sword of the lower class. Just after closing his eyes for a short while, he felt as if he was floating. Opening his eyes, he found himself being pulled into a massive energy vortex. As his body began to move autonomously again, he found himself in a glass cage, surrounded by water. Is this the game world? The sense of reality is amazing. Not only did he feel a bit of astonishment, but he could also smell a strange fragrance. The stench. Ming Dao stood frozen in place when he saw a giant reptilian creature standing upright. The expression on his face began to contort. The creature, with its pitch-black eye, stared into his 4 eyes. Holy shit, what is this? He shouted, "What do you mean what? What's wrong with you? What are you? An NPC? What NPC? I'm a player ID scavenging level 99, damn it. I want to ask you, who are you? Scavenging level 99 mutant species, lizard man, Dooming Dao, the sword of the lower class, strength type. You're scavenging level 99. I'm the sword of the lower class here. You're a newbie among newbies, right? Why do you look so ugly? Damn it, you're the ugly one. At this moment, scavenging level 99 realized that his vision was not quite right. He unconsciously looked at his hands. He hurriedly glanced around, checking and rummaging through various things on his body. Shit, why don't I have that anymore? You look like this already, and you're still paying attention to that. That thing is gone. That thing is also gone. Damn. Dog deceivers, if you can become a lizard person, then why can't you become a female? If you don't want to be a lizard person, we can swap. No. The official website states that the cryogenic pod is connected to a body scanning device which can see through your levels and attributes. Let me check my attributes. i.e. scavenging level 99, genetic sequence, mutant species, lizard person. Level rank, none, basic attributes. Strength 8, agility 7, physique 8, perception 8, intelligence 2. Innate skill, cold-blooded, with high hiding ability, restricted in low environments, slow movement, good endurance when standing on 2 legs, difficult to perform complex actions. These attributes are interesting. I remember the official website mentioned that the average traits of a typical mature man are 5, only fluctuating between plus and minus 2. As for me, of course, I don't meet the standard of a mature man. Other than being slightly low on intelligence, the rest of my attributes are strong to an unbelievable degree. The important thing is I also think I'm not smart, even if my intelligence is a bit lower, so what? It doesn't affect my pride. I'm the champion. Hey, are you still okay? So good it could be better. Let's go. Let's hurry out of this room and gather with the other players first, then we'll talk. Don't keep the great administrator waiting. Scavenging level 99 couldn't hide his joy, swaggering while laughing and walking out the door. The sword of the lower class suddenly noticed that there was a piece of paper between the large teammate's buttocks. There's something on your butt. Where? This paper. It looks like waterproof paper. It doesn't seem wet at all. What the heck is this? I can't understand it. What does it say? Forget it. Let's go meet the others first and then figure it out. Both of them went outside. A group was already gathered outside, chatting and laughing. Some people were still bewildered looking around, but they were quickly attracted. Look over there. Lizard man, awesome. You can choose your race too. Come closer to see. Could it be a hidden profession? The sword of the lower class beside him, seeing himself as having no appeal, sighed. Sure enough, hidden professions are really good. Hey bro, don't be sad. Just follow me from now on. I'll protect you. Damn, get your mouth away from me. The smell of this lizard man is too much. But apart from the level 99 scavenger who is a lizard man, the others are just ordinary humans. Observing for a moment, one can see that there are many players with strength class like mine. There are also physical class players and a few players of perception class, agility class, and intelligence class. Wait, aren't there? Female players in this game? Wow. This is amazing. This game is the best. But it seems like they are arguing. Hey kid, you look so small. Have you weaned yet? Just because you're tall, it doesn't make you great. You might even be shorter than me in the real world. 10 minutes ago, in a life pod, the small pink-haired girl had just logged into the Wasteland world for the first time. Tang, intelligence class player. Is this really a game? Am I really in a game? This feeling is so real. I can't wait any longer. I really want to change my character's appearance like it's said on the official site. Since I'm in the nursery pod, I should go out and take a look. Tang stepped out the door, a bit surprised. Oh my god, this place is huge. She suddenly noticed another player. It's rare to see a female player, and she's really tall. Her height must be close to 2 meters, right? Hi, sister over there. I see you standing here all alone. It seems that there are only 2 of us female players here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang. Hi, my name is Woo, the class perception player. Tang's expression suddenly became serious. Woo, noticing her gaze, asked, "What's wrong? We all here are wearing the exact same jacket. This must be our faction's uniform, like a beginner's outfit. Is it really that simple? Based on my experience in clothing, I can tell just by touching it. The quality of this outfit is remarkable. It seems to be a type of thermal, cold-resistant, and windproof material. Moreover, is more advanced than any fabric I've ever seen. Wait, what is this? The material of this strap is different from other positions. What is the purpose of this design?" Tang pulled at it, and the outfit immediately transformed into a form-fitting type, allowing for more comfortable movement. Everything happened so quickly. This made her a little blush. This outfit even has that function. Wu Wu noticed that Tang Tang's chest was a bit flat, unable to hold back a laugh. She tried to stifle it, but her expression made Tang Tang understand right away. How annoying! She's probably laughing at my small chest. I hate it most when others mock me for my small chest. What are you laughing at? Is having big breasts really that impressive? Does a big-breasted cow have no brain? Who are you calling brainless? I see you barely have any breasts. So how could you have a brain? You mustn't put everything into your butt. Oh right, you don't have a butt either. Needing breasts and needing a butt but having neither. Truly a pathetic child. Wu Wu directly pulls the functional string, big breasts for attack, butt for defense. A comprehensive offense and defense. I'm proud of my big breasts, so you should shut up if yours are small. You're like a mobile milk container, and you are a big-brained person with no breasts. Ha! If you can say something like that, your real age in the current world must not be very old. You're not an elementary school student, are you? Ha! So embarrassing. I'm the director of a fashion design company, a very large company, unlike you, who only knows how to take pride in your little balls in the game. Ha! A tiny director. I thought you were the chairman of some big conglomerate. I didn't know you were just a girl working at a certain company. Ha! Do we really need a manager? Ha! Just entered in already a fight like this. The others are also just a bunch of idiots. Ha! Heads hitting the wall will hurt, hee. I'm wondering if this game can help relieve my boredom. Hey bro, slap me and see if it hurts. Have we really entered a game world or a mental asylum? At this moment, Guang Xu appeared, immediately shouting, "Silence!" The crowd fell silent, all looking over. NPC. In the opening scene, this person must be the esteemed administrator as rumored. Although this is my first time playing this game, I've been following the posts from the future still long on the official site, so I'm quite familiar with the game setting. Welcome everyone to Shelter 404. I am the administrator here named Guang Xu. First, I ask everyone to listen carefully to what I have to say. After that, the group went completely silent, not daring to make a sound, as they had all read on the official page that the NPC named Guang Xu could kick them out of here at any moment. First, pay attention. Guang Xu's gaze immediately shot towards the mutant species. Why are there still mutant species here? But looking at this face beneath the skin, it must be a player. Then there's nothing to worry about. I might worry about the survivors hiding in the shadows, but I'm not afraid of these players causing trouble. Hating people, banning accounts, revoking status, not even a minute. What can they do with this minute? Now let's continue the story. First, I want to tell everyone some good news. The war is over, but the bad news is that our world has completely changed. If everyone wishes to carry their own luggage and explore immediately, it is obviously not possible. It is now the 200th year after the apocalypse. The most gratifying thing is that we have successfully survived the most difficult days. To be able to stand here now is luckier than 12 billion people. Now to ask everyone to clearly recognize the reality and then, under the banner of the People's Federation, declare to rebuild our country. The person next to me is my assistant named Xiao Qi. If there are any questions related to the refuge or anything unclear, you can ask them. As usual, I have delivered the opening remarks once without missing a word. I will say it again as the players continue. If there are no bugs or loopholes, then there is no need to fix anything. Guang Xu took out a stack of documents and continued. Additionally, the residence manual for the refuge has been updated to version 2.0. It includes the residence covenants, codes of conduct, public order requirements, ethics, and issues that are strictly prohibited. Residents are advised to review it in a timely manner. For citizens who violate the rules, they will be detained. In severe cases, they will be expelled underground, facing permanent name erasure. I hope everyone will comply strictly. Everyone was terrified when they heard this, sweating profusely. Is the power of this NPC a bit too much? Guang Xu naturally had to issue strong warnings to prevent riots. Apart from these things, he didn't have any overly strict regulations. Normal people would obviously choose to comply. The new terms only address the issue of harassment among players. Restrictions in the game regarding illicit trading and destructive behavior towards the game facilities are also prohibited. These terms align with the interests of many ordinary players, and in fact, several were proposed by players discussing on the forums, which I later added. These opinions are very good. Even if the game promotes freedom, it cannot allow one player to ruin another player's gaming experience. I not only implemented these suggestions, but also established even more detailed rules. For example, malicious destruction of game facilities will result in enforced labor penalties. Furthermore, harmful behaviors will result in a permanent confiscation of the tools used for the misconduct. It is extremely non-military in nature. After explaining the necessary points of attention, I took the 24 players out of the shelter and divided them into two groups to go up the elevator. The scene outside left them in awe. Is this really a game world? It's amazing. Ha ha, it looks so scary. That's right, it looks so real. Ha ha. I really wanted to tell them that it was still too early to be excited. I guided the new players to familiarize themselves with the facilities of the station, particularly emphasizing any acts of public urination near the station are prohibited. Next, I will hand it all over to Lao Bai, who has been waiting for a long time. The construction site of the outpost is in need of manpower, so there is no need to worry about these matters. New players who are unfamiliar with the task will be guided by experienced players on what to do. Some people were called to move bricks for wall construction, while others were taken by Fang Chang to the northeast site to transport cement materials. As for compensation, each hour will earn 10 contribution points. Although they are not clear about what the contribution points are for, the players are very interested and eager to get started immediately. Work a little harder. The developer has said that they will not delete our files after the official version is released. This is just the beta testing phase. Why calculate so much? Just play your best. Of course, not all players will be sent to the construction site doing tasks like processing meat, handling pelts, fishing, or hunting. These jobs all require human effort. For example, the player Wu Wu, who is nearly 2 meters tall, will be assigned to the harvesting task. Her genetic class is Perception. Although her initial value for the main attribute Perception is only 6, she has more than one innate skill beyond the initial one, which is Toxic Intuition. Those with this innate skill do not need to rely on knowledge and experience. They can sense toxicity purely based on instinct. Conversely, before gaining the ability to resist toxins, the effects of poisoning will have increasingly negative impacts on her body. Additionally, the benefits of this innate skill are influenced by the Perception attribute. It makes perfect sense for her to take on the harvesting task. In addition, there is also a lizard person. He is scavenging level 99. What a ridiculous name, right? Yes, scavenging level 99 is me. He suddenly remembered, could it be that the paper earlier was some kind of hidden mission? Thinking this, the lizard person immediately took it out to show Guang Xu. Respected administrator, when I woke up, I found this piece of paper. I can't understand the writing on it. Can you tell me what it says? Guang Xu took the paper and murmured, "Let me have a look." Damn, what is that awful smell? This paper is a bit wet, like it was soaked in water, but it hasn't absorbed anything. It seems to be made from waterproof material. The notes on it look very familiar, and they are written in the script of this world. Guang Xiu's expression suddenly became serious. Lizard, where did you get this? From my butt. What the hell? So that foul smell I caught is that? Hell no. What I meant was it came from the nurturing chamber. When I woke up, it was already there. It's fine. I was just asking casually. Translation perspective. Congratulations. You have won a prize. This is the Easter egg I left for you. Not all the genetic sequences stored in the repository are human genes. There are also a few special genetic sequences in there. Honestly, it was me who did it. Although it was somewhat unexpected, I don't need to take the blame. How should I put it? Don't you think this is a part of the choices of nature? Never mind. Call it whatever you want. You decide. First generation administrator deposited. This person must be crazy. Forget it. I'm too lazy to complain about the dead. Guang Xu looked at the innate skill stats of this lizard person. Wow, this thing is no joke. His strength and physique are truly impressive. If I hadn't injected myself earlier, his power would have merely caught up to mine. Level 5, with body regeneration and cold blood, this is indeed a real combat weapon. Although it's hard to level up, not suited for low temperatures, and difficult to perform complex operations, those are not fatal drawbacks. All those little details can be completely ignored. This pig guy is indeed a gift. From today on, you will hunt with me. Excellent. I vow to serve you, esteemed administrator. Very good, very imposing. I like it. Go wait for me at the entrance of the nursing home. I have a few things to arrange. I'll come over later. At your command. The lizard obediently went to the designated spot to wait. Suddenly, another person called from behind. Esteemed administrator. Guang Xu turned around, somewhat surprised. Oh, your clothes? Why is it just you and Wu Wu wearing such tight-fitting outfits? Is it a custom design for female characters? He immediately asked, where did your outfit come from? Why is it different from everyone else's? Dear administrator, this outfit originally looked exactly like everyone else's, but when I pulled that yellow string, that's right, that string, then the outfit transformed into this. Guang Xu carefully sensed I didn't expect that the green coat had such functionality. After changing outfits, it feels even lighter, more fitting. Very good. I can inform future players about this. That's right. I almost forgot to give this girl her task. Check attributes. Tang Tang, intelligence class, innate skills, flexible manipulation, stronger memory, allowing faster accumulation of proficiency in familiar tasks. Is her talent specially set up right from the start? If I remember correctly, in the real world, Her job is a fashion designer. If that's really the case, this skill has been created to suit her body. Do you know how to design clothes? Tang Tang immediately nodded enthusiastically. Yes, if there are materials and tools, I can give it a try. Although my job is designing mainly using the computer, my craftsmanship skills are not bad at all. Materials are not a problem, and we can find a way for the tools. Follow me, you're first. He led her straight to where several pieces of animal hides were drying. Is this enough? Tang Tang was quickly captivated by the hides. Although she couldn't determine what kind of animal the fibers came from, the fur glowed and was of very good quality, looking quite expensive. She excitedly drooled. Is this all mine? You can use these pieces of leather to get started. Most of the types on the shelf have been processed by the chef, but he said he didn't know what to do with them. Manager, don't worry, I'm here. Do you have any requests? How should it be shaped? There are no special requirements for the shape, just keeping them warm is enough. Do you need any tools? The sewing machine might be a bit hard to find, but we have enough needles and scissors. That's fine. Although having a sewing machine would be better, if it's just to keep them warm, these things are enough. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I really like hardworking players like this, so I'm counting on you. These past few days, I was supposed to look for some prey. I plan to head north along the elevated highway out of the city to check it out. I heard there's a herd of migrating deer there. If luck is on our side, it should yield a lot. After assigning the task to Tang Tang, Guang Xu sent Xiao Qi to inform the players across the sand to change their uniforms. After that, the players eagerly continued their construction work. No one at the furnace was slacking off either. I am very principled, so I naturally won't waste the players' labor. Although it's currently very hard to escape poverty and we can only spend a little to buy resurrection coins, I still pay labor wages to everyone. Each outfit will earn an additional 50 points. The requirements are high, just keeping warm is sufficient. When the shop system is completed, I plan to sell these outfits. Based on the quality of the products, they'll be priced from 100 to 500 points, listed for sale to players. That being said, I still need to find an NPC to become the merchant. It is said that the farm next door sells slaves with cracked feet every winter to save on food and fuel. Then, when spring arrives, they buy slaves back from traders at a lower price. Perhaps we should also try our luck a little. The lizard waiting nearby was quite anxious. Sir, when are we departing? Don't rush, I still need to take you to get some weapons. Follow me. Outside the nursing home, there is a small wooden house built by the toilet has mosquitoes. It is currently used as a woodworking shop, which is also where Mosquito, the talented creator of interesting things, showcases his skills. Previously lacking several iron tools, many items could only be replaced with wood. But these methods were all devised by this person, using discarded materials or pieces of wood from the wasteland. Only those skilled in woodworking can create such tools. That shield over there is an example of this. The wooden board is combined with stainless steel parts, creating a simple mechanical structure, and the hinge for the bowstring is made from hyena sinew through a special processing method. I don't have any bullets left for my gun, only 20 rounds remaining. I must be economical. It would be best to try to use only 10 arrows to kill one prey. Seeing the lizard about to touch the bow, Guang Xu quickly intervened. He pointed to the corner and said, "Your weapon is this." The long spear tips wrapped in sharp metal appeared. He continued, "Your initial strength is 8 points. If you master the throwing skill, you can kill your prey with just one strike within a range of 10 meters. But manager, I still feel that having an additional ranged weapon would increase my effectiveness a bit." Huh. With such a big body standing behind, are you asking me to be a target for him? Why not charge at me instead? This spear is one of the basic tools used for hunting. It can be used not only for close combat, but also at medium or long range. It can help you avoid being in a passive state. Today, I will teach you the hunting skills. As for which weapon you choose to fight with later, that will be up to you. He nodded a few times, pretending to understand, but in fact, he did not. While choosing a weapon, a commotion arose behind. "Dear manager, I was just looking for you. Here is the acetone I mentioned. It can be used to make smokeless powder. You should take a look. Isn't it very cool?" The two others were astonished upon hearing this. "Explosives. No worries, ha ha ha. This won't explode unless it meets fire. Don't worry." The conversation was interrupted when his eyes suddenly lit up as he took a closer look at the creature in front of him. "Manager, he is a new resident. The toilet has mosquitoes." "Oh, a new guy? I'm so jealous. He looks so cool. He already has a hidden profession right from the start. That's amazing." Adding one more admirer. "Hey, quickly tell me about that thing in your hand. How did you make that?" "I use a very simple method. Actually, it's wood distillation. I place the wood in a sealed metal tube and then burn it, using a pipe leading to a cold water barrel to condense it. The resulting condensate can be separated into an aqueous solution and a thick solution. This simple extraction method is very easy to implement. Among them, the aqueous solution is wood acetic acid, mainly composed of acetic acid, acetone, and methanol. By utilizing our different boiling points, we can proceed to the next distillation step. Here, acetic acid can undergo a chemical reaction with alkali metal compounds to form salts with various applications. Acetone is the bottle on my right here. Its effects are amazing. It would be great if we could produce sulfuric acid. With sulfuric acid, we can create hydrogen peroxide. The mixture of hydrogen peroxide and acetone can be used to manufacture silicone protein, which is what we commonly refer to as TNT explosives. Hearing these things, the lizard's head felt like it was about to explode. What exactly does he do in the real world? Guang Xu was also stunned. Creating this is extremely dangerous. Just one mistake and it could blow up. Only those who are more reckless than wise can produce something so fearlessly. Alright, I'll keep an eye on the chemical plants nearby. But what you mean is that you still can't make explosives, right? Strong explosives can't be made, but basic explosives are quite easy to create. Give me some more time, I'm thinking of another method. However, sometimes it's not that explosives are the only effective way to cause damage. This is a mixture of turpentine and acetone. I also added some plant fibers into it. Burning the cap and throwing it out can cause a fire that lasts a long time. The damage from this is similar to a Molotov cocktail, but it doesn't last as long. Guang Xu's eyes widened in shock. Wide area Molotov cocktails are very useful these days. A firebomb. This is good stuff. Have you tested its power yet? There are only big trees nearby, so I'm afraid I won't be able to put out the fire. Oh, so this guy still hasn't taken enough risks? I'll go outside to help you test it in a bit. Doing chemical experiments in this environment is a bit dangerous. Furthermore, the temporary shelter doesn't have the conditions to store such dangerous materials. I will give you 1,000 contribution points as a well-deserved reward. However, I do not encourage you to expand production, at least not at this time. But I have a suggestion. You could try to make these chemical products useful for building forward bases, such as catalysts, paints, and firefighting foam. Creating useful value for us is what we need right now. Creating the value we need? Think about it. That's right. You could give it a try. Of course, I also recommend that you talk to other residents of the refuge to see what they think. Ask if they have any suggestions. You might gain unexpected insights. The uses of acetic anhydride, acetic acid, and methanol are quite broad. For example, acetic acid can be used to make adhesives, paints, and reagents. Acetone can be used as an explosive, thinner, and cleaner. Extractive methanol creates adhesives, treatments, pesticides, and antifreeze. If the outpost of the refuge truly wants to industrialize, then these chemical materials are indispensable. Although there may not be an immediate use for them now, I still commend your excellent contributions. Using wood as a material has successfully produced acetic acid, acetic anhydride, and methanol. But can this be considered a server-wide announcement in a web novel? Looking at the proud face of Brother Mosquito, with the expressions of admiration from others, I feel that I should continue to maintain this good tradition. Not only in the game, but also on the official website, you must celebrate it. In the future, we could create a leaderboard noting the date, year, month, and the achievements of certain players. Entrepreneur on the day X, month X, year X, player the toilet has mosquitoes has achieved the accomplishment, successfully using wood as a material to produce acetic acid, acetone, methanol. Such achievements can solve developmental issues or may indicate that a player has passed a certain dungeon. As a poor ruler, this cheap glory is the only valuable reward I can offer to the players. After tidying up inside the base, I took Yishi and scavenging for a stroll towards the north. On the avenue of the outskirts of Wasteland Park, I searched for the whereabouts of the prey while looking for valuable items. The industrial factories of King Quan City are primarily concentrated in the southeast corner of the city, distributed in a fan shake from Ring Road 2 to Ring Road 3. Linghu Westland Park is mainly a residential area along the national highway out of the city. There are even a lot of unfinished buildings. This area, apart from education, healthcare, transportation, and public infrastructure, does not have any large-scale industrial clusters. On the map of the northern outskirts of King Quan City, there are notable large structures such as office buildings, hospitals, fire stations, supermarkets, schools, garment factories, waste incineration plants, and food factories. Only a few light industrial factories are scattered far from the residential area neighboring the waste incineration plant. Currently, most of this has been obscured by forests. When nuclear war broke out, due to the large population and very low strategic value of the northern outskirts of King Quan, there were almost no strategic weapons aimed directly at it. However, after the sequence of collapse, a huge number of refugees brought a different kind of disaster to this place. Supermarkets, convenience stores, markets, and shopping centers were quickly wiped out. The next places to be affected were hospitals, schools, and office buildings. Even all the small shops along the streets, as well as refrigerators and storage cabinets in homes, were ransacked by the refugees. No shelter would risk its safety to open its doors to them. Moreover, it is also impossible. The complete paralysis of transportation makes it difficult for these people to leave this place. Even 200 years later, the tragic situation can still be seen from the bullet holes in the walls, the shards of glass, and the bones on the windowsill beside the shelves. Even now, they remain there, not yet fully decomposed. Yishi looked at this scene and felt goosebumps. This place is so dreadful. Two skeletons, one large and one small, are embracing each other. They must have maintained this posture at the moment of death, hiding in the trash can. To be honest, the scene designed in this game is very meticulous, very similar to the world after the apocalypse. This is originally the world after the apocalypse, Guang Xu said while writing something down. This might have been a clothing store, but there isn't much clothing left on the racks. It is obvious that it has been thoroughly scavenged long ago, and not just once. I think we are wasting our time. It is very clear that this place has been completely looted. In general, we can still find a few useful things. For example, this. A bag of sewing supplies that hasn't been opened along with cutting tools. Right now, what the frontline station lacks the most is these small tools. Tang Tang will surely be very interested in them. There is nothing left to take, let's go. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard not far away, followed immediately by the desperate cry of a person. Guang Xu quickly drew the gun from his shoulder and hit to the side. Hearing this sound, it seems to be a 5mm bullet, he remarked. Everyone was extremely tense while the two followers showed excitement on their faces. Finally, we get to know something new in this game. Looking towards the person who had been shot down, judging by the outfit, he was probably a looter. The one who shot him had two companions and a mutated dog. As soon as Guang Xu saw the group approaching, he began to panic. Those who commit murder and robbery in this world are collectively referred to as bandits. How unlucky! I didn't expect to run into these murderers. Guang Xu whispered, cold sweat on his face. Yishi curiously approached and asked quietly, "Manager, what's happening outside?" Guang Xu hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, but the mutated dog with extremely sensitive ears immediately caught the information. It turned around and barked. Damn, the skills of this monster are all increased in perception. How sharp is that? The mutated dog barked more vigorously, directing its attention towards the three people hiding on the other side. The two robbers were startled and immediately turned around, swiftly opening fire. In just a few seconds, they fired dozens of bullets. The firepower forced Guang Xu to choose to remain still and avoid detection. Suddenly, he noticed that the enemy's bullets were scattered all over the ground. The distance of the bullets was so close that even the wall beside him was not hit. Most of the rifles these days don't have scopes. Perhaps those two don't have one either, he remarked. The lizard's head felt a bit tense. Is combat happening? What's the situation? We are facing a mutants, right? Yishi snatched the spear from Scavenging's hands, excitedly saying, "Everyone, don't panic. Let you go take a look." Guang Xu immediately snapped, "Stop. Those are robbers. Both of them have guns, and they brought a dog. We should fall back to the south bus station 300 meters away." However, those two idiots didn't think that way. "Dear esteemed administrator, why should we retreat? We are facing just two people and a dog. We are not outnumbered." Right. Damn, you guys are playing a game while I'm dealing with real life. Administrator, the two of us can fight too. Our stats are quite high as well, that's right. Although we only have one gun and a few primitive weapons, we also have this lizard over 2 meters long. Can't we defeat a dog? Come on, Administrator, let them see the destructive power. Guang Xu suddenly dazed after hearing this. That's true. Why should I run? Before I was alone, risking my life to work outside, encountering these kinds of robbers, I could only choose to flee. Now that I have guns and people, why run? Besides, it's just facing two people. Ha ha ha. These dogs. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Yishi, take the fire extinguisher over there. Go diagonally across the corner. Pay attention and follow my instructions. I'll shoot over here. You light the fuse and throw it right away. The enemy won't know how many of us there are. If they see someone rushing out, they will definitely chase. Yishi started to feel scared again. How should I get over there? Just run over? Or do you want me to carry you? Don't worry, their guns don't have scopes. They won't hit. Even if they do, at most, it'll just be a little blood. Move forward, Yishi. I choose you. Yishi, although very scared, saw this as an opportunity to perform in front of the administrator. So nervous, Dan. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and rushed out. Just go for it. It's just a game anyway. What's there to be afraid of? The two robbers saw him and immediately opened fire. Ha ha ha. Cute little kid, where do you think you're running to? Just give up, you can't escape. Surrender now and you might be spared. Yi Shi put all of his strength into running to the other side of the wall. And to be fair, the shooting skills of these two robbers were really terrible. He couldn't understand how they had managed to shoot someone. As soon as Yi Shi found a hiding place, he panted heavily. Damn, this game is so realistic it's terrifying. If I get shot, I'll probably be done for, he mumbled. The two robbers exchanged glances, laughed, and nodded. Without a gun on him, there's an 80 to 90% chance he's scavenging around here, one said. The guy with the hair immediately released the chain from his hand. A dark figure suddenly surged up behind them. The unleashed mutated dog dashed madly towards Yi Shi's hiding spot. With its keen sense of smell, it took less than a few seconds to locate him. Bang! A spark flew. In an instant, the mutated dog lost its momentum, tumbled several times on the ground, and then lay still in a pool of blood. This monster is really fast. I clearly aimed for its head, but only hit its body. The bald guy from the dog got furious and rushed forward. Damn it! I want to skin you alive, he shouted. Calm down, there is more than one opponent. The other person stopped him. Both robbers looked up at the same time when they noticed something glowing above their heads. Before they could react, the bomb in Yi Shi's hand was thrown. The fire quickly spread. Oh no! Damn it! Now we can't retreat. Scavenging level 99, Yi Shi shouted. Immediately after, the lizard's body, which was over 2 meters tall, lunged forward at great speed. By the time the bald guy realized it, it was already too late. The spear in hand, along with the momentum of the lizard, left him trembling uncontrollably. Monster, that was his last words. After that, there was only one-sided slaughter. At the construction site outside the old nursing home, several players were working diligently. The crew at the kiln was also busy. In general, the work atmosphere was lively. Everyone was putting in their best effort. Guang Xu had just returned from the hunt. Administrator, I see everyone is very busy. What is everyone doing here? He asked. Here, Administrator, we are researching the production of self-made steel. Over there at the construction site, we've assigned the sword of the lower class. He comes from an engineering background. Is Guang Feng making any progress over there? Guang Feng is improving the fish trap, using mutated leeches as bait. Now he can catch dozens of fish a day without any issues. If we have more than we can eat, we can give you fried eggs to make dried fish. We just need to pay attention not to overload the bait in the trap, and the water level shouldn't be too deep. Otherwise, it could attract larger fish that might ruin the trap. Yeah, these are all minor issues. As long as we master the techniques, we can tame it. Furthermore, this process is very interesting. Everyone continues researching the production of self-made steel. I have other tasks to attend to. Yes, Administrator. Hello, Administrator. A new player spoke up. Administrator, the newcomers are all diligent and don't even need to take many breaks. Everything here is new to them. In modern society, it seems they haven't experienced this. Many office workers sit in one place all day, day in and day out, doing jobs anyone could replace, losing themselves in trivial matters. But here, it's different. This uniqueness arises not only from enjoyable experiences, but also from a satisfaction with one's actual value. We did it. Wonderful. Someone exclaimed. At the construction site, it takes 5 or 6 years to reach a management position. But here, all you need to do is shout, I work on the project, and you will immediately be regarded as a leader responsible for important tasks. Most players are ordinary people who have unremarkable jobs in real life. But here, as long as you have good skills, even if they are not outstanding, you can gain the trust of others. I just finished the wing trap. Oh, thank you, big brother. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the disaster response base shows significant changes just by looking at it. In the needs of this world, this is the highest demand. It is separate from lower pleasures. The spiritual joy from fulfilling this need is unmatched. The important thing is that to obtain it, there is no need to pay a high price. Even if the muscles are tired, it is just a character in the game, so it won't affect the player the next day. In fact, this even provides energy because they went to bed early the night before. But as a manager, these things are not important to me, and I don't care. As long as the number of pre-orders is always greater than the number of players in the list, there is nothing to worry about. No leaks, no sweat, I muttered. Exit the game, get out of here, the same lines still. Please hand your helmet and account to those in need. At the same time, you must play a game of much lower quality. I've heard that if you quit the game, your helmet will belong to me. I thought no more, it was time to deal with a few things. In the wooden house, Yi Shi and the lizard were waiting. Dear Administrator, well, you two arranged the spoils this time. This time the haul is relatively satisfying. 2 5mm guns, 62 5mm bullets, and 3 backpacks. I haven't checked, but I'm not someone who likes to waste. Even the mutated dog, I kept it and threw you some fried eggs. Yi Shi starts the inventory. Matchbox, a compass, a map, and a few pieces of jerky along with some plastic pieces. What does this say? It looks a bit like a gambling chip. Guang Xu stood behind, his mouth wide open. That plastic piece is useful to me. Give it here. Yi Shi had no doubt and offered it, as what attracted him the most was those pieces of dried meat. Those pieces of meat can be discarded. I advise you not to eat them. Why can't I eat them? Why? Because the bandits often eat without any restraint. You don't know what kind of meat it is. It could be dried human flesh that you're holding. That's right. What's it like the first time you kill someone? You two tell me. Oh, I couldn't even pay attention to that. I acted too quickly at that time. Besides, they had no strength to resist. What kind of feeling can a game have? I've played bloodier games before. It's just that when I thrust the spear into the body of the prey, blood splattered all over me. At that moment, the bloodlust suddenly surged like the instinct of living creatures. This reaction surprised Guang Xu a bit. I didn't expect the quality of the players to be quite good. Could it be that dreams diminish the sense of death? After all, dreams don't create this equipment, and I've never used the players' helmets, nor do I know if the world looks the same to them as it does to me. It seems that in the future, I will have to engage with them in the identity of the founder. At 5 p.m., the northern wall of the basic care facility had been repaired. It must be said that these players are truly geniuses. I even feel that NPCs like me are somewhat redundant. Some innate skills, though not listed on the attribute board, have been ingrained in their bones. Just give them a piece of land, and tomorrow it will turn into a piece of farmland. The treasures found at the old construction site were not only gray-green stones, but also bags filled with cement. These items were too heavy for the survivors to carry or use, so they retained their original shape from the start of the nuclear war. Although the cement had long since hardened and could no longer be mixed with sand to lay foundations, if thought of differently, it would be just fine to use it as bricks for wall construction. Under the leadership of the sword of the lower class, players would chop pine wood into lengths of 4 or 5 meters and stake them in the ground. Then the cement blocks transported from the construction site would be placed in the middle, and steel bars, stolen from the site, would be inserted to secure them. Finally, a mixture of cement and calcium carbonate would be poured on top. After waiting for the cement to dry, a simple yet reliable cement structure was completed. When it came time to construct the inside of the wall, the sword of the lower class planned to create a slope using discarded cement and concrete blocks. If ambushed, players inside the walls simply need to crawl up the slope, using the bunker to fend off enemies, he said. Given that the scale of the outpost will be expanded in the future, another defensive system could be built outside the fortress. It could work together with guards and watchtowers to provide warnings. Because the terrain of the entire flooded park is relatively flat, the nursing facility is surrounded by a forest. Apart from the forest, there is nowhere else that can serve as shelter. I can cut down all the trees around here. Any targets approaching the outpost can be detected immediately. The sword of the lower class continued. Good job, brother. What do you actually do for a living? I'm just a civil servant, a sideline person in my unit, drinking tea and reading newspapers all day, with hardly anyone paying attention to me, he replied. No, your skills are amazing. To be honest, I never thought we could complete an entire wall today. You are overpraising me. Ha ha. After working hard, everyone gathered together to enjoy a meal prepared by the chef. After a whole day of work with our stomachs growling, how could we resist such a delicious aroma? Furthermore, one can clearly sense the taste when eating. That taste is already too real. Tang Tang is a girl with slightly high standards, shaking her head and saying, Ha, this is too fishy. Dan, does she think I want to? There's not even any seasoning wine here. I've tried my best. Yi Shi immediately chimed in, pretending to sound like a kind neighbor. Just eat it. In the game, if you don't eat, you'll get hungry. Why not pinch your nose and drink it? Can I help you? No E for that. At that moment, Guang Xu and Guang Feng cautiously approached the group that was happily eating and chatting. Admin, come here and eat with us. Suddenly, Lao Bai and Fang Chang noticed the two newcomers. Both had grim expressions, looking extremely unwell. Guang Feng, what happened? Guang Feng replied seriously. We heard that someone seems to have died. Is there someone dead among us? What? Someone died? Lao Bai was sweating profusely. Can people really die in this game? I wonder how terrible that feels. Unexpectedly, the third group of players encountered an unexpected reduction in numbers outside of combat. This happened at least half a month earlier than Guang Xu had anticipated. The player who died had the ID Woo Woo and belonged to the class with an innate skill perception of toxic intuition. I remember sending her out in the morning to gather mushrooms and berries. After that, for some unknown reason, she ran towards the mutated leech nest. Through the player list, Guang Xu could confirm the general location of everyone. While searching everywhere, they discovered that the last area she moved to was right behind a mutated leech nest. At that time, we immediately abandoned the idea of searching for the body. It can be said that the mutated leeches are not very dangerous. Their mouthparts are degenerated and their ability to suck blood is very poor. At most, they can only consume decaying food. Occasionally, they are preyed upon by cockroaches and rats or caught by diligent players to be used as bait. However, the mature mutated leeches are different. They can swallow prey in a single bite. Their digestive secretion causes paralysis, immobilizing the muscles of the prey within a minute and rendering it unconscious. There is no doubt that right now, not even Woo Woo's bones are left. It's time to log out now. Everyone should head back to the cabin to rest. I will bring the players back to the shelter in batches. I'll arrange them to lie down in the inactive cabins and then log them out. After all the players are logged out, I will go back to the extraction machine by myself. Since I got this, I haven't used it at all because there has been no electricity. What's more interesting is that the training cabin does not have an integrated wireless charging interface in the shelter, yet it doesn't offer any so-called mission rewards. There is only one plug with a negative and a positive terminal. Clearly, the designer of this device didn't intend for me to steal electricity from the shelter. Xiao Qi, what's the matter, master? What do you think? How do we inject the synthetic substance created by this into the culture chamber? Very simple. The active substance containers in the culture chamber can be disassembled. Just pour the active substance directly into the chamber. So that means we can also disassemble the tanks on other culture chambers. Ha! I don't know, master. Are you trying to steal it? Not steal, just borrow. I have to wait until the end of the month for the generator. I can't wait until the end of the month to revive the dead. Anyway, there are still 70 cages unopened, so let's leave those for now. We might as well use up all the active substances inside first. But what if we run out? At that time, who will think of a solution? Right now, we need to address the immediate issue. The important problem now is not how the player died, but that the deceased is a new player, so there are no contributions to deduct. In other words, she cannot bear the death penalty at this moment. This is a bit difficult. It's not something we can simply overlook. So how will other players think about this? Will they not indulge themselves all the time? I still don't understand what this player named Woo Woo is really thinking. Others might be different, but she is still a sensing class after all. Death penalties have been increased or penalties for consecutive deaths have been imposed, such as reducing the favorite level, reducing contributions, and increasing the resurrection wait time. This could reduce player curiosity. In the future, when there are more players, we could establish a novice village where no one is allowed to leave until they reach level 5. There are many ways to avoid wasting resources. It seems we have to design compulsory labor tasks or punishment missions as an alternative to death in cases where they do not have enough money. How? Also deduct favorite levels, extend band account durations, and continuously increase resurrection wait times. Let's summarize today's work results. This is the habit I've recently developed. With the increasing number of players, the change in inventory figures for old supplies is significant. As an administrator, I have to plan for each item of supplies comprehensively. Construction material inventory: 84 pieces of wood, 500 kilograms of flounder, 2 piles of bricks and cement. Consumption: 220 pieces of wood, 200 kilograms of cement. These items all need to be restocked. Food inventory: 50 kilograms of bacon, 10 kilograms of smoked fish, 2 kilograms of edible vegetables, many other items as well. It's so overwhelming. Perhaps I should hire a warehouse manager, and I also need to find a way to get a more accurate scale and measuring tools. I spent some time calculating based on the actual statistical information provided by Xiao Qi. Contribution points will be allocated to each person's account based on the actual situation. Players' points are based on labor in the safe zone. For example, moving bricks earns 10 points per hour, and generally each person will earn between 90 to 100 points. Currently, only Tang Tang does not have contribution points. However, sewing is a job that requires skill and time, especially sewing clothes from materials that have never been seen before. Once she gets familiar with all the materials and tools, I believe her contribution points will increase rapidly like a snowball. Finally, the distribution is complete and the rewards from the daily tasks have been collected. Chopping down a tree gives 1 point, killing a monster gives 3 points, collecting 1 ton of stones gives 1 point, and storing 10 kilograms of food gives 1 point, totaling 6 reward points. Today's points combined with the stored points make a total of 17 points. It's time to gamble. At this moment, the intermediate mystery box costs 10 points and the primary mystery box costs 7, totaling 7 points for the draw. Smoke and purple light quickly spread out. Will something useful be opened this time? A total of 8 items were drawn. Nano healing needles are mainly used for non-fatal injuries to enhance tissue repair capabilities in a short time to accelerate the healing process. This item is only available in the intermediate box and its effectiveness is not clearly stated. There are no indications of side effects or components. Together with the sirens from the previous time, it's truly unreliable. Since I'm not injured yet, I'll put it away for now. What is this? Nothing at all, just candy. This orange flavor is quite similar to the chocolate from the previous day, providing only a 10-hour stat buff increase. There are 2 other items, both of which are ready-to-eat foods. These can be eaten to stave off hunger or provide energy. But is canned beef really not an issue? If I remember correctly, canned beef was produced in the 1800s when the war broke out. I can't quite see the year printed on the can anymore. It must be older than some of the antiques displayed in museums in my old world. Never mind, I'll just ask someone else about it later. After receiving my reward, I just need to go to the forum and find that person named Woo Woo. Let's check the forum. Oh, it seems she posted here. I thought it would take a while to search, but it turned out to be such a coincidence. Woo Woo, I am ignorant, I am weak, I put myself in danger. Please prepare thoroughly, don't be like me. I really didn't mean to, I just had my device restricted, managed by Guang. What? Who said I plan to restrict her device? It can't be that serious. Let's scroll down and see. Woo woo, I admit I am not a good player, but I have no choice. If anyone is to blame, it's that visual virus. Just carrying it with me made everything appear green in my eyes, causing me to develop obsessive compulsive disorder. Dan, is there really such a thing? But what exactly are the rules regarding this poison? Are there any limitations? And what about the ability to control insects? According to the mission assigned by the manager, it was my first time going to gather mushrooms and raspberries in the forest. Based on my character's talent, I could basically identify poisonous fruit and mushrooms, so the effectiveness was quite high. I even collected a few buckets to take back. I think that everything has been cleared by myself near the nursing facility, so I wanted to go a little further to check. Then I went to a place that looked like a parking lot. There were quite a few mushrooms there, and I picked a lot. Just as I was about to turn back, I suddenly saw a very tall concrete tube that looked a bit like a tunnel with water. Inside there were large green lights. At that moment, I didn't think much, but seeing so many mushrooms made me want to go in and have a look. After all, I could recognize poisonous ones, so I felt a bit confident. When I entered, I discovered that the glowing green mushrooms were all toxic. Just then, I heard some movement deep inside and gathered all my courage to take a look. I swear at that moment, I just wanted to see one thing. Then, something surprising happened. A large piece of flesh, I didn't know what kind of monster it was, simply swallowed me whole. At that time, I completely couldn't open my eyes or move, feeling like I was being eaten alive by something. In short, although I didn't feel pain, it was still terrifying. When consciousness completely faded away, I suddenly woke up. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. At first, I thought I was disconnected, so I quickly put on my helmet and reconnected. Then I saw the words, "Connection interrupted," on the helmet, which then changed to "Login restricted." No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't log in. Ha ha ha, what a waste. This player is quite brave, care to check out dangerous places alone. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have the courage. Genius. Genius. This is truly a genius. Specifically, a destructive genius. The netizens under the post are not very friendly. Some have qualified for the closed beta test, and they seem to just be watching the fun. Having no brain is fine. Sister Dan, is that all? Just that, and you're dead. Damn it. Please send invitations to qualified players. It's really a joke. But isn't it a waste? I could have gone. Guang Xu nodded triumphantly. There are quite a few netizens who haven't even signed up yet criticizing this wasteful behavior. Find her to talk privately. Hello, I am the game planner of Wasteland ONLINE. We have received your feedback. It takes 72 hours to respawn. Please be patient and wait for the respawn time to finish. What? I have to wait 3 days? Can it be changed to 1 day? I can pay more. Just tell me how much is needed. This is not a money issue. Can we make a little accommodation? Please, developer. Is that really not possible? I'm really not trying to be difficult. Please help me. By the way, what is your QR code? Can we be friends? It's so hard to type here. Let's move to WeChat to chat. Rules are rules. I can't help you. Cube icon. I haven't finished speaking yet. Besides respawning during the waiting period, if you die for the first time in the game, you will lose 500 points. Are points deducted for contributions too? But I don't have many. The annoying thing here is that you currently only have 30 points. Later, taking on missions will not be enough for exchanging punishment. What should I do if it's not enough? In the future, it will definitely be affected by the evaluation of NPC players. In other words, it means reducing the favorite level. Reducing the favorite level? Please don't Guang. Clearly, you don't realize the seriousness of the issue. Think about it. Your role is to save civilization. However, as a chosen person who comes to the surface to assist in building, instead of creating any value, you cause a lot of trouble for everyone. Is that okay? Don't you feel ashamed? You're feeling scared now, right? It's better to get this work done early. Living matter is gradually diminishing. She can't even earn 500 coins and also has to spend money on these things. How intriguing. But this is just a game. That's right, it's a game. But you are a participant in the game. You must have played through the Massacre of the Police, right? I have played that. This is the scene equivalent to 30 people. 29 people play very seriously, but there is one blind spot holding the identity board. You should understand how bad this situation can be. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. It's just a newcomer. If they die, they die. But I have no reaction whatsoever, and the other players also cannot remember for long. More training is needed. I'm sorry it was my mistake. I'm not good, Mr. Bong. Huh? Why do I feel more guilty than that? Never mind, it's not important anymore. You don't need to apologize. I just want to explain a little about the rules of the game and why such regulations are set. In a moment, I will unlock your posts and tell others a little bit. Additionally, I must emphasize once again that Wasteland Online is positioned as a hardcore game. At least in the early stages, the game will not have too many conventional elements. This is also when we design the entire framework of the game. If you really cannot accept this setup, I advise you to change games or wait until the public beta version goes online with more content before playing again. As a developer, I have no opinion on being penalized for dying, but can the favorite level be recovered? After resurrection, can we acknowledge our mistakes proactively? It may be helpful, but it doesn't make sense. The AI personality and behavioral logic of the management are neutral and contextually appropriate. Their assessments are primarily determined by whether players' behaviors align with the collective interest of other players. So if you want to make up for it, show everyone your hard work and don't engage in such thoughtless actions anymore. Woo-woo, I understand. Can you give me some feedback? Go ahead, later you could offer a little gift from Chloride, something that can increase the favorite level. I think other games have it, like the Big Nose Mole Mansion. I could pay for it. Woo-woo, please no, please no. I want to play that, damn it. How can I spend the money over there while I'm here? Hey, young man, you don't always need to think about solving problems with money. We are a legitimate company. I'm almost out of people. What do I need money for? Can I bring it over here to spend? Reading the message on the screen, Woo-woo was a bit shocked. A legitimate company? It's not that I look down on money. Not needing money is what makes it illegitimate. No need to say more, just ignore her. I've said what needs to be said. We need to see how people are discussing it inside. Having played this game before, to be honest, this game is great. I take back my previous words. I'm impressed. Wow, did your eyes get chewed by a dog? The dog is barking again. Stop talking. Let's see how people are posting. It's someone who just died tonight. I see the ID is Woo Woo. She's almost 2 meters tall with long legs. Everyone hurry up and discuss it. Go away, go by yourself, huh? It seems everyone is discussing that post. I've finished reading it, summarizing 3 points. First, there will be situations of fainting and death in the game. The connection is immediately severed afterwards. The pain felt exceeds the limits, and it's really eliminated. This time is similar to the previous test. I must say the game operators are very smart. The feeling is a bit surreal, but it's fine now. But I still have to say, it'd be best if one could adjust their gender themselves. What about one more point? Let me add, if you don't pretend to be dead, you won't die. Exactly, the reactions in the group are pretty good. Not bad. Quitting smoking. I'm sick already. How can I guess? Especially those people who want to play. Haha, you should go talk to Guang privately. I've tried, but he told me to wait. Boo-hoo. I don't care anymore. I don't care. I'm giving this to you. You deal with it yourself. Ha ha. It's not that bad, right? You're not secretly blocking him, are you? The boss really holds a grudge. I've looked through the information already. Why are you crying? How dare I block him? That's strange. Let's try talking another day. Right, has the user scavenging 99 been online? I don't know, let me help you ask. Tag scavenging 99. Hey, what's going on? I'm right here. Your character is a lizard. Do you see any problem with taking off the outfit? Like the adjusted places, for example. Guang Xu read the message, a bit puzzled. Adjusted places, you say. Hey, I know, it's that place. Scavenging 99, I forgot, it feels pretty good. I have the ability, strong physique, and quick reflexes in the game. After quitting the game, there are no issues. But I don't feel comfortable with that. I always want to eat raw meat in the game and feel all hot when I see blood. Yeah, I feel more at ease even when I'm not wearing anything. It's wonderful. The future is still long. What is the basis for choosing everyone's characters? I want to switch to a female character. Quan Feng. Come on, use your reason a bit, brother. Handsome Ma, you're scaring me with that. Go away, I just want to satisfy my curiosity. Everyone understands that. No, we all don't understand. Guang Feng, we still have to go scavenging at midnight. Today, 2 people who went out with the manager encountered a predator. Right? Correct. There were 2 predators and a mutated dog at that time. One scavenger was executed, and when we found out, the man had already been killed. Then we fought with the two robbers and took their stuff. Is it really that impressive? I really want to recruit you. So, did you kill the NPC? It was the manager who ordered the attack. Shouldn't this be considered a violation of the rules? Later, I looked carefully and saw that it only stated it was prohibited. I think this is a wild monster that was spawned, not an NPC. Right? But the bleeding effect felt quite real. I nearly thought someone had actually died. Guang Xu observed all the information in the chat. Previously, I had speculated that the world players see would be filtered, but now it seems this could actually happen. However, this filter does not necessarily have to be the type found in beauty cameras. It is more likely a process of conceptual blurring. The swapping of concepts like killing will become fighting, dying will be revival at the starting point, unlike how this device handles pain. Pain that exceeds the limit will be blocked by the player's brain. Sensory shocks that exceed the tolerance threshold will also need to be handled by dulling the corresponding emotions. If not, the brain's circuit breaker mechanism will be activated and the player will be directly awakened from the dream. Of course, all of this has been carefully planned by the designer. Shit, I suddenly feel a bit jealous of these newbies. When I first came here, it took me a long time to overcome those psychological barriers. Quang Feng, what language do those robbers you encountered speak? Scavenging 99, their words sound very strange. The pronunciation is somewhat similar to our language, but it's not. I don't understand. It must be generated randomly by the program. The future is still long. Well, the arrangement of this storyline is actually quite interesting. I feel it aims to break the hidden dangers in our wasteland. Just like the mutant tribe explored earlier, the goal must be to create a sense of crisis. Could it be just random situations? Everything you see is a design program. It doesn't mean anything. I think what Fang Chang said makes a lot of sense, but it only happens when players are online. It feels like it is intentionally arranged. The game process, first entering the virtual world, encountering a mutated bird, discovering the mutant tribe building a shelter outpost, meeting a hunter. That's right, it can only be considered a guess. I think this storyline can be understood as when the scale of outposts expands and the overall power of the players improves, the conflict between the shelters and other forces along with the mutants in the wasteland will gradually intensify. The competition for resources, survival, and space could be the main theme of the next stage of the game. In fact, you might want to start preparing for war. I guess it will be soon. Winter is coming, the expansion pack will end, and the next expansion will be the fortress race. Great! This analysis is impressive beyond my imagination. He is truly a genius. I still haven't gotten to play. Wow, this kid Fang Chang is not bad. Even I, as the planner, didn't consider everything, but he has thought everything through for me. What a talent. He definitely deserves a raise. I have to copy this guy's analysis, so if anyone asks later, I can explain it this way. Guang Xu sat in front of the screen and dozed off without realizing it. The computer suddenly emitted a series of beeping sounds, which startled him awake. Hutan, why are you online this late? Scavenging 99, Guam, you should get online early. I can't wait any longer. Just go online. Is there really someone like this? I just took a nap. I have to work tomorrow. Ha ha ha. What do you do for work? In the future, you should be able to make a lot of money from this game. It's better to manage your time well. Can this guy really say such things in front of the planner? Is that okay? Forget it. Pretend I didn't hear that. Guang, you should stay calm. The open beta test hasn't been released yet. This is just a closed test for 1 or 2 years. After that, there will be another closed test for another 3 to 5 years. Scavenging 99, it doesn't matter. Your company is so big, why worry about going bankrupt? I'm more worried than you are. Among the games currently available on the market, it's safe to say that none can defeat this game. The realism is 100%, opening up a new world. Everything else is just trash. Not to mention other things, as long as I can have free time at night, I can game all night long. Who would say no to being able to work an extra 8 hours a day without affecting your health? It's up to you. Take a look. Can you get me online? I promise I won't cause any trouble. I can't control what you do. Just follow the rules of the game. But you won't have anything to do if you log in at this time. The in-game time and real-world time are synchronized. At this time, it must still be late at night in the game. This is also the reason why I don't let players train hard at night. Even I wouldn't dare stay in the wild overnight. For humans, darkness is something to be feared. Mr. Guang, you may not know that my genetic sequence in the game is unsynchronized. To be precise, night is my home ground. Daytime is when I should be sleeping. Hey, plan for me to level up. All right, let me set it up for you first. Thank you. I have never met a player as active as this one. However, his opinions are quite reasonable, to be serious. In fact, night is the playground for mutated creatures. For a player like Scavenging 99, darkness does not mean danger. On the contrary, it can serve as a disguise. Guang Xu opened the player panel and unlocked the Scavenging 99 account. The lizard in the life cabin immediately reacted. Within a few seconds, he and Awakened successfully logged in and was opening that life chamber. Ha! This kid is quick. Already in? Awake just in time. There's a task I want to assign to you. Ah, discovered something. I entrust this to you, my dear manager. There is a tribe of mutants on Highway 76, right across from the east gate of Wasteland Park. During the day, the others and I found signs of predator activity in the nearby areas along the elevated highway, the road leading out of the city. I suspect they have strongholds to the north. I need you to head north along the elevated highway out of the city, check it out, and look for any signs of survivor activity within a straight line radius of 3 kilometers. Just return the result, no explanation needed, nothing else. No useless quotation marks or punctuation unless necessary. If anything suspicious is discovered, remember to mark it on the map and return to report. Make sure to hide carefully to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Additionally, if there are suitable targets, you can also hunt them. The spoils are always useful. I follow your orders, my esteemed administrator. At 6 a.m. the next day, except for Woo Woo, a player who had died the day before and was still in the process of creating a copy, the other players gradually exited the training pod. As for Scavenging level 99, he had not returned yet. However, I can confirm through the player list that he is still alive and not far from Wasteland Park. Respected administrator, do you have any plans for today? Although it is just a meaningless question, I asked it every day. What if something happens? Laoai's imagination. You come with me to exterminate the mutated tribe. Yes, administrator. Today is the same as yesterday. The tasks are listed on the bulletin board. Besides these, everyone is free to pursue other activities. The outpost currently needs food and building materials, as well as defensive structures. One side of the outpost wall has been repaired. The remaining 3 walls will be completed within the next 2 days. What worries me more now is that the activity at the outpost is getting louder and is alarming the mutated tribe on Highway 76 to the east. The outpost currently only has 3 guns, 2 of which are small caliber 5mm. It's not that we can't fight against those muscular green-skinned guys, but we will surely get seriously injured. I guess I could still escape, but if those monsters catch me, it would truly be a life worse than death. Normally, in such cases, the spirit collapses before the body. Of course, if any player gets captured, they might be forced to disconnect. Even if they are curious about what happens next, they won't feel anything. Refugee Outpost Administrator, where's the scavenger? I haven't seen him. He set off earlier. I have a special mission for him. A hidden mission, damn, so jealous. That big guy is so annoying. Fine. Yishi, later you and I will go on a reconnaissance trip. Fang Chang, you go along too. This time, let's choose someone a bit smarter. Understood, Administrator. Fang Chang's eyes lit up, and immediately Lao Bai next to him turned red with jealousy. Although I had agreed with Lao Bai before going online that we would research steel production together today, the excitement of following the boss to complete missions was more appealing than the actual production work. Not to mention the generous rewards, the hot intel was also tempting. Mutant Grade, you come here. Good brothers, wait for my return. You bastard, don't you dare come back. Guang Xu, take 2 people to the warehouse to grab the guns. The safety lock is located on the right side of the trigger. Get familiar with its position, but don't press it with your hand unless I instruct you to switch off the safety. In a moment, we will visit the survivors' outpost nearby to exchange some necessary supplies for the base with the locals. No matter what happens, everyone must listen to my command. Absolutely no arbitrary decisions. And remember, do not shoot or engage in any hostile behavior without permission. We must remember that we represent the entire outpost number 404. Understood. Understood, esteemed administrator. Your orders are our mission. I feel the same way. Yishi tried to interject. Where do these people learn this attitude from? However, as an administrator, I am certainly pleased to see the intentional attention-seeking behavior of the players. In a sense, my dominance is related to the feelings of the players. AM, very good, very spirited. We need to bring 50 kilograms of bacon, 20 kilograms of dried fish, a set of mutated hyena skins, and an ox cart for transport. You 2 get ready. We will set off in 10 minutes. Yes, dear administrator. After changing their outfits, Guang Xu led the 2 behind him, pulling the cart as they started moving. Building a stronghold requires tools and the necessary amount of resources. One example is small tools like screwdrivers, nails, wrenches, clamps, hammers for forging, axes for chopping trees, and saws for cutting timber. Without sufficient tools, the work will be difficult to accomplish. Even if it can be done, the efficiency will be extremely low. For example, The trowels used by players in the stronghold to repair the walls are all substitute products made of wood by Mosquito Brother. Nowadays, over 200 years after the desert era, the supply of materials has become extremely scarce. But nothing is absolute. There is always something nice to be discovered every day. These items are often sold by scavengers to nearby settlements of surviving people. It is displayed on a shelf for the traveling party to choose from. I will pull 2 of them disguised as a traveling party and head to the nearby brown farm to exchange for the necessary supplies for the outpost. Bringing Yi Shi and Fang Chang with me, we set off from the south gate of Wasteland Park, avoiding Route 76. We followed the winding path southeast to Brown Farm. One reason is that no one there knows me, let alone any detailed information. Furthermore, the road to Brown Farm will be a little easier and have fewer ruins. But even so, walking across the wasteland is actually a 3-kilometer long journey. Our group will take breaks along the way, avoiding the impassable ruins. During this phase, we need to be vigilant not only for various mutant species, but also to be careful of any survivors with ill intentions targeting us. Finally, before 9 a.m., we arrived. The walls here clearly show signs of devastation and signs of gunfire attacks. Just beyond, there is a gallows with many skulls placed on either side. It must be a place for punishing the guilty. The entrance was right in front of them. This place was different from Waiyan City. Mr. Brown, the landowner here, was a landowner in the truest sense. There was no freedom here like in Waiyan City. The people living here had only 2 identities, either soldiers or slaves. Please don't hit her anymore. She hasn't eaten for several days. Shut up and get up to work for me. However, there was no real concern that the other side would act maliciously. Any force that had 2 plots of land for cultivation rarely took the initiative to attack outsiders. After all, those who wore shoes had to consider whether it was worth it to bully those who went barefoot. As the 3 approached the main gate, a gun was immediately aimed at them. Guang Xu quickly raised both hands and said, "Wait a minute." The guard shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, stop. Who are you? What are you doing here? Stand still and tell me why you are here. We mean no harm, we just want to trade goods with you." "Trade goods? I've never seen you before. Where did you come from?" "From the wasteland. We just migrated to the area nearby." "Nomads." Depending on his understanding, Guang Xu shrugged. Nomads in Wasteland are not rare, especially in the outskirts. One could say they are relatively common. These people typically do not enter urban areas, mostly wandering in the wild lands between cities. They do not farm but earn a living through herding, hunting, pursuing various mutant species, migrating from one place to another. Occasionally, they act like traders, buying, selling, and exchanging the prey they manage to catch and discarded items for daily necessities. Of course, there are times when they resort to plundering homes and wealth. In the wasteland, there is no one who is purely good or evil. In an absolute sense, in certain circumstances and conditions, anyone can become a predator. As for the guard, he looked at the appearance of Guang Xu's group with great caution. The 3 of them were armed with guns on their backs. It was unclear how many people their tribe had. "What do you have in your bags? What do you intend to trade?" 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 20 kilograms of dried fish, and 10 sets of mutant hyena hides. We need metal tools and agricultural produce. I assure you we will leave immediately after the trade is completed. We will not stay here for another second. The opponent finally let go of some of their vigilance. It seems these people really came here to trade. "You wait here, I will go back to ask for instructions." "Feel free." Yi Shi couldn't help but whisper from behind. Discussing with Feng Chang, the base of these living people is a bit uncomfortable. I mean, the architectural style here gives a post-apocalyptic feel. Indeed, it seems this update is quite new. Or could it be new NPCs? Perhaps, just that I don't know what he's talking about. Who knows? I only know his expression is quite arrogant. I find him quite annoying too. After a while, a large gate finally opened. The crowd in the farm sent a farmer with a cart to exchange agricultural tools along with some other items, accompanied by several sacks. The 2 highest-ranking individuals here stepped forward to face each other. One man extended his hand for a handshake and said, "Liu Yu, Guang Xu, I want to know what type of meat you are transporting on your cart." "Smoked meat is mutated hyena. The dried fish is catfish and crucian carp. You can inspect it at your discretion." Liu Yu opened one sack of meat to take a look. He nonchalantly pulled out a large piece of meat, cut a corner with a knife, then tossed it to the skinny cart puller and said, "Eat it." "Ah, yes, yes," the cart puller said, trembling. "Sir, it is smoked hyena meat, no salt, simply smoked in the air. After 10 minutes, boss, I think it's fine. This meat has no issues, it's good." "Then we can start the transaction," the other man said. 1 kilogram of smoked meat or fish exchanges for 2 kilograms of wheat or 2 kilograms of potatoes. Fur exchanges for tools 1-to-1. No, 1 kilogram of smoked meat should exchange for at least 5 kilograms of wheat or 5 kilograms of potatoes. Moreover, these are all premium furs. A set of fur requires at least 3 tools. I have been through Yan Town. Don't think I don't know the market price. The other party remained silent for a moment. This expression made Guang Xu feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that I'm paying too high a price? I only quoted this price to haggle. Don't turn against me directly, he thought to himself. Liu Zhengyu said in a deep voice, "Ok, hey, does this person really not haggle when doing business? Wait a minute, damn it. That stupid mayor dares to disrupt food prices. We're at a loss again this time." The 2 idiots standing behind looked bewildered. Seeing the other party nod, they thought it must be a success. The administrator's complexion didn't look very good, did it? In the end, 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of dried fish were exchanged for 250 kilograms of wheat and potatoes. Moreover, 10 pieces of fur were exchanged for 30 tools. What I chose were all the best alloy tools from before for production. These should not be underestimated. In terms of quality, they are much better than the counterfeit goods made from steel or pure iron by the wild natives. Transaction successful. Welcome back next time. Guang Xu replied, "Okay, I will come back. We also have some mutant species leaves. You meet them. They can reduce fatigue, and marinating food can enhance the flavor. Very useful." Next time, we have nothing left to trade. If possible, I would like to buy 1 or 2 slaves for use, but I have nothing left to exchange. Perhaps next time. No, my friend, this is not for sale. This is a gift from us. Saying that, the other person placed the bag into Guang Xu's hands. When you receive something, smile brightly. Then I won't be polite anymore. Although I don't smoke this, selling it might give me a decent amount of money. Guang Xu thought to himself. The 3 of them then pulled a cart full of food and tools back. Yishi was excited. Was that the brown farm we just visited? I remember that name as well. Unsurprisingly, today's survey is likely about the trading system and base of a new neutral power. I guess the next step will be a completely new way of doing business. If you remember the plan we talked about before, the business system of Wasteland Online will be designed according to a demand and supply system that is completely realistic. Trading goods with places where survivors gather is essential. Ishii was so excited that he was drooling. Ha ha ha. What you said makes me look forward to the beta so much. Estimating this public beta is still early. The ambitions of this game company are not small at all. There are certainly still a lot of content that needs to be tested. However, I feel there's no need to wait for the public beta. With just the next update, the game content will surely be very rich. However, Levy asked again, are you sure that the dog raising plan here, Guam will hear it? I hear it. I hear it all. Your dog plan. Holy shit, that scared me. Guam, I'm wrong. You are my father. They followed the old path back to the shelter. Along the way, there were plenty of traces of blood scattered around. Guang Xu suddenly felt uneasy, along with a growl echoing from above. He quickly hid in a corner, his face covered in sweat. This is. When he raised his eyes, Guang Xu was in shock. A monstrous creature was glaring down at the group below. A void monster? Why is there a void monster in broad daylight? He shouted loudly while raising his gun to shoot. Quick, disperse. But the gun in his hand was really not that good. Damn, too far away. Can't hit. The monster roared and charged aggressively. At this moment, the 2 teammates finally reacted. One of them yelled, "Monster! Oh shit!" A new monster. The appearance of the monster was even more shocking than that of the robbers. Guang Xu turned around and shouted, "Are you guys deaf? Do you hear what I'm saying? Run now." The other 2 began to shoot in support. One of them shouted, "Administrator, we're not going anywhere." Yes, that's right. Fight to the end. The other one added, "What are you fighting for? I ordered you to grab the supplies over there and run." Guang Xu yelled loudly. The void monster, a devourer, although both are zombies, could hunt and think like living beings. However, they are afraid of sunlight. Who the hell was the idiot that provoked it and made it run out like this? Guang Xu cursed silently. The giant body of the void monster suddenly leaped out from behind a corner. 3 guns instantly fired fiercely, but the creature quickly dashed through, dodging all the shots. Too fast. Left, no right. Guang Xu screamed. Despite the barrage of bullets, the void monster continued its charge. It seemed to have identified Guang Xu as the leader and kept targeting him. Guang Xu had no way to dodge and could only fire back desperately. Finally, he hit it with a bullet in its right shoulder. Shot by a bullet, the monster staggered, its entire body trembling and groaning. The opportunity has come. Let's shoot it dead. One person shouted loudly. Yishi and Fang Chang bravely closed in, firing continuously. But even after emptying their magazines, they had yet to hit the monster. none of their shots connected. Damn, not even a hair can we hit. One person yelled in frustration. The void monster, seeing this, moved forward. It walked past Fang Chang and his group as if looking down on them. Is it true that to capture the bandits, we must first catch the leader? Its target is the commanding officer. Guang Xu was sweating profusely. Facing such a superior being was truly overwhelming. Sharp fangs and claw-like hooks were rushing toward him. The gun was out of bullets and reloading would take too long. Guang Xu had no choice but to throw it aside and draw a sharp metal bar from behind, preparing to fight back. He held the bar in front of him, sliding it against the void monster's sharp teeth. The difference in strength was considerable. Maintaining this position made his hands tremble violently. Although his 9 points of strength exceeded that of a normal person, compared to the monster, his power was still lacking. The void monster roared fiercely, sending Guang Xu flying far backward. His body slammed against the ruins and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. This is already quite a disparity, Guang Xu thought to himself. Facing such a creature, he indeed found it difficult to resist. It brought its large face closer, the pungent smell of blood wafting into his face. Damn it, this monster is too fast. Guang Xu reached for the bent iron pipe beside him. The monster's jaws opened wide and lunged at him. Bang! The sound of the impact reverberated, and the ground beneath cracked open. He used the iron bar with all his strength to block the deadly jaws. Suddenly, he felt a change in his body. Why does it feel like a force is surging out? Could this be the hidden potential in the genetic sequence? Following the surge of strength, he forcefully initiated a counterattack. Bit by bit, he pushed the sharp teeth away from his body. The void monster roared, raising its claws high. Is it trying to smash me in one blow? Guang Xu thought. At the critical moment, bullets rained down from behind the monster. This barrage of bullets had inflicted damage on that rough body. Ah! If you can't hit from a distance, then it's time for close combat. I don't believe you can't shoot. Go die, you monster. The two players continuously shot at the void monster's back, making it arch its neck and scream in pain. Guang Xu quickly seized the opportunity. Now is the time. He gripped the iron bar tightly, channeling all of his strength, aiming precisely at the monster's throat. In an instant, the creature was pierced from the front of its neck to the back, finally collapsing face down on the ground, motionless. Guang Xu's face was smeared, sweat covering his forehead, panting. Thank you both. He stumbled a few steps, about to fall. Fang Chang rushed over to support him. Administrator, how about I take you over there to rest for a while? Yi Shi nodded. That's right. The commotion from the fight was really loud. We might attract other enemies. Guang Xu replied, That's fine. You two take the gear. Let's go over there to rest. The three of them pulled the cart and sought refuge in a quiet corner. Suddenly, they all wore expressions of astonishment. Ahead of them, they discovered someone in a wretched state. One leg was already amputated, blood still oozing. The face was smeared, but the features were still very attractive, with eyes and hair both red, exuding a rugged charm. Fang Chang remarked, looking at this wound, she must be the one who provoked that void monster. Yi Shi and Fang Chang looked at the girl, their eyes bright. She might be a new NPC, and she is quite beautiful. The two sides stared at each other for a moment. The red-haired girl was very nervous, her hands trembling as she reached down to her side, about to draw her gun. But before she could act, there was already a gun barrel pointed straight at her head threateningly. Guang Xu coldly threatened, You better be honest. Even though I'm injured, it's still better than you. Besides, I have two more people behind me. The red-haired girl let out a deep sigh, closed her eyes tightly, indicating her acceptance. Fang Chang asked quietly beside her, Is she an enemy, admin? Guang Xu shook his head. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. You two go find me a chair, huh? He sat down and began. Now we can talk a bit. What's your name? Xia Yan, the girl replied decisively, showing no signs of fear. Where are you from? Mercenary from Jushi City, she answered. Where are your teammates? Why are you alone? Hearing this, Xia Yan looked down, gloomily saying, They're dead. All three of them. Except for me, they all died. Guang Xu commanded, Yi Shi, go around here and see if there are any corpses dressed like this girl. If you find any, take all their equipment and bring it back. Yes, I'll know right away, Yi Shi said as he hurried out. Xia Yan found it very confusing. What are these people doing? What language are they speaking that I completely don't understand? Guang Xu continued, Right? I almost forgot to ask you. What happened with that void monster? Why did you provoke it? Xia Yan replied, It targeted us first. At that time, we were looking for the entrance to Shelter 117. As a result, we encountered it along the way. It chased us from the subway tunnel all the way outside. We were nearly exhausted by this monster. The entrance to Shelter 117, what is that? I don't know. I only know its approximate location near the New World department store, located on line 7 in the outskirts of King Quan. There is something that our master wants. Hearing this answer, Guang Xu thought Shelter 117 might be something valuable, but it's not worth the risk. In the future, when I'm stronger, wouldn't it be better to let the players explore the dungeon instead? There's no need to put myself in danger. Seeing Guang Xu's indifferent attitude, Xia Yan was immediately surprised. Aren't you interested? Why should I be interested? I heard there's an energy armor in there. Oh, you saw it? Show me the photo. I don't have it. Then you shouldn't tell me these things if you don't have it. Guang Xu casually asked, is your hair dyed or natural? Natural, the girl replied, her face slightly red. The color is quite nice, but you should wash your hair. It's a bit dirty. Are you teasing me? Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from outside, let her go. Yishi was being held by a man, a gun pressed to her head as a threat. The other two immediately aimed their guns at him, fully alert. The man yelled, son of a bitch, don't move. Your teammate is in my hands. You can defeat the void monster. I know you're strong, but can you be quicker than the gun in my hand? Ha ha ha. Am I really strong? Ha ha. Sorry. The red-haired girl was overjoyed to see the arrival. Chen Yang, you're not dead. Ha ha. I'm not that easy to kill here. Just wait a moment. I'll get you out. Yishi was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth tightly. Fire. Shoot me. What are you all waiting for? Ha, you fool. You scared me to death. Hurry up and shoot him. The burly man listened to Yishi and completely couldn't understand a word. What was this person babbling about? He struck the back of Yishi's head hard with the butt of his gun. Be a little more honest. Yishi continued to shout loudly. Just shoot. Administrator, you don't need to worry about me. I can't die. Guang Xu replied calmly. That's obvious. I know you can't die, but the one who paid to resurrect you is me. He raised his gun and aimed. I don't like being threatened by others. You better drop the gun and raise both hands above your head and lean against the wall. I can spare your life. The burly man growled. Hey, I'm not joking with you. I really will shoot this blonde guy. Guang Xu coldly replied, me too. I want to see who dies first. We'll count to 3 and fire together. Enough, Chen Yang. You can leave alone. You don't need to worry about me. Guang Xu maintained his monotonous tone and started counting. 3. Chen Yang was here sweating profusely. He muttered, crazy. This person is crazy. Not even a bit concerned for his teammate's life. There's this hostage. Her face is showing an exaggerated desire to die, completely unlike the demeanor of a normal hostage. Wait a moment. Don't. I just accidentally threatened you. Chen Yang stammered. This person is for you. I just want something similar. Give me the key on her. Once I have the key, I'll release her. The key. Guang Xu looked back in confusion. Yes, it was a key card. She knows what I'm talking about. The red-haired girl asked while trembling, so you want the key. She was shaking all over. Think whatever you like. Instead of dying here, it's better for me to finish my task. I originally planned to wait for the void monster to leave and then rummage through the corpses of my teammates. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to pretend to be dead and only come to help her at this moment. What about it? A girl and your teammates, I just need the key from her. And even if you get it, it won't be useful. Guang Xu remained silent. The red-haired girl also hung her head, avoiding eye contact. The corners of Guang Xu's mouth curled up as she said, that makes sense. It's not so, I just need a card from her, and we both will be happy. Girl, give it to him. Yishi didn't understand this post-apocalyptic language. Why doesn't the administrator shoot? Why negotiate with these robbers? I'm a player. What is there to fear? Dying here would be a heroic sacrifice. My popularity would surely increase. Administrator, don't worry about me. Fang Chang, what are you doing? Hurry up and shoot. Don't move. Let me aim properly. If the administrator hasn't spoken, how could I dare to do anything? What if I mess up the main plot? The red-haired girl looked at the card in her hand and hesitated. This card was given to me by the captain before he died, and logically, only I would know where this card is unless he has searched everyone's bodies. In the end, she gritted her teeth and threw the card hard. Take it. Seeing that the item was within reach, the big guy laughed happily. Then I'll accept it. He stepped forward, ready to stomp on the card. But at that moment, Yishi suddenly went limp, becoming difficult to hold, causing the guy to lose his grip. Guang Xu seized the opportunity and immediately opened fire. The bullet accurately hit him squarely in the forehead, quickly taking his life. All of this happened in less than a few seconds. The two people cautiously approached to check if they had truly defeated their opponent. Fang Chang snapped his fingers triumphantly. Got it! A headshot. So impressive. Guang Xu pointed at the bullet hole in the ceiling and interrupted. That was my shot. Your bullet went up to the ceiling. You need to practice more. Speaking of which, this wasn't the first time I had used the forced lugout feature on a player. I didn't expect this feature to be unexpectedly useful. The red-haired girl sat in a corner, pale with fear. You killed him. Guang Xu turned around and glared at her. I told you, the thing I hate the most is being threatened by others. Not to mention I had already given him a chance. Yishi collapsed to the ground, beginning to tremble as he regained his movement. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking around. Hey, did I just die? Oh shit, why is this guy already dead? He said irritably. Damn, I missed such an interesting plot twist. Maybe it was a flickering life. It's good that I can log in again. A headshot. Tell me, am I good or what? Good, very good. Guang Xu slowly approached the opponent's body. He bent down, picked up the black access card, and carefully examined it. The access card is temporarily unusable. This gun is quite a good item. It's over. We're leaving now. You should pray for yourself. The girl was surprised. Aren't you all going to take me with you? When did I say I would take you along? The girl bit her lip. This man was not joking. He really wanted to leave her here alone. Are you really not a bunch of robbers? Guang Xu chuckled softly. Oh, are you really that disappointed? The girl felt embarrassed and avoided his gaze. I mean, you are the survivors from the area, right? Can you take me to your base? The two people beside her couldn't help but whisper. Hey, is she a new NPC? Maybe, but it's not certain. Looks like the administrator doesn't intend to take her along. But I think she still has some usefulness. That's true. She looks like a mercenary. Even though she has a broken leg, she should still be able to make guns or other weapons. Guang Xu, overhearing this, found it quite reasonable. He returned to the girl, so I'll be straightforward. Right now, you're a burden. Even if I take you to the survivors gathering in the nearby area, your outcome wouldn't be much better than dying here. Of course, there are exceptions. If you have a skill, I might consider taking you with me on the condition that you agree to work for me. This proposal came as a shock, leaving the girl silent. A person who only had one leg like herself, finding it hard to walk, how could she think about going back to Jushi City? Even if she could return, she wouldn't be able to do much since both prosthetic limbs and functional prosthetics are incredibly expensive. Either go with them or stay here and wait to die. It didn't really require a choice. In the end, she chose to go back with the three men from Guang Xu. Perhaps this journey was her last moment of freedom. Other than forcing her to bear children, she couldn't think of how else she might be useful to the man in front of her. I've heard it's going to be very painful. I wonder if that's really true. Hey, we're here. Before her eyes was the scene of a group of men working hard. Everyone was busy with no sign of laziness. This is a refugee camp. There are more than 20 people here. The refugee camp in Qingquan City is not rare at all. There are places that opened years ago and many others are still closed, waiting for their opening date. But what use is a wall like this? It is certainly very secure. Bullets can't penetrate it. But no matter how strong the wall is, it can't compare to the main door of the refugee camp. That door is so strong that even gamma rays can't get through. Hey, you guys are from the refugee camp, right? I thought you had passed out. Ha! I'm not that weak. She replied, panting and sulking. I can tell your Wu healing speed is indeed a bit faster than normal. If it were an ordinary person, even if they had lost much blood, they would definitely be running a high fever and in a coma by now. And yet she can still stay conscious, just sweating on her forehead, looking pale. Keeping her here may not be a mistake. After Guang Xu spoke, he turned to give instructions. You two, take the food to the eggs and tomato sauce and let her store it. A few days ago, I told Brother Trum to build a storage house that could hold grains and meat. If everything went smoothly, it should be finished by now. It needs to be dry before being put into the warehouse, or maybe it's better to just put it in like that. He probably knows better than I do. Working with someone skilled is really great. Guang Xu returned to the ox cart, grabbed a few of his belongings, and conveniently carried the girl from the cart along with him. Being carried like this made her quite embarrassed. Hey, brother. The two others saw Guang Xu enter, but didn't dare to say anything. Great, I want to do it too. Lao Vai, seeing someone come back, hurried over to catch up on the news. What happened? Ask Fang Chang. He was the only one who saw everything. I only saw loneliness. Oh, look at me. This game doesn't have subtitles, so I didn't understand what the NPCs were talking about. I had to interpret her as a new NPC. Got it. But why was she so severely injured? It wasn't just severe injuries. She almost lost her life. You have no idea what happened on the way back. What happened? Hurry up and tell me. It was a monster that looked like Venom attacking us. Holy shit, Venom. This game must have cost a lot for the licensing right. It looks really ugly. When it crawls, it is half the height of a person, and when it stands up, it has to be about 2 meters tall. Not only is it unrealistically strong, but the movements are also as fast as Superman. Our whole group kept shooting continuously, using up 3 guns, but still couldn't hit it. Fortunately, the administrator found a metal pipe and stabbed it several times until it died. Basically, the incident happened just like Yishi described. That monster is indeed ridiculously powerful. I guess the expansion not only adds more activities to the game, but also includes new mutant species, new NPCs, and related quests. Let's talk more about this when I log off soon. The administrator told me to bring this food truck to Trum. I'll go finish my mission now. Okay, go ahead. I also need to go to the forge to smelt some steel, so when you're done, come over and give me a hand. Okay, see you soon. In the shelter, Guang Xu carrying a girl attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, look over there. The administrator is carrying someone on his shoulder. Who is that? A new NPC? Oh, that's a girl. Finally, there's a new NPC. Brothers, the day we finish the trial version is not far away. Being carried like this, she felt incredibly embarrassed. How awful. This position is too humiliating. How will I ever look anyone in the eye again? Although she didn't understand what these people were saying from their lewd expressions, she could grasp the general idea. They lived like a pack of hungry hyenas in the desert, waiting for the alpha to enjoy the prey before sharing the leftovers like bones and meat with the pack. It's very clear that I am the plump and tasty goat they crave. Compared to being humiliated and tossed to those wolves to be torn apart, I would rather end it myself. If I have to die, I should do it with some dignity. But her body wouldn't listen to her commands, damn. Guang Xu brought her into the main computer room and crudely placed her in a chair. Be gentle? What do you want to do? Shut up. Guang Xu took out a syringe from a mysterious box, peeled off the cover, and prepared to use it. The girl trembled at the strange object. What do you want to do? Sit still. It probably won't hurt. Just endure it for a bit. The nanotherapy syringe is intended only for external wounds that do not threaten life. It can restore abilities in a short time, helping to heal wounds quickly. I got this when I opened a mystery gift box. Her recovery speed is quite fast. I had planned not to use it, but the wound showed signs of inflammation and pus. I can't let the situation worsen. The refugee camp currently has no surgeons, not even anesthetics or disinfectants, let alone a sterile operating room. It's fine to lack anesthetics, but at least there should be disinfectants. Seeing the other person preparing to inject something strange into her, the girl couldn't help but tremble. Guang Xu's indifferent demeanor also put pressure on the other person. Don't come over here. Ignoring her cries, the syringe was directly injected into her severed leg. She was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly and screamed, but then realized, oh, it doesn't hurt. What is happening? Why can't I feel anything? Just a little sleepy. What are you doing to me? Save your life. No need to thank me. If you want to thank me, just work hard. This girl actually fell asleep. Guang Xu muttered, I didn't expect this to have a sedative effect. Fortunately, I didn't carry it for use during combat. Damn, the items from the system are all poorly labeled. This side effect needs to be noted down. Therapeutic nanometer needle has side effects such as inducing drowsiness not suitable for use during combat. Guang Xu placed the girl in the unactivated nurturing room for recuperation first. The temperature and air in the refugee camp were set to be suitable for human habitation. Although the ground was a bit cold, it was much better than outside. Once everything was arranged, he left. As he stepped outside, he suddenly remembered something. Right, I wonder if this fight will help improve my attributes. I need to check. System display. Guang Xu Administrator, level 7. Basic attributes. Strength, 10. Speed, 6. Physique, 8. Judgment, 7. Intelligence, 6. Innate skill, Primal Instinct. In extreme state, can activate Primal Instinct. When used, all attributes increase by 10 to 15%. Fatigue accumulation rate increases by 20 to 30%. Guang Xu was surprised. Leveling up 2 tiers at once, I didn't expect that battle to help me increase from level 5 to 7. However, the improvement in the genetic sequencing development of the administrator has led to attribute changes that seem to defy any rules. These 2 levels, 1 point goes to strength and the other point goes to physique. Other players all have primary attributes, but I don't have any. It seems that the points increase randomly. For example, Yishi goes from level 0 to 3 and gains 3 points in judgment. Right now, I have 10 points in strength, and my strength seems to be twice that of an average adult male. Enhanced physique means I will have a stronger body and greater resistance to negative states. Wait a minute, this. I gained a new innate skill, Wild Instinct. The feature of this innate skill isn't bad, but the name Wild Instinct just feels strange. The meaning of this innate skill is probably that for a certain period of time, it can enhance the cells in the body, increase metabolic efficiency, or stimulate the release of adrenaline or something like that. Something along those lines. Looking back at the information on the screen, Guang Xu pondered, the data on the screen are purely for reference. The void monster today, if we just consider the displayed data, could completely overpower me. But even so, that monster wanting to kill me is not an easy task. Outside the door, there are 3 backpacks filled with loot. He silently calculated. All right, let's see what the 3 bags of loot I brought back today contain. Let's see. The expression on his face immediately turned joyful. Guns, ammunition, quite a bit hot items, and of high quality too. I'm striking it rich. This is really a bargain. He neatly organized everything, showing that Yi Shi packed the items quite carefully, leaving no empty spots. Even the empty magazines were included. However, the materials for these bullets are very ordinary. Most are made of steel, with only a few stray bullets having a steel core wrapped in copper or a lead core wrapped in copper. There are a few bullets with red painted tips, and their materials are not the usual type. They might be special purpose ammunition. Guang Xu looked at the overall situation. These mercenaries, although not wealthy, have quite adequate weaponry. It seems that the strength of Jushi City cannot be underestimated. The larger the scale of the outpost, the more likely it is to expand trade with the strongholds of other survivors in the future. After waiting through this winter, I must go there to see it. It would be best to form a trading team to go with me. I can't just rely on those unscrupulous merchants to bring goods right to my door. If I don't want to be taken advantage of, I have to make the trip myself. The kitchen at the outpost is filled with smoke today. A new dish has come out after trading for ingredients from the farm, salted potatoes with bacon. Wow, it's a new dish, finally not fish soup. Luckily, the administrator brought back potatoes so we can make something other than fish soup. These potatoes taste quite good. After cooking them in salted water and adding a little soy sauce on top, they taste quite similar to KFC mashed potatoes. The only downside is that they require a lot of soy sauce. If we make mashed potatoes 28 times, we'll go through 1/5 of a bottle of soy sauce. That's being very economical. And the salt is almost gone, with only about half a bag left. If we keep using it like this, in a few days, everyone will only be able to eat bland soup and drink plain water to get by. Hey, could you make some more flavorful dishes? It's really hard to eat without adding any salt. I'm begging you. Tang Tang eats very quickly and has now brought his bowl to ask for more. Hugo, this mashed potato dish is amazing. Egg Uncle, can I have another bowl, please? It's over. Each person is only allowed to have 1 bowl. So can we have mashed potatoes again tomorrow? No. There's not much soy sauce left, we need to save it. If you want to eat, you have to order your own food. The cook's side. After many years of cooking, I've never had to save for the boss before. I just wish I could turn 1 grain of salt into 2 tablespoons. And now I have to be careful with every pinch. Yi Shi was sitting on one side, animatedly telling a story. At that time, I was walking down the street when I suddenly felt a chill eyeing me. I immediately went on high alert. Without thinking, I raised my rifle and emptied a magazine. Ha, that's enough boasting. And a whole magazine, too. You might as well be holding a Gatling gun. That's not important. What happened next? What happened next? Keep going. How did everyone deal with it? Exactly. Don't interrupt. Everyone, don't rush. Let me continue. At that moment, I was slow to speak but quick to act. The monster lunged at me in the blink of an eye. Time passed quickly and it was already dark. The players had all returned to their rooms to rest and logged out. Only Scavenging level 99 had not returned yet. Based on the player list, I can confirm that they are still alive. However, they logged out 2 hours ago. To log out, it's not just a matter of returning to the hibernation room. Any act of losing consciousness can sever the connection. One can hit oneself on the back of the head or find a place to lie down and sleep. In a state of disconnection from the game, this asexual clone will have almost no reaction to aggression from the outside world. But surely that guy has found a safe place to rest, at least for now. Summary of today's work. The eastern wall has been completed. Current construction material resources. 110 raw logs. 1 ton of charcoal. 1 ton of Portland cement. 2 stacks of Honolulu bricks. A few blocks of hard cement. 240 raw logs and 800 kilograms of cement have been used. The amount of wood has decreased continuously over the past 2 days, but the cement is now in surplus. It seems we need to send more people to cut wood or adjust the wood cutting requirements in the daily tasks. Current food supplies. Potatoes and green wheat, 350 kilograms. Smoked meat, 5 kilograms. Raspberries, a little. Daily consumption, 5 kilograms of meat, 10 kilograms of potatoes. Recently traded 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of dried fish. Fur. Besides being used for trade, I have consumed all 5 pieces. Today, Tang Tang managed to make 5 sets of clothing. Very good. Let me see, it should be 250 contribution points. That's right, the amount of weapons has also increased. We can build a new armory later. Today I earned 7 encouragement points. I can open a mystery gift box again. Suddenly, there was a voice from behind calling Xiao Qi. Master, master. Guang Xu quickly turned around. What's wrong? Why did you bring back a strange woman from outside? Xiao Qi seemed quite upset. Guang Xu looked confused. What are you talking about, Xiao Qi? I saw her. She was carried back. So it's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that compared to the clones, who can have their actions restricted at any time, the locals in the Wasteland are harder to control. It's best not to trust them too easily. Hearing this, he smiled slightly. You are thinking too much. I have never fully trusted anyone, whether they are players or natives of this place. Ah, then I can rest assured. By the way, you can always trust Xiao Qi. No matter what happens, Xiao Qi will always be your most loyal assistant. All right, I got it. Can't you be more positive? That's really unreasonable. Hey, it's time for some fun sneaking a look again. The number of pre-orders has doubled from the initial figure of just over 100, and it's currently only a little shy of breaking the 300 mark. Now the pre-order threshold for the game has shifted from filling out a form to filling out a form along with answering questions. The goal is to understand the demand and awareness of the game among players. Recently, nationwide, our company has conducted a survey to further guide the direction of the game. Whether you are interested in this game or not, you can participate. Interactive question styles will be directly eliminated, leaving only those who are serious about playing. The number of visits to the official website has also significantly increased compared to before, averaging 1,000 visits per day. Clearly, this is just a basic website, not even having a registration section, yet it's surprisingly managed to gather so many people. Many people in real life still find it boring. Since you are free anyway, why not come and work for me in the game? Scavenging level 99. Tan, I'm tired today. Thankfully, I managed to get some harvest. About 2 kilograms north of the abandoned construction site, there is a tire factory. There is someone walking a dog patrolling the area suspected to be the domain a robber, but I'm not sure. I plan to get closer when it gets dark to check it out. Wait for me to confirm, then I'll return to the forum to show off. I guessed it right. Scavenging level 99 not only went offline safely, but also had a surprising harvest. Quang Feng, lao lai beep beep. I told you, why didn't I see you offline, and how could you be online during the day? Scavenging level 99. If you were a mutant species, you could too. No more nonsense. I'll take a break and then go online again. Yeeshi. He wants to cause chaos on the website, right? Smoking. Don't talk about being online during the day. If I could just go online and take a look, dying would be worth it. Woo woo. I'm still resurrecting. I'm dying here. Scavenging level 99 sent a smiling icon. Indeed, the forum is very lively. Ha! Fang Chang posted again. Let me check it out. I have to brag about this alpha version 2.0 update. It is evident that the game developers are quite sincere and conscientious. The content of this update is not just a few optimization projects listed on the official website, including new gameplay modes, monster models, larger maps, and much richer content than I previously thought. For example, the brown farm we traded this time. As soon as I saw the textured concrete wall there, I was shocked by the official artistic design of the game. The immersive feeling is hard to describe in words. Whether it's the post-apocalyptic architectural style or the intricate patterns of clothing on various NPCs, traces of careful shaping can be seen everywhere without using the original props to add more. Guang Xu laughed until he cried. The chickens really still think the game is conscientious. I feel so embarrassed. In addition, there is a system combat trial. On the way back, we were attacked by mutant species, leading to a very intense and dangerous battle. Previously, I always thought that these unreasonable mutant species only existed in the settings, but unexpectedly, they have been deployed in the current version. Here I have to say that our manager is indeed a guide for new players with an absurdly strong combat capability. The moment the monster charged at us, Yishi and I didn't even have time to react, almost frozen in place, relying solely on him. Stunned as he used a small metal pipe to topple a monster over 2 meters tall, I watched with rising fervor. Moreover, for me personally, the most surprising thing is the new NPCs that have joined our outpost. Her special identity may bring us many new gameplay options, such as weapon modifications or even more side quests, or even more exciting things yet to be discovered. I think we can certainly look forward to it. For more information about the Alpha version 2.0 update, I will continue to update the post. Those interested can click to follow. Out of respect for your compliment about my conscience, I'll pin Fang Chang's post. Master, what's wrong? Xiao Qi, The girl you found is awake. After being injected with the drug, the girl had been in a deep sleep, but she finally began to open her eyes. The first thing she felt was thirst. Suddenly realizing there were supplies beside her, she found a bottle of water in her bag. Without wasting a second, she jumped up and grabbed it, raising it to her mouth and drinking it all without hesitation. Finishing the drink felt extraordinarily refreshing, as if she had just been pulled back from hell. After drinking, she immediately noticed the bag of snacks. Like a person from the Wasteland, how could she know what it was? Picking it up and inspecting it didn't help, but her lower stomach was growling incessantly from hunger. She tore the outer wrapper to check what was inside. It seemed to be food. The smell was very strange, but not rotten. Whatever, eat first and then think. Just as she took the first bite, her eyes brightened up. Wow, this is so delicious. While enjoying the food, a familiar figure walked in through the door. That person walked straight up to her and asked, "You're awake. Is it good?" The girl blushed, looked away, and replied, "Yes, it is. Do you want more?" "Yes. What she just ate was chocolate. From now on, you will work for me. You will do what I say. In return, I can provide you with a safe shelter and food. Moreover, if I'm satisfied with your performance, I will give you a reward like what you just ate." If so, your answer is, the other person's lips moved extremely shy and replied, "I agree." She agreed so quickly mainly because she knew she really didn't have a choice. Having lost a leg, even if she could return to Jushi City, she would decay in the alleys of the slums. It is possible to continue living, of course. No one would willingly choose to die. In fact, I have never even thought like that. Even though I have never tried, I am sure there won't be any problems. I know what you want to do. Please be a little gentler. Guang Xu was also helpless. She said she understood, but understood in what strange way? Is this a joke? This girl. Please have some self-respect. Right now, I am discussing work very seriously with her. Now it was the red-haired girl's turn to be dumbfounded. The universe seemed to have sent her a few signals. What the hell is this? Does this person really want me to have a baby? Which is why they brought me here. She was so embarrassed that she fainted on the spot. Kill. Kill me. I'm so embarrassed. After she regained her composure, Guang Xu continued, "Listen, simply put, my people and I plan to build a place for survivors on the surface, drive away mutant species, take in refugees, and restore order in this area. Do you think restoring order is just about building a wall? Why are you so confident about that? You really should go to Jushi City and take a look. There are countless people there who are stronger than you. Even they can only stay close to the third border. Do you think you are capable of doing it?" Guang Xu remained remarkably calm upon hearing this, showing no signs of worry. "I have my own plans if you don't mind. It's just a hypothetical situation. Can you let me finish speaking? I don't intend to spend months carrying out this mission. I know this will be a long battle. I've also made up my mind that I will have to sacrifice a few generations to complete it. A few generations, so it really does mean having children. Coughing, let's get back to the main issue. Do you know how to assemble firearms and also maintain their components? I do. It's a basic skill that I've been doing for a long time, and I'm quite good at it. From now on, you are the boss of the weapon shop." "Huh? What shop are you talking about?" "That's your job. Simply put, it's selling guns and maintaining them. If anyone asks what you do, just say, 'Selling guns, selling to whom? To all my refugees.' Aren't those people yours? They are indeed my people, but the kind of people you understand is somewhat different. Simply put, right now we have just emerged from the ground and need to gather a large amount of energy to accomplish great things. Furthermore, due to scarce resources, we need to temporarily build a spending plan. Everyone lives together and eats from one big pot. Once the survival crisis is resolved, resources will be abundant. Then they need to actively contribute to production and use the contribution points earned for consumption. When we consciously step out of our comfort zone, our community will have different rules. Resources like food, medicine, weapons, and many other things will no longer be free. If you are talking about Jushi City, then you probably know about coins, right? Contribution points here are similar to coins over there." After listening all morning, she still looked dazed. "Damn, that face. I could talk for half a day, you still wouldn't understand, would you? Survivors in the wasteland, just a little education can ultimately become a loyal dog owned by some wealthy person. Just like the old Charlie waiting to die in Waiyan Town, only those who are both poor and uneducated can engage in this mercenary work to exchange their lives for money, just like the girl in front of me. But it's okay. All I need is a tool to carry out my orders. The language we use is slightly different from those around here, but that's not a big issue. I will teach you a few simple phrases for daily communication. You just need to follow my instructions. Language barriers may hinder communication, but for me, those things are not a problem. As an NPC, as long as you master the basic lines and meet the needs of the players, that is sufficient. For example, Buying and selling is the simplest, very easy to learn. Up here are some simple words and sentence structures that you need to remember for customers who come to the shop. Say, "Hello, I am Sei Yan, the owner of the weapon shop. How can I assist you?" When you hear, "I want to buy something," you can point to the menu and say, "Please take a look." When you hear, "I want to maintain my gun," extend your hand and reply, "Please show me." What are these things? Although each word has a different pronunciation, it sounds very strange. Too difficult? Sei Yan stealthily looked at the boy. "So, did you learn it?" She replied very quietly, "Not yet." "Then why are you looking at me?" "Keep studying." Why do I still feel like having a child is easier? But this person has no interest in me at all. Am I that ugly? Not really. The captain pursued me for a while, but I didn't pay attention. Life as a slave is too hard, facing death every day. My dream is to be able to marry in Jushi City, living a luxurious life. Actually, even if I think about it, it's not possible. What if one day I have to escort an important person? Who knows, there might be a scenario of a beauty saving me hero. But right now, the dream life is impossible to achieve. Who would want a cripple? Hey, tone down your expression a bit. What are you thinking? I. Guang Xu sighed and got up, thinking in deep wanting to desert. From now on, I will check on you again in 2 hours. If there is still no progress, then perhaps the brown farm will be more suitable for you. They happen to need laborers there, and I will also gain something from it. It's winter now, and the brown farm doesn't really need laborers. A person who is lame in one leg is not wanted, even for free. Even if she is too foolish to learn those phrases, I wouldn't go as far as selling her into slavery. At most, I could just throw her out. Early the next morning. "Greetings, manager. May I ask where the girl from yesterday is?" "Yui Sei Yan. Her injuries are a bit serious. She needs to rest for a few days. Last night I talked to her and she agreed to join our operations. Once she fully recovers, she will be responsible for preparing weapons at the outpost. It took her about 2 or 3 hours to memorize. In the end, it was my turn to take her to the next room. Oh, it's new intel, a new NPC named Sei Yan. Her identity is probably the owner of a weapon shop or a similar position. Yishi was also present at this time. "Greetings, manager. Are you hunting today? When do we set off?" Right now, this person is doing well. Now he turns to ask actively, "Have we learned how to arrange our work?" Those guys went to the armory to prepare a bit. Guang Xu took the pistol from his hip and handed it to Yishi, saying, "Take this with you." The kid tried to look miserable. "Please, can the manager give me a shotgun?" "No, we are going hunting, not fighting mutant species. You should get familiar with these 2 types of weapons before talking about anything else. At least you should aim properly first." As for the furnace, Lao Bai had been working here early on. Fang Chang was also present to participate. "This time we must definitely refine liquid steel. It's coming out. Awesome, we did it. Hooray, we've been waiting for this moment for 3 days. Finally, we've managed to turn it into molten steel. What should we turn it into? An iron axe, a knife, or something else?" Fang Chang thought seriously for a moment. "I think we should make a pan first. I'm tired of eating boiled food every day. Although the stewed potatoes yesterday were delicious, I heard that the stock of eggs and fish sauce is running low. If nothing goes wrong, we have to eat live fish soup today. It really isn't fresh at all. A mouth is full of catfish smell. What was me? Good, we have a pan. We can stir-fry some vegetables to eat. Let's move to Mui's small wooden house. Great, the handheld flamethrower. The first version has been completed. Just fill it with wood resin, stuff cotton soaked in water at the front. Damage within a radius of 5 meters. In theory, this is a nightmare for any person or mutant species. I will just call it Hellfire. At this moment, Guang Feng came carrying a bucket. Well, is it early today? Isn't it true that the trap was broken again? It has nothing to do with the trap. Look what I discovered. What did you discover? Mui curiously approached the bucket just dropped by Guang Feng to take a look. The expression immediately turned to astonishment. Guano, it's guano. The two quickly grabbed another bucket and rushed away. I have long thought of the greatest resource in Langhu, not the fish in the lake, but the banks of the lake, which have a lot of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. We're almost there. It's right ahead. This place has quite a rich vegetation. Regardless of whether it is for people or animals, it is a wonderful spot to relieve sorrow. Mr. Mosquito pressed his hand on the brown lump on the ground and tasted by bringing it to his mouth, but immediately spat it out. Holy shit, this thing is surprisingly fresh. The taste is very distinct. Although I unintentionally tried a piece of fresh guano, one thing is for sure that there is definitely a large amount of guano here. This mineral mainly consists of milligrams, Ungal F4Po46A20, with a prismatic crystal structure. One can tell how versatile this crystal is without even looking. Not only that, but when guano accumulates to a certain extent, the ammonia component will be oxidized into nitrous acid under the action of nitrifying bacteria, ultimately forming potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, and magnesium nitrate. After a large amount is accumulated underground, it will create nitrate soil. This type of soil acts as a combined mineral just by mixing and boiling it with plants that haven't fully filtered out potassium. By precipitating calcium ions and gold ions within, a type of salt containing a small amount of impurities can be produced. To put it simply, finding guano basically means you can obtain potassium nitrate ore. With this ore, you can basically produce gunpowder. These ores can easily produce black powder. The ore is available and coal is also ready, but I remember that the formula includes sulfur powder. Where are you planning to find sulfur? At this point, the Vasquito brother froze. He forgot about that hard-to-find ingredient. If there is no sulfur, we can use a substitute material. It just makes the process a bit more complex, but it can still be found, right? In short, let's search first and see what happens. An hour later, both returned with a heavy heart. This forest basically has no sulfur, but Joey quickly found them again. It was a gypsum mine. Its main component is calcium sulfate, along with carbon. At high temperatures, it can produce calcium sulfide and carbon dioxide. Just why I wanted to find sulfate minerals. This is the acid salt mineral we are looking for. I'm determined to get this. A few days ago, I saw some Laobai mixing cement, and it seemed like they added this gypsum powder. Isn't that calcium sulfate? Hey, saying that, isn't this just a case of stumbling upon a solution? In general, the results are good. Let's take some back with us. Both brought good news about the outpost, suddenly seeing a crowd of people gathering around something very animated. Ha! What's happening? In the middle was a two-headed cow along with a blond man who was trying to say something, but no one could understand him. He maintained a cautious and conciliatory attitude, but due to the language barrier, he couldn't make the crowd trust him. Oh, who is that person? A new NPC? I don't know. I'll go ask him what's going on. Hey Trung, is that person an NPC? I'm not sure, but I heard others say he seems to be one of us. He ran into us on the way back with the stones. After that, he didn't say anything, just followed behind us here. You guys are surrounding that blonde man. Everyone is holding shovels and hoes. How does this cow have two heads? This must be a tamed creature, right? This guy has been following me the whole way. He definitely can't be a good person. Not necessarily. What if he's an NPC? That logic doesn't hold up. If he were really an NPC, he wouldn't be completely silent. Maybe we haven't fulfilled some condition, or we could just keep him here for now and wait for the manager to return to discuss further. The stranger, although not understanding what the residents of this refugee camp were saying, could tell from their expressions that their intentions weren't good. Although he was hiding a gun, even if he fired all the bullets, he only had 6, and the surrounding refugee camp residents wouldn't give him the chance to shoot 6 times. With each person getting 1 shot, he'd be on the ground already. He angrily shouted, I will say it one more time, I mean no harm. I am a businessman. Do you understand, damn it, a businessman? Even 200 years ago, no matter how poor it was, there must have been some businessmen around, right? Or have you all slept for so long that you've forgotten? I only accidentally spoke a bit loudly. All right, calm down. Let's try another approach. I want to trade what the cow is carrying for some items. I'm willing to exchange anything with you. Of course, if you don't want to trade, that's fine. I'll even assure you I won't disturb you. Hey, put the rope down. This isn't good. It seems I can only risk it. Suddenly, the voice of a person made everything come to a stop. What's going on over here? The merchant was taken aback, turning his gaze towards the direction of the voice. It was Guang Xu. He returned with a large prey slung over his shoulder. Carrying such a heavy deer with one hand, he seemed unfazed as if it weighed nothing at all. This person was definitely not an ordinary refugee. He dropped the large deer to the ground and said to the others, You all go back to work. Yes, sir. The group quickly dispersed. Guang Xu approached the merchant again. Who are you? He asked in the common language here. The merchant immediately became agitated. Can you speak? I mean, do you know how to speak the common language here? Guang Xu's expression turned serious, exuding an invisible sense of pressure. Right now, I am asking you, answer me. Who are you? My name is Sun Shiki from Hongyi Town nearby. I am a merchant. Hongyi Town? I only know this is King Kwan's city, which is the largest territorial area in this region. As for the provinces in Higu and what cities they have, I don't know. What did you come to King Kwan's city for? I am a merchant. Of course I came here to do business. A merchant, huh? Then why didn't I just hear them say you were following them? It's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. I didn't. I was planning to go to Jushi City and just happened to run into them wearing green coats. Knowing there's a refugee camp nearby, I wanted to trade some goods with them. I'm just a merchant, really not intending to offend. I don't understand why these people are so sensitive. I thought those lovely people in green coats were known as fools. Easy to bully and fool. Who would have thought they would leave me somewhere and then surround me directly? They won't listen to what I say, nor let me go. Whether there was an intention to offend or not, you have indeed committed an offense against us. Wherever you are on this barren land, following is an act of hostility. Do you think I'm right? You are right, very good. It seems you have realized your mistake. However, you don't need to worry. Just now, I convinced my people to tell them you agreed to apologize for your offensive behavior. That's right. I agree. That's fine. You wouldn't mind us choosing for ourselves, would you? Wait a minute. What do you mean by choosing for ourselves? Sorry, it's not just with empty hands, is it? If not, how should I apologize? We won't make things difficult for you. At most, we'll just choose some items from your cow's back. It's not that we can't bear to do it right. Guang Xu immediately switched to a serious expression, frowning as he stared at the other party. Sun Shiki, intimidated by the previous force and strength, carried the large deer with one hand. No, you can pick whatever you want from the cart. I won't be polite anymore. Both of them examined everything thoroughly. Anything valuable had to be checked out. To their surprise, there were many good items on this cow's back. A rotating handgun was placed on top. Although this item was a semi-automatic design, it could shoot 6 rounds in a short time with high speed, creating a suppressive effect without any problem. Wait, what is this? He quickly opened the bag that made a clinking sound. Inside are old coins with serial numbers. Are these pre-war copper coins? Not quite right. There's the phrase Galactic Video Game printed on them. Video Game City, interesting. I didn't expect their game coins. Where did you get this from? I discovered these coins in the basement of an arcade. Feeling that I could surely exchange a bit of copper for iron, I conveniently took them with me. There were still, as it seems, 2 cabinets left. Bags like this could hold 4 to 5 of them. Great, I'll take all of them. These 2 bags with the coins inside are the compensation you owe us. Next time you come here, remember to bring the rest of the coins. Let me think, for every 100 kilograms of coins, I'll give you 4 kilograms of dried meat. How about that? 100 kilograms is about the weight of 1 bag, which has around 30,000 to 40,000 coins. Business has to be considered long-term. I don't want to overdo it, so I chose 2 bags. If I plan to let people go, I shouldn't show too much desire for weapons. Sun Shiki detected the scent of profit and responded very positively. No problem, as long as you want it. Next time, I'll definitely bring all of them. I originally wanted to bring those coins to Jushi City to exchange for copper and iron. It wouldn't sell for much anyway. If I can use them to open up the market of a refugee camp, this deal wouldn't be a loss. All right, I'll also take a few guns from the crate. That works too. You name your price. 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 10 kilograms of smoked fish. Sure, I still have 207mm bullets to give you as a friendship gift. You guys in King Quan City can hardly imagine the situation in our Honghe town. We have a large industrial base and a massive landfill. After the war, these infrastructures were left unprotected, and leaks in the warehouse have caused serious pollution. The metal levels exceeded regulations, and most of the land has become sandy and hard. It has not fully recovered to this day. Moreover, due to the weak ecological system, the mutant species there mainly consist of arthropods. This extreme situation makes it impossible for people living there to cultivate the land, and it's also difficult to survive through hunting. However, interestingly, the landfill site before the war encountered fierce protests. In the 2 centuries after the war ended, it became our treasure trove. It contains trash buried for about half a century, and a very large portion has yet to be processed. In the current era of waste, the trash buried there has turned into a type of non-natural resource, and it has greatly promoted the mining, archaeological, and trading industries. But what do you eat? Surely you can't rely entirely on imports. Of course, we can't rely entirely on imports. While there are no deer, hyenas, or bears, there are many types of mice and squirrels that can be eaten. Additionally, we catch some non-toxic insects, use them to make protein, and turn it into nutritional drinks or feed livestock like this one. Saying that, he pulled out a jar containing a dark red liquid. Guang Xu was seeing this for the first time. What is this? It looks like essence water. This is mutant cockroach. Want to give it a try? Damn. So this is made from cockroaches? Those merchants even tricked me into thinking it was gilingao. Don't worry, although it is oil and protein extracted from mutant cockroaches for complex processes, it really has nothing to do with cockroaches anymore. How about just giving it a little try? No need. However, you seem to know a lot about insects. Of course, we work with them every day. So you have a way to deal with water leeches? Are you referring to the mutant water leeches? Those are quite rare in Honghe Town. Probably because we have a lot of mutant steel-backed ants around here. What about the mutated steel-backed ants? Yes, we have a type of mutated steel-backed ants about the size of a thumb and as long as a fist. They have very hard shells, are resistant to corrosion, and are omnivorous, able to eat almost anything. Most mollusks are no match for them. Can you bring a few for me to see next time? No problem, just leave it to me. Then the two parted ways and returned home. The boy felt as if a knot had been untied in his heart. He had big ideas. If plastic money could be used as a value exchange, then copper money could be used as well. These 2 bags of copper money should be worth at least 60,000 to 70,000 coins. Before long, that guy's son would be able to bring a large amount again. With a scale of less than 500 people, this copper money would be enough. Gold coins are worth 1 coin. Silver white coins are worth 10 coins, at a value of 10 for 1. The previous contribution points could be combined in the new honor system, allowing the purchase of status titles like Big Landlord, Big Boss, or Leader, and even Private Land. In addition, in the future, there would be rentals for soldiers, trade teams, guilds, and legions related to contribution points. Only players with enough contribution points would have the qualification to lead other players. Strengthening management is the only way to effectively control troublesome players. After all, the higher the value of a player's account, the more they will cherish their status in the game. Moreover, they will be more inclined to invest more effort and maintain order within the game. Working is a pleasure, and this is humanity. It's time to check out the new situation in cyberspace. Previously, there were a few interesting events on the forum, and now is the perfect time to utilize them. Wasteland Online announces the release of Alpha Test version 0.3. Major updates: the number of players participating in the test is 50. New economic system. New honor system. Optimizations. Added more new mutated models. Resources now have greater trading variety. Fixed minor bugs. What's this? Is this the new update? Did I miss version 0.2? Creator's Journal for Alpha 0.3. Hello everyone, I am your beloved creator. Thanks to our day and night efforts and the diligent participation of testers, the development progress of Wasteland Online has taken another step forward. I'm not boasting, but this Alpha 0.3 update will be the most significant update since the game's testing began. Wow, major update. In the past, some people said that the contribution point calculation method was too complicated and required being offline to check. It was impossible to feel the excitement of counting in-game currency, and there were worries about NPCs deducting wages. Actually, this concern is unnecessary. The manager of Refuge Camp 404, who also serves as a guide for new players, has a fair design and will absolutely not cut a single coin from anyone's wages. I can assure you of this. Oh no, my contribution points seem to be negative. While there's no issue with wage deductions, the problem of the overly complicated contribution point calculation does exist. After receiving feedback, our planning department held meetings for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, we reached the conclusion that we cannot sacrifice entertainment for the sake of realism. Therefore, we decided to design a new type of currency to replace contribution points, which will be the reward players receive for completing quests. Whoa, money! So I can count money in the game now. This currency is very convenient, primarily divided into 2 types, 1-unit coins and 10-unit silver coins. It can be used to buy food, equipment, and for services and items that require payment. Indeed, after this update, food will no longer be provided for free. Players will need to spend money to buy it. Along with that, players will also receive money from completing quests. Sounds really interesting, right? The gameplay has become richer. What? I haven't even experienced free food yet, and they are starting to charge already. On another note, after the Alpha 0.3 update, the refugee camp allows residents to own personal property. Trash or equipment players collect from ruins belongs to them, can be traded with other players, and can also be sold to the refugee camp for rewards. Therefore, we are introducing an additional storage system, located in the lounge area of the refugee camp entrance. There are lockers there that can be set with a password. Players have surely noticed that we have now opened it for everyone to use. Money or weapons can be stored, except for dangerous items that are prohibited from being brought into the refugee camp. What? You ask if it's free. Of course, there is a fee. However, don't worry, the rental price is very cheap, and everyone can afford it. Additionally, players with a high contribution score should not feel discouraged. Even though contribution points are no longer currency, the contributions of everyone to the refugee camp or civilization are recognized by NPCs. Through research by the development team, we have decided to incorporate contribution points into a new honor system. This system is independent of the economic system and mainly relates to the privileges that players can enjoy at the refugee camp. Simply put, it is used to change identity and appearance. This is interesting. I wonder if we can pay to change our appearance. If so, that would be great. All players initially identify as residents of the refugee camp. By spending 2,000 contribution points, they can successfully change from residents to citizens. In Shelter 404, residents only have basic rights and only residents can own private land. Oh, private land. So can you make money by renting out rooms? At the moment, we only allow the change of status to citizen. The lowest citizen level only supports the purchase of 5 square meters of private land. As the status level increases, this number will also increase. More statuses and roles will be released according to the testing progress in future updates. At the same time, we are designing rental soldiers, merchant teams, guilds, and legions, all of which require status and contribution points. Wow, so as long as you have contribution points... Guang Xu sat down to type on the computer for a moment. I'm exhausted. At this moment, the players were still online. They would see this big news once they logged off. Just as Guang Xu went back online, he saw a group of people busy building something. What are you guys doing? Well, we heard that the new NPC is a weapon merchant. We are building him a weapon shop. Wow, you guys are so proactive. Truly impressive. I'm really amazed. Although Guang Xu had indeed revealed Xia Yan's information to Fang Chang, he had not hinted at the repairs for the weapon shop. How was their judgment already so advanced? What are you guys doing digging over there? It's the bathroom. Previously, didn't we have to wade into the lake to bathe? But we later found out it wasn't safe, especially yesterday when Lao Bai went into the water and almost lost his precious item to a fish. So we discussed a bit and decided to build a public bath. You guys keep it up. Maintaining hygiene is a good thing. Don't laugh. All right, I have some errands to run first. The administrator is leaving. Let's move to the eggs and tomato sauce over here. I'm trying out the new pan. I feel quite satisfied. Where did you guys get this pan? That one. Fang Chang and I made it. Hey. So your steel-making technique was a success. It can be used now. Although the quality is just passable, making some tools isn't too difficult. I wanted to report something earlier, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect that the players had mastered metallurgy. Although the quality of the cast iron and steel isn't ideal, isn't every technique developed step by step? You guys did really well. I will report your contributions to the organization. You will earn a reward of 1,000 contribution points and become a symbol of our iron and steel needs. We are very honored to have your encouragement, dear administrator. You're being too polite. Keep eating. Hey, give me a bowl. The administrator was startled by this request. This NPC seems to have never eaten with everyone, making him think that managers in the setting don't need to eat. Mine is still hot. Here you go. The manager was furious because he was being denied credit. Damn, she's stealing the credit. Be careful. It's hot. Guang Xu reached out to take it and responded with a murmur. He brought the bowl straight to Xia Yan and placed it in front of her. Eat. Looking at the bowl of porridge in front of her, Xia Yan felt it was shining. Without hesitation, she took a bite and finished it. It seemed her spirits had improved a lot. He suddenly noticed that although the cut could not regenerate, the wound was almost healed. The parts that were healing had even started to peel off with new flesh growing. It seemed the acupuncture really was somewhat effective. If only there were another one. How much have you memorized? The girl nodded eagerly, indicating that she had completed it. Great, you can take a day off tomorrow. We will continue the day after. Speaking of the weapon shop, what is the owner really doing? The person arranging the lines is almost done too. Don't you understand? However, this girl seems a bit clueless. She really doesn't seem to get it. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Assistant Xiao Qi will explain it to you. You only need to follow the arrangements and do well. In addition, I won't interfere elsewhere, but at least in front of others, you must call me manager, understood? Understood. Then try calling me that now. Xia Yan blushed slightly, her voice trembling. Manager. Guang Xu smiled a businesslike smile. Very good. Here is a sweet for you. This could be considered a snack after the meal. Seeing her expression, he thought she must be thinking about something again. We have to leave quickly. The players had all gone offline. They were probably engrossed in checking the forums by now. It must be very lively right now. After all, I had left such significant information. Let's take a look at the comments. Lao Bai asked, the most exciting front page in history. A major update every 3 days and a minor update every day. I love it. The sword of the lower class was so moved that tears streamed down his face. From now on, there will be rewards for completing missions. Yeeshi, what are you talking about? Didn't we have rewards before? Contribution points and favorability don't count as rewards. That's sneaky. Fang Chang spoke up. Wait a minute. I have a question. Does this mean that regular missions won't grant contribution points in the future? Guang Feng replied to this message. Oh my god, the sword of the lower class. Oh heavens, Yishi, don't. Brother Gong can't be like that. Ha ha. The previous version updated to a new one in less than 3 days, and this update is not less than the old version. The players are surprisingly quiet. Kakalot from the future. Actually, there is a small detail. 2,000 contribution points can upgrade to a citizen. Are there any missions that only citizens can receive and residents cannot? Mole runs away in a gopher hole. Hugh, I often build a house. Don't stop me from building a house. Speaking of which, what would happen if we don't buy land to build a house? Milana replied, probably build illegally. Deceptive. Macabam, what does it mean to build a house? I want a farm. Oh my, 5 square meters is enough for what? Outrageous. The attention of these players always lies in the strange things. Guang commented, everyone, calm down. I just finished overtime, and before I could even take a nap, I heard the version owner of the forum speaking. Many of you have questions about the new version, so I will explain the details here. What is this private land? It seems I still need to make an appearance to steer the players' thoughts back. First of all, the players who have obtained the trial status must have felt that the game map of Wasteland Online belongs to an open world. The area of the post-apocalyptic game map is relatively large, almost infinite. However, compared to this, the headquarters at the front of the refugee camp, the safe area provided is limited. This personal land of 5 square meters can be understood as the private space within the walls that the headquarters offers to the players. Players can build houses on their land as long as the height does not exceed the ruins of the nursing home in the center of the headquarters. If they want to expand the area of their personal territory, in addition to striving to earn contribution points and enhance their status, players can also cooperate with friends to gather resources in one place for use. Of course, there will definitely be players who want to ask, if I do not have my own land but want to build a house, can I build outside the headquarters fence? The answer is definitely yes. We have promised that players can freely unleash their creativity and build this world. The server will keep some modifications, and this is also one of the main gameplay elements of this game. Super free building and the data will never be deleted. But it is important to note that free construction is only a function supported by the server. Players can utilize this function, but they must adhere to the regulations set by NPCs in the game. Anyway, in terms of setup, the identity of the player is a resident of Refugee Camp 404. The territory in front of the guard station not only includes the fences, but also encompasses the buffer zone and the industrial area outside the wall. As long as this land is not occupied and does not pose a threat to the public safety zone, along with the equipment of the guard station, players can utilize free construction. It is important to note that equipment outside the territory is not protected by the refugee camp. In addition, the scale of the guard station will change according to land development. At any time, it can be integrated into the new territorial scope. Therefore, to enhance your gaming experience and facilitate creativity, please choose a spot a bit away from the guard station. If your structure accidentally falls within the territory of the guard station, there is no need to worry too much. The lenient manager will not immediately dismantle the improperly placed structure within the territory, but will allow the owner 30 days. Of course, if players do not exercise their priority rights with a purchased item within 30 days, the manager will proceed to reclaim the land based on the management regulations of the refugee camp, while confiscating any unauthorized structures on the land. In dealing with the assets, the manager will consider the functionality and quality of the structures to decide whether to dismantle them, incorporate them into public facilities, or auction them off. Based on the method of handling the structures, the manager will compensate the players for the lost land. By the end of the game inspection period, we will consider using game currency or electronic debit methods. The game currency system will be integrated with the attribute interface, allowing players to easily check at any time, similar to traditional style games. All information such as attributes and assets can be checked at any time. However, in reality, this function is not simple at all. It involves many complex technical issues. We kindly ask everyone to be patient and give the development team some more time. That's right, this update adds 24 additional game trial identities. We believe the lucky players have received an email. Please check it in a timely manner. Having worked overtime all night, I need to take a short nap. If there are any issues, please leave a message under the post. I will respond as soon as I wake up. I finally finished writing. Next is the sneak peek time. People around the world have commented, so cool. The developer has responded. Great master described the body, Brother Guang, just hearing it makes sweat drop to the ground. I need to ask for a trial opportunity. Boo-hoo-hoo, please give me a chance. The sword of the lower class, what can he do to me? Keep talking nonsense. I don't believe I have to say this again. There is no such thing as a completely realistic simulation game in this world. Are all the accounts here robots? People living in the forum, don't be led by the management. The Bull Group is not good news. Is there anyone alive in this forum? Are they all just their auxiliary accounts? Yeeshi, wow, have all 50 spots been filled? Why didn't I receive it in my email? I got the mail already. +1 me too. Ha ha. Ha. The account not afraid if anyone looks familiar seems like someone from the Bull Brood. Did the little friend come run to the forum again? Didn't they say this homepage was a dark web before? Wow. Even a player who makes an appointment, and they answered all 10 questions after I raised the appointment threshold. That's enough for today. There are really a lot of people in this forum. What I need to do is select 20 reliable players from these 300 substitutes. There are no restrictions on tactics, including analyzing user profiles through common history, answer scores, activity levels, and online time. I was the best salesman in this case, ha ha ha. To those who keep pointing out what's unreasonable here and there, if you think you're the only one reasonable, it's best not to come at all. The steal on the construction site isn't for running into the game to pull smart tricks. How many failed lives in business are there? There's no need to rush, just ignore you all. The next morning in the Wasteland world, there are young players with strength classes waiting for a team to chop trees, earn money for upgrades, and transport stones in the Wasteland site. A team of 4 players is already 3, just missing one. I've paid for 2 small carts. Let's get on quickly. Speed class is looking for a team, prioritizing sensitivity class while intelligence class stands aside. The task is to collect scrap at the Northern Alliance building. Dan, don't intelligence classes have any rights? The wooden house is also hiring. Each day pays 10 coins and 200 contribution points. Receiving tools for crafting custom orders will also add a commission. Experience as a carpenter is required, knowledge of wood processing, and the ability to craft items, bows, spears, and various weapons of good quality are essential. After the update, I generously gave each player a new player gift of 5 coins. Some ask what can be done with 5 coins. In fact, you can do a lot with it. For example, you can rent a hammer for 5 hours at the wooden house, or rent a cart or hand truck for 5 hours at the warehouse. Apart from renting, you can also buy 1 kilogram of goat horn or green rice at the warehouse. You could also buy 100 grams of preserved meat. The purchasing power is still quite good. Less than an hour later, the talents got used to the rules of the new version and started thinking about how to adapt their gameplay to this version. Lao Bai, Yishi, Guang Feng, and Fang Chang were sitting together discussing. The biggest change in Alpha version 0.3 is the economic system and the identity system. I just asked the assistant of the manager to earn contribution points. Besides achieving great accomplishments, it can only be obtained through working. With the lowest management threshold, working for a day can earn 100 contribution points. If there is no basic knowledge, one must start, and it will take 20 days to become a citizen. I will add a little. It is not only possible to gain through system work. Daily tasks also have a basic salary. For example, chopping 20 trees and bringing them to the wood house, after deducting the payment for chopping, you also receive 80 contribution points. However, the limit on contribution points obtained from daily tasks is only 160 points. About 2 tasks and it's full. By taking advantage of the break time from professional tasks, theoretically one can earn 260 contribution points in a day. Accumulating 2,000 points requires 8 days, which would be very difficult for an average person. Oh my, saying that, my 3,000 contribution points are quite impressive, right? Lao Bai smugly scratched his head and said, I have 5,000. Holy shit, where did Bai get all that? They were all very serious. For the first time in the game, the contribution points from chopping wood were calculated based on the thickness of the wood plank. A tree thick as an arm earns 1 point per meter. A tree thick as a thigh earns 2 points per meter. Due to poor planning, Lao Bai's energy system reached 800 points. Meanwhile, Fang Chang's weak stamina has only 300 points per day. This is indeed not very reasonable. It turns out that since version Alpha 0.2, income from chopping wood has been increased. Currently, in Alpha 0.3, the basic income from chopping wood is between 2 to 4 points, depending on the length. Furthermore, if it's not your own axe, each hour of axe rental will cost 1 coin. Boss, please lend me the axe. Okay, 1 coin per hour. Gold coins can be paid in installments, just lend me the axe. Currently in the game, we have the highest contribution points. I have already changed my identity to a citizen. In a moment, everyone should go change their identity to level up. That way, we can gain an additional 20 square meters getting closer to the nursing home. Yishi asked stupidly, what are we going to that land for? Are you foolish? It's to exchange for that room. Build a small 3-story house with an area of 20 square meters. That's not a problem, right? The height just needs to not exceed the nursing home in the middle. The first floor will be the entrance and the living room. The second and third floors will be separated, with each person having their own room and a cupboard. Isn't that very joyful? That's reasonable. You can whimsically create a face-to-face door with the main entrance of the nursing facility. It becomes a revival spot for players, simply because it's a prime location among the best spots here. Selling anything casually could lead to fortune. That's right. I was just thinking about that. The new test version clearly aims for players to unleash their capabilities, to self-organize and conduct their own business transactions. Do you guys still remember what the dog emphasized when the planning just began? The The goal of Wasteland Online is to create an environment that reflects true economics, the relationship between supply and demand. And this also determines the equipment and subsidies for players. In the following days, a large portion can be obtained through trading with players. Unfortunately, due to the system's restrictions, one can only buy a limited amount of land. Otherwise, I could actually save money to buy the entire area around the nursing facility and directly build houses for rent. That's a great idea. I'd give it a like. So how much money do you need to buy land? I've looked it up. 1 square meter only costs 10 cents. What we need now is to gather enough 200 cents before all the other players to buy up 20 square meters next to the nursing facility. But what if there are people faster than us? If that's the case, then let's bring them into the team. I still have questions about how we can make money. For coal, it is the highest paying job. You can earn 10 cents a day based on a 20% bonus with a maximum productivity of 12 points. Moreover, it only requires 2 people. Also, currently there are no more positions available. Look at the coal cave over there. Smoke has already risen. I guess there are enough people now. Haha! Even if we haven't recruited enough people, I still don't recommend that many of you apply for fixed positions. To be others, we must find a different way. A different way? What do you mean? For example, goat hunting. Fang Chang said this with a determined expression, enlightening the other 3. Hunting? Yes. Earlier, I saw the body of a mutated wolf outside the warehouse that can be exchanged for 5 cents. For animals caught over 30 kilograms, each additional kilogram will be worth 2 cents. 5 cents is a lot. Moreover, the minimum is 5 cents. Except for the mutated wolves, deer are also on the list for purchase. Moreover, the value of each animal is at least 12 cents. The 4 of us just need to catch 8 mutated wolves in 1 day to stabilize our income beyond what we could earn from burning coal, which is much more. But where do we find so many animals? Oh right, there are many animals in the park, including livestock and small animals. This is not a concern. I have been following the manager to hunt these days, although it is a bit risky. There are many animals there. I remember it well. Additionally, yesterday, the manager and I discovered a herd of reindeer. As long as we follow that herd to the end and find the locations of several types of animals, it will be very easy. So, Yi Shi has the highest score among the players here at the moment. Collecting animals shouldn't be difficult. Currently, the problem is how to catch them. The arms dealer hasn't arrived yet. We can use spears, crossbows, guns, and bows. As long as we use them correctly, these weapons are not bad at close range. Have you ever used a bow? It's not easy to hit the target. Back in college, during the group activities of the archery club, I also tried it a bit. It was about using a bow to hunt animals, not just hitting a target within 20 meters. Each bag had 10 arrows, and after shooting, receiving my results could be considered of talent. If you plan to use a bow and arrow to hunt, it might be a bit difficult. Don't worry, I'll handle the bow and arrow. I have a bit of knowledge about this. I'll be responsible for setting traps at the last minute. Lao Bai will lead the way. Yi Shi will handle investigation and security. Trust me, we will definitely win this battle. The 4 of them were disgusting, not noticing that a figure was quietly observing them from the ruins above. Xiao Qi, do you know what the soul of the game is? What is it? It's mathematics. Mathematics? Yeah, to be more precise, it's the design of numerical values. This is an art form. The design of excellent numerical values itself becomes a type of gameplay. Compared to that, the storyline, visuals, and setting are merely enhancements of the value that art brings to the game. Through the design of numerical values, it allows most players to achieve contribution points and cash within a reasonable range in 1 day. Ha! That's enough for today. It's getting late, and we don't have the energy anymore. For example, under normal circumstances, upgrading from a resident to a citizen takes about 2 to 3 weeks. If it can be done in just 1 week, players will feel that the challenge has diminished. The time cannot be too long, as it will cause players to lose confidence. It also cannot be too short. Easily achieving something will have no significance. By the time players level up to citizens and become our core consumers, we will immediately arrange for new goals, such as purchasing land. Players who level up to citizens can buy land for themselves. 1 square meter of land costs 10 coins. Buying land, but you seem to set the land price as not expensive. That's right, for those players who have obtained citizen status only. Land can be acquired very quickly, even if it just requires spending a little money from one's pocket. But after buying land, one still needs to put something on it, right? Building a house requires cement and bricks. A Western-style house also requires steel. Building many such houses, can the construction materials not increase? We do not believe that these players are willing to see the houses in the game looking sloppy, like some shacks. Why does citizenship only have 5 square meters? If we give them 10 square meters or 20 square meters, our safe zone will quickly be filled with tents and garbage. About this. Xiao Qi, after they finish building their houses, they can't live in a shabby place, right? A bed is fine. A table is fine. Besides, there's also curtains, carpets. Later, we need to make a lamp. At the very least, they should buy some furniture. Wood, fur, handicrafts. After a while, wooden production and consumption capabilities rise together. Once the players are done renovating their houses, I will continue to open a new identity for them. After citizens, there will be intermediate citizens who can buy land increasing to 25 square meters. At that time, the second wall will be built, and cement, bricks, coal, and steel will not be lacking. It is not surprising that they will build an even larger house and also redo everything they did before. It is a vicious cycle of accumulating contribution points, leveling up citizenship, gathering money to build houses, buying furniture, and then accumulating contribution points again, leveling up citizenship and building bigger houses. One day when I get tired of house building, I will throw a noble title to these old players. After that, I will roughly arrange a plot of land in a relatively distant area for them to explore on their own. Weapons, ammunition, food, fuel, construction materials, they can all be produced. If they cannot be produced, they can be imported from outside. This conveniently provides new players with jobs. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Damn, I have just unlocked the B1 level of the Disaster Relief Center, and yet I am already worried about them from so far away. The number of incubator chambers in Disaster Relief Center 404 is still a mystery. If things do not go well, I will have to figure out how to create this myself. I firmly believe that the first manager of extraordinary supernatural abilities achieved some unprecedented great technology in this Disaster Relief Center. Moreover, he will definitely reveal everything to me once I unlock all the secret realms. I want to play a big game. In the initial plan's first step, these selected players are all high-quality production individuals. Skipping agricultural society and jumping straight into industrialization will not pose any issues. In the second phase, depending on the number of players expanded, I will try to recruit some locals from the wasteland to the outpost to participate in basic tasks such as chopping wood, burning cement, and farming. As for those players who have successfully leveled up to citizens, they can escape from the basic labor positions and invest more in challenging and enjoyable jobs such as exploration and combat. By the third stage, ideally the natives of the NPC wasteland and the replicas of the players may have formed a special symbiotic social relationship. If everything goes well here, the players have it all: real estate, assets, equipment, friends, and even love. They will consider Wasteland Online to be their second life, becoming supporters of order rather than challengers. This will form a healthy game ecosystem. This type of game truly exists in the real world, often referred to as the server environment. Of course, I am aware that this plan will never keep pace with change. Therefore, I also prepare a plan B to deal with unexpected situations. Hey, Master, do you know? The current laughter resembles that of a villain. A villain? Have you ever seen a villain as benevolent as I am? I have liberated them from the daily monotony, giving them 12 hours outside the norm in their lives. And the price they need to pay is just a little sweat and time spent dreaming. Besides these things, they did not have any other losses, not even spending a bit of money. Don't be fooled by the four of them preparing and being in high spirits. Guang Xu smiled lightly. The Pegasus platoon is finally set to depart. The wind on the rooftop is a bit strong, so I'm going back to the shelter first. I'll leave this place to you, Yishi. I took you hunting many times and even took you to find herds of deer. If we can't catch anything this time and come back empty-handed, it would be truly embarrassing for the guidance I've given you. In a life pod underground, a body was gradually being reactivated. This person opened their eyes wide, waking from a stupor. I've finally come back to life. Oh no, everyone, I'm finally alive. She clumsily jumped a bit too high and directly hit her head against the frame. Ah, it hurts so much. It's been 3 days. I've been crying in the forum for 3 days. Only God knows how I've endured these 3 sleepless nights. Suddenly she noticed Guang Xu approaching. Manager. She hugged his legs, sobbing, "Esteemed manager, I hope you accept my apologies for my aimless actions." Guang Xu directly expelled her, coldly stating, "You don't mean to apologize to me. You have lost the trust of the organization and those who are still waiting in the underground." He suddenly paused as he realized, if I remember correctly, this kind of navy blue coat only has 2 sets at each training compartment. If this person dies again, they would probably be stripped bare. On Tank Tank's side, although they have made a few animal skin coats for warmth, they are only suitable for wearing on the outside. If nothing is worn inside, it is somewhat inconvenient, especially since this physique is somewhat special. According to the rules, I should deduct 500 contribution points from you, but unfortunately, you no longer have any contribution points to deduct. I'm really sorry. I will accept all the punishments. Punishment is to make you learn a lesson. If you want to survive in this ruined land, you not only need courage, but also wisdom. I hope you can value your life as well as cherish this rare body you currently have. Now I assign you a task. Go outside and find 100 kilograms of food to bring back, including vegetables and wild mushrooms. Until a punishment mission is completed, her status will be downgraded from a resident to a criminal. This status cannot accept regular missions and will not receive rewards from missions. Remember, her balance is not enough to pay for the death penalty. If she dies again, I will send her to the basement forever. Take care of yourself. Yes, I promise there won't be a next time, dear administrator. All right, go. Wait a minute. Guang Xu unexpectedly called her back. I want to show you something. As he spoke, he rummaged through his backpack and then took out a metal box that was still sealed. He used a bit of force to pry the lid open. To his surprise, the can, despite being stored for a long time, not only had no layer of fat, but also looked like it had just been produced. Do we still need to test it for poison? I feel like it's unnecessary. Woo Woo's eyes lit up when she saw the food and her mouth watered. Is this for me? Is there anything wrong with the color of this? For example, green? No. This is very fragrant. This administrator has a good conscience, she thought, even though he just punished me. But unexpectedly, Guang Xu closed the can again. I am just showing you, don't think too much. Looking at him, she said, just showing you, feeling both embarrassed and aggrieved. She burst into tears and ran straight up to the surface. Woo Woo lowered her head, feeling disheartened as she went up. The recent blow had brought her mood down, but she was quickly amazed by the scene above. The surroundings had changed a lot compared to 3 days ago. Weapon shop, bathhouse. Has the map been updated? Not being online for 3 days feels like a century. This update has changed so much. She walked further out and noticed many more people. Everyone was extremely busy. She noticed 2 people who were busy working at the gate. What are you guys doing? With a very serious face, the new player answered attentively. Making a corridor and watch, the task was received in the carpentry room, and there are only 2 of us. You are late. Iron Wonder. That's right, reinforcing a spike can earn 5 silver points and 50 contribution points. If someone attacks, they will push the corridor to the door. Even if they attack the wooden door, we can use the spikes to surround them, then shoot arrows from a distance to turn them into porcupines. But then again, do we really need to complicate things like that? Looking at the task board, we only need to set 2 shelves horizontally. What do you understand? Old Tidu was a carpenter during the fight against World War II. Wait until we can bind it with barbed wire later, and don't even mention those robbers. Even a bunch of flesh-eating monsters would be blocked at the door. Stop bragging, it's just a hallway. I almost believed it for a moment. Woo Woo was extremely confused. They said money was a newly updated currency system, right? What's the task in the carpenter's room? Don't we just look at the task on the plastic board? This update has changed a lot. I need to quickly finish the punishment task and restore my citizen status. Otherwise, by the time I experience this version, there will be another update. She muttered, I need to quickly find a container for the lobster mushrooms. Just grab a trash can for now. But shortly after, she was seen wandering around looking dejected. Damn, why is it so hard to find a trash can? Suddenly, she noticed something ahead. Aren't there a lot of trash cans over there? The warehouse manager sitting at the door saw her coming and spoke up. Ah, you're back to life, huh? Do you know me? No need to ask. Who wouldn't recognize you? Since the game started, you're the only one who's died. What did you say? Step aside. I want that barrel. Oh, don't be in a hurry. The small barrel costs 1 copper coin. The large barrel costs 2 copper coins. Pay first, then take. What? Even garbage costs money? Why don't you go rob something? Sis, the rules weren't set by me. I'm just working here. If you have a complaint, talk to the NPC. But I just came back to life. Where am I supposed to get money? Hey bro, can't you let it slide? I'll return it after I'm done. No means no. According to the rules, there will be a penalty. These items are all copper tools. This trash is only for sale, not for rent. Doesn't the new update give everyone 5 copper coins? It's not expensive. You can just buy one. Money distribution? Why didn't I receive any? Oh, is it because of your favorite level? Did you upset the NPC? Has my favorite level been reduced that much? I've already been penalized and now I'm losing favorite level too. Why is this game so hard? Suddenly a voice echoed that I'll pay for her. Woo Woo heard a voice and turned to look at the person who spoke. It was none other than Tang Tang holding a piece of fur in her hands. This unexpected appearance was perfectly timed. Tang Tang struggled to place the items on the table. Ah, both of these, just write them down. Okay, wait a moment. The tailor Tang Tang completed 2 new fur coats. After becoming a tailor, she only needed to finish the ordered quantity each day. In addition to ensuring her salary, each quality coat could earn her a monetary bonus. Once my skills are more refined, I'll save money to buy land and open a clothing store at the nursing home entrance. Running my own shop will earn me more than working for the NPC. Next to her, Woo Woo softly called out, "Tang Tang." This clumsy girl looked very pitiful, staring intently. I never expected that after going out, the one to help me would be someone I had once argued with. Tang Tang, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. You're really a good person. The little girl was made to blush by that cute attitude and hurriedly withdrew her hand. Don't look at me like that. It's just $1, not much. At most, you can pay me back later. Definitely. I won't keep track of it. In any case, do your best. I still have to go make clothes, so I'll go ahead. Woo Woo suddenly ran over and directly snatched the box from Tang Tang's hands. Let me help you. No need. You go do your own thing. I can manage alone. How can that be? You're so small. How can I let you carry so much? Where do you work? So I can help bring it there? Damn, this woman talks so unpleasantly, doesn't she? My fist is already screaming. Moving to the woodworking room, Mui was here focused on crafting bows and arrows. Done with that, he completed another order, earning 2 silver coins. Ha ha ha. To be serious, to create a proper hunting bow, just relying on these simple steps is not enough. 20 wooden bows must shoot through the heads of mutated hunting dogs within 20 meters. I'm afraid this order will take until the day after tomorrow to finish. He initially wanted to make black powder today, but the reward for this order was too tempting. By making just 5 wooden bows a day, he could maintain a stable income. Furthermore, each wooden bow could bring in an additional 2 silver coins. Forget it, earn money first, then save to buy land and build a weapon design workshop. This is much more interesting than being a carpenter. Fang Chang entered through the door, looking disheveled and covered in blood. He was panting and managed to spit out a few words. Let me have 20 more arrows. What? You've used them all up that quickly? These can be reclaimed, I know, but are you sure these can be used? As he spoke, he emptied the quiver on his back, revealing it was full of broken arrow tips. The quality of these is really exhausting. Analyzing the situation, being able to retrieve arrows from animal bodies seems to be an advantage. But it's true what you said, hunting does consume a bit. I'll think about how to improve. These arrows are all fixed with pine resin on the wooden shaft. The quality is indeed not good. 20 arrows, 4 silver coins. Thank you for this money. No need to be polite. I wish you a great hunting trip. By the way, you want to try my new weapon? I guarantee it's very easy to use. Fang Chang, upon hearing this, hurriedly ran away. I have something to do definitely next time. Damn, I don't want to risk my life trying out his weapons. After a little coaxing, the other party ran away immediately, leaving him dumbfounded. Is it really that exaggerated? The first day of alpha version 0.3 has gone live. The testing results of the new version are quite promising. With the collaborative efforts of the players, the wall around the outpost has finally been comprehensively completed. This 3-meter-high concrete fortress not only provides a sense of security, but also creates feasibility for players at night. Previously, at dusk around 6 p.m., I had to drive players back to the shelter to prevent these newbies from being carried away by mutant species outside as food. But now, with the protection of this surrounding wall, as long as the players agree, they can wait until their characters at the game start to feel sleepy, which means the exhaustion value reaches the threshold to go offline. Of course, for safety, I still have to prohibit players from using light-emitting devices like forges at night. The mutant species tribe on Route 76 would see this as a spear, stabbing straight into the throat of the outpost. Without removing this thorn, I can't feel at ease. Outside the surrounding wall, the weapon shop and bathhouse have also been progressively completed by the players. Especially the bathhouse. Having it is quite satisfying for me. Before, regardless of whether it was me or the players, bathing had to be done by the lake. Now that we have a bathhouse, we can directly address the sanitation issue within the base. Of course, the wooden water tank on top of the bathhouse can only hold a few cubic meters of water. If used for a long time, it is difficult to avoid water shortages. At this point, someone needs to actively bring water from the lake into the tank so that those below can continue bathing. It is a bit of a hassle, so I am preparing to change the bathhouse from free to paid. Each cubic meter of water will cost 5 coins. At the same time, I will establish a dedicated position for transporting water, responsible for pumping water into the tank on the roof. This makes a lot of sense. Aside from the construction aspect, the players' performance in other areas has exceeded their expectations. Among them, the most outstanding performance is still the Pegasus platoon. These 4 chubby chickens are indeed experts, combining strategies in a quadrilateral formation, uniting 4 aspects into one: reconnaissance, frontline, transportation, and support. The results of this first collaboration are quite notable. By dusk, a total of 8 mutated hyenas were hunted, and the head of a mutated reindeer was also obtained. The total money earned from selling the prey is 55 silver coins. Of this, 43 silver coins came from selling the hyenas, and 12 silver coins were obtained from selling the mutated reindeer. Although the yield of meat from the mutated hyenas and the mutated reindeer is not high, eggs and tomato sauce can still extract 100 kilograms from the hyena meat and 100 kilograms from the reindeer. Additionally, the food storage of the base will be open for sale to all players. Moreover, the prices are very reasonable and not inflated. 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of wheat or 300 grams of raw meat or 200 grams of smoked meat. So what is a silver coin? The vast majority of players only need to work seriously for about 1 to 2 hours or patiently complete some tasks to fill their stomachs. Up to now, the enclosing wall has been completed, and the need for plastering and moving bricks for the base has decreased. Instead, there is a greater demand for food to sustain the players and weapons to equip more of them. Therefore, I will reasonably reduce the selling price of weapons in the blacksmith's house to encourage players to order weapons, upgrade equipment, and at the same time increase the selling price of hunting gear. This benefits the stimulation of players to hunt, improving their combat proficiency. Sell me 50 arrows, sell me a bow. Too many buyers, I'm out of stock. In this way, players gain both money and equipment, while also accumulating combat experience. On this side, I not only acquire a large amount of food, but also have a source of soldiers with strong martial arts skills. It's simply a win-win situation, right? It should be a win-win-win situation because I, as the manager, can profit twice. The time in the Wasteland world is gradually approaching dusk, the sun slowly setting behind the ruins. At this moment, the players are replenishing their energy after a long day. Woo Woo sat watching others, saliva uncontrollably dripping down. She swallowed hard, unable to resist reaching out. What are you doing? I spent money to buy this cake. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Hoo, where will I get the money from? Woo Woo hid in a corner, curled up. Everyone else has living allowances, why don't I? Is it just because of my level of affection? What she was eating was a mushroom she had just picked, and it was actually because Guang Xu had forgotten to give her the money. At this moment, a familiar figure came over. Tang Tang sat down silently next to Woo Woo with a bowl in hand and then handed her the food. This mashed potato is getting cold, you won't finish it. Take it and eat it. Woo Woo immediately grabbed it like a hungry tiger. After all, since her resurrection, all she had eaten was 1 mushroom. All right, starting tomorrow, you can do missions to make money. I can't keep feeding you forever. Woo Woo's eyes welled up with tears, and she grasped the other person's hand, saying, Tang Tang. Again, Tang Tang pulled the little girl into her arms tightly. You are an angel. What nonsense are you talking about? So embarrassing. Why you love me at every opportunity? Move to Guang Xu. At this moment, he was observing the sky. It was getting late, and it was time to gather everyone to distribute the money. Suddenly, outside the door, the heavy footsteps of something caused him to startle, immediately switching to alert mode and bringing his hand down to prepare to draw his gun. Then he turned on the system screen to check. It was his scavenging level 99. He was outside the gate, Fang Chang and Lao Bai. You two go open the gate. Yes. The few quickly ran to open the door. The large figure of the lizard head gradually appeared. But upon seeing the opponent, Lao Bai and Fang Chang exclaimed, Holy shit, hey bro, what happened to you? What a mess. You're covered in blood. Did the bandits attack you? The scavenging then spoke up. The bandit camp is about 2 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, about 3 to 4 kilometers from here. It's an old tire workshop. Dude, do you have a fight with them? No, I swear I didn't provoke them. At that moment, I had intended to retreat, but I happened to run into their patrol team. As soon as I looked, I saw 3 people. So, did you fight with them? The lizard head glanced around for a moment before replying. Ha ha ha, caught red-handed. There was no other way. Looking like this, it seems that this guy lost the fight. But it's not surprising. The 3 from the patrol team probably brought a dog along. The wounds on him likely resulted from that. The tire production factory in the north, right? I get it. You should go back and rest. Recover in the cultivation chamber first. The cultivation chamber helps the asexual form quickly restore the tissue, and combined with the characteristics of the body of the armored soldier, it might just take a short time to fully recover. Yes, sir. On the way back to the basement, all eyes were almost fixed on him. This guy is seriously injured. I have already discovered the lair of those bandits. The bandits' lair, so a new instance is about to open. That's awesome. Damn, I need to quickly gather money to buy a gun. Ha, that's tough. Should I buy land first or a gun first? You two stop standing there and move the bricks. In general, that game, the new dungeon, has made all the players very excited. At this moment, Guang Xu is thinking, To the north is the bandits' camp. To the east is the hideout of the mutant species. Heading west is Langhu. And to the south is the area where the lucky survivors live, which includes Huayan Town and Brown Farm. The position of the outpost station is indeed not very good. The development space is restricted to the central area. Whether it is the mutant species or the bandits to open up the situation, they can only fight a battle. Most players are already offline. Let's check the comments from players on the forum. The server room door opens. Se Yan is also sitting here studying. As soon as she sees him come in, she looks over at Guang Xu and says, "Dinner." She immediately grabs a bowl and eats as if she is about to starve. After eating, continue working, okay? Don't be lazy. Guang Xu sits down at the computer and starts to log in. Today, he finally made a decision. The tire manufacturing factory, 3 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site, is the bandits' camp. The number of people is about 50 to 100. What? 100 people? I originally just wanted to capture a few prisoners to bring back. As a result, there were so many of them. Fortunately, those people were clearly scared of me. I slapped the dog that was biting my tail. Taking advantage of their ammo change, I made a run for it. Damn, that dog almost bit off my tail. This time, I encountered a gang much stronger than the last one. Shit, this article, the content in the post doesn't match what I heard half an hour ago. This scavenging kid actually dared to deceive me. Never mind, it's not important. I'll just check the comments below. Kaiflukla, the number of people is about 50 to 100. What the hell is that? How many are there in total? This scout soldier works worse than an antenna. Ariana, I tried to laugh but didn't dare to fart. It's just a game anyway. Smiling face. Dad is proud of me. Trashed, if there are less than 100 people, are you scared? What a joke, are they just paper kites? Every time you kill one over and over, isn't that killing them all? Huh, why am I still here rambling? I don't even know this game isn't real at all. All the good names have been taken by the dogs. Locate the food, the situation seems pretty good. Holding a hidden professional account and still unable to defeat monsters, what an embarrassment. Better let me take a shot at it. Scavenging 99, ? Can you show me a bit? What does it mean to identify a robbery? What? They're smaller than me, but can attack from a distance, organize ambushes, and even know how to release dogs. Who can compete with that? Quit smoking. On the contrary, I want you to give me your number. I'll show you a bit. Scavenging level 99, it's because you haven't experienced life yet. Hey, it seems scavenging has been labeled by players as not knowing how to play. Or maybe we just have to wait until the photo catcher feature is released to truly recognize him. For now, I still need to clarify the combat strength of those robbers. These guys may not excel in other areas, but they have abundant innate fighting skills. In the future, it will all be about military strategists arguing with scholars. Let's check out another post. Player ID. The mouse escaped from the abyss. A little mouse is reporting and updating the situation with a new version. Players and newbies, please take the detour. Hello everyone. I'm your big-nosed mouse. After logging in today, I discovered that the game has undergone a significant change. The game developers have finally sliced their pie into several smaller pieces. I absolutely love this version. It's fantastic. This kid, I remember he was a newbie who just joined version 2.0 alpha. I am truly amazed by this production team. Although the economic system is still rudimentary, some small details reveal the producer's ambition. They are really playing a big game. Currently, there are 2 ways to make money in the game. One is cement burning and the other is hunting. The former offers stable income, but it requires competition among players since one person can handle it without needing many. The latter has unstable income. If there is only one person, it's almost impossible to farm alone. To be a hunter, one needs to form a hunting team with someone who has sensory abilities. Cement burning doesn't require any special skills, so let's focus on hunting here. A 30-kilogram hyena, if sold directly to the granary, fetches 5 silver coins, but if you take the time to butcher it, you get 12 kilograms, which can be sold for 40 silver coins. Isn't that remarkable? Of course, what we're discussing here is value. Let's emphasize value a bit more. Not bad writing. It seems like a quality player. The supply depot only accepts unprocessed prey or dried meat that can be stored directly. It does not accept raw meat. Like other games, there is a discrepancy between the buying and selling prices at NPC shops. For example, haying meat costs 5 silver coins for 1 kilogram, but if you sell in 1 kilogram, you only get 1 silver coin. Is a price difference of 5 times very unusual? It's not surprising at all. I've encountered this in other games as well, especially online games, where 1,000 in-game coins can only be sold for 1 coin. The clever part of this plan is to utilize this price discrepancy to encourage players to trade with each other instead of buying from NPC shops. Here are some small ideas. The hunting party could find 1 or 2 players to cooperate, process the prey themselves into dried meat and furs. Some of the dried meat could be sold to other players at a lower price than the depot, cutting 1 kilogram into portions and selling them for 1 to 9 silver coins, depending on the player's condition and preferences. It's fine if not everything sells out. If sold out to the supply depot before nightfall, it will yield a profit. Although butchering takes some time, the selling price of a hyena will double. Isn't that wonderful? Consider the name of the package of materials. Winter is currently approaching. The central focus of the production team's testing is not the trade system. I am extremely looking forward to the next update. The game developers will likely focus on developing the trade system, an economic system. If there are only imports and exports without self-sufficiency, it is not complete. Would it be more interesting to relate imports and exports for tariffs and kilograms priced in relation to each other? I hope the game developers will consider this a bit if the CPU server can handle it. These newbies are actually saying some good things. From the perspective of planners and players, suggestions to enhance the enjoyment of this wealth-building game are indeed not bad. But from the perspective of risk manager number 404, I see another issue. One avoids all kinds of risks, even including the player's own body. Why would they want to take my items for trade in imports and exports? Moreover, the export-import aspect is not feasible. Even I, under normal circumstances, am suspected and boycotted by the scrap collectors in Yan town because of my accent. Moreover, I have no understanding of market prices and trading rules. Even if I had experience in trading from a past life, it would still be difficult to carry it out. This place is Wasteland, a gathering of societal outcasts and thugs who form an antisocial group. Honestly, players engaging in business with the wealthy here might as well bring a gun with them. Hey, you're still barding? Then bring all your money here. Encouraging players to trade with the local residents has no real meaning. Every import-export transaction must take place under supervision. For example, establishing a fixed trading team, planning routes, and the products to be traded. The members of the fixed trading team manage the routes for trading products, wind-dried meat, furs, fruits. If a player is in charge of transportation, NPCs are responsible for communication. This way, we can take care of even pay players and simplify the trading process. However, customs duties are indeed worth considering. This way, one can earn a certain amount of freedom in trading. Haha, just wait until I need some people to fight. Then I'll let you know who to trade freely with. Let's see how many reward points there are now. It's an already 30 reward points. In that case, let's open 2 intermediate mystery boxes and 10 beginner mystery boxes. I got 2 cloth bandages for bleeding control, a box of 12 capsule antibiotics, and 500 grams of energy boosting salt. Each use is 10 grams, which can increase resistance by 1 to 5% and recovery ability by 1 to 5%. With this attribute, I have opened legendary items. Just eating 10 grams increases it once. If I eat an entire bag like that, I'm afraid I might lose my life. Forget it. I'll just put it on the shelf tomorrow. The remaining jars were all filled with soy sauce along with a bunch of lollipops and candy sticks. Let's just leave it be. Time to sleep now. He walked out the door, leaving Sa Yam behind. She sat in the corner of the room, intently looking at a small piece of paper. Tomorrow is the first official day of the mission. Is this job as a weapons shop owner really legitimate? She fell asleep without realizing it. When she vaguely woke up, it was already the next morning. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Guang Xu standing in front of her, saying, "Get up, is this for me? Besides you, who else needs this handle here? I should make her a fake one when I have the means. It looks quite pitiful like this, sob. I finally managed to get up. If said, it suits you quite well. It's up to you. Say whatever you want. After all, I am your prisoner. Even if you want me stopped, you can stop now. Don't say any more. I will arrange a job for you shortly. For now, just follow me outside first." On the ground, the sun has risen high above the tops of the ruined buildings after spending the past few days in the basement. She was a bit unaccustomed. Did you guys build the outer wall? Yes, take a look at the results. Dealing with ordinary raider teams is simple, but if it's mutated people, I fear that using this as a footpath will just get us through. Let alone if we encounter a wave attack. What is a wave attack? It's a common occurrence at the 3rd ring. You probably haven't heard of it. The knowers band together and move from near the 3rd ring to the 3rd ring zone. There are quite a few reptiles, and even mutated people larger than reptiles among them. Even if I say this, you probably still find it hard to imagine. Some of them are incredibly tall. These barriers are completely useless. As long as they move north, they will definitely pass through this inhabited stronghold. The war between humans and other species is naturally hard to avoid. Although the mercenary team I joined before was just a small team on the outskirts, we have participated in a few missions to deal with the wave attacks. It's extremely dangerous. But the danger level of acting alongside the army is not very high. The money for such missions is usually easy to earn because to quickly restore trade and reproduction, the powerful figures in the city are willing to pay any price to hire soldiers and provide ammunition. Many people in the lower class only become mercenaries when the waves hit. Guang Xu suddenly exclaimed, "That's true. I've only seen a few rodents. They are quite similar in shape to scavengers, but not completely like him." Seigan explained, "As for the rodents, several mutated types like ferrets, leopards, moles, and bats do not like them. If they are too hungry, it will also prey on them. So these creatures often gather in submarines or underground sewers. Usually, if you see one, you will see a bunch. Encountering them in narrow places can be quite dangerous. That is all useful information. Wait a moment, I need to input this wave data into the database on the homepage. However, now is not the time to do that." Guang Xu took the person to the armory, flipped the sign, and began to open the door. "From now on, this room is your workplace. In the future, if circumstances allow, I will find someone to build you a new one. In summary, just use this store for now. I have brought the prices engraved on the wooden board, and I have already taught you how to say it. If you have any questions, just find Xiao Qi, but she is on the 3rd floor. It's a bit difficult to go up there. My players are all very friendly. If you don't understand what they are saying, just keep a blank expression and look at them." What did you just say about players? This term translates to residents of the refugee camp. You don't need to remember their names or understand this term too deeply. Just call them that. Remember it. Every item sold must be recorded in the ledger. Every day, I will check the ledger and the inventory. However, the cheapest items are steel guns, which still cost more than 100 coins. The players probably can't afford to buy them for now. Your work isn't too busy at the moment. When you have free time, help me fix this pistol and also make some ammunition and weapons. Do what you can. Xia Yan looked to the left and immediately saw an empty table and chair. Then she looked to the right and saw a wooden shelf hanging with a few guns. I'm telling you, are you planning to make a gun for me with your fingernails? What are you thinking? Creating weapons in this place? Is it impossible? Of course it can be done. Even if there isn't an automatic production line, there at least needs to be a table for manual operation. Mercenaries often use homemade weapons. If you can't find suitable components and ammunition in the stores, you often end up renting a workspace to add what you need. I have also made weapons and ammunition myself. However, I have never used a high-end automatic production line. It's not hard or time-consuming to create these with cheap machines. But given the current situation, not to mention that there's no electricity for the automatic production line, there's also no manual operation guide here. So you need to tell me what you want. Don't make me guess. Now I want you to make a list. Write down what you need. It would be best to sketch their shapes. If we can find them, I will have someone look for them for you. If not, I will figure out a way to buy them. All right, remember to note their prices. I don't want to waste money. Let's see. A slicing knife, a large knife, a serrated knife, and also pliers and a hammer. This is the most basic stuff. In addition, I need a few boards with shell patterns and calibrated carvings. Forget it, I should still draw it out. Having a picture is best. You can describe it in detail. Who knows, my players might be able to make it. All done. Take a look quickly. The drawing is good too. Just in case, we should still note the name of the tool. Then you go to the warehouse to find the person in charge here. Hello, manager. This is for you. I need the items on this paper. If someone comes here to buy something, please tell them to be a bit cautious while they are in the wilderness. When you have time, you could redraw this picture for me, copy a few more pieces, and post them at the door. Also, please send a copy to the steel forging department. Upon hearing this, the person in charge looked at the drawing in his hand and was immediately astonished. Mission to create or collect a knife is shown. Reward, 10 silver coins, 100 contributions. 10 silver coins, oh my, this is equivalent to the daily wage for making cement. If found, wouldn't that be striking gold? The task is not just one. There are also large knives, twisted knives, and many others at that place. After Guang Xu assigned the tasks, he left immediately. Although the mission stated to create or collect, to be honest, I don't really hope that many players will find good items in this world. What I really hope for is that these lovely players can use the tools and materials available to solve this problem. Now the number of players has reached 50. Among these fat chickens, there will definitely be a few who can solve the problem. 2 days later, the performance of the players indeed did not disappoint me. 2 gold-making specialists managed to create tools in just 2 days. The completed items are a large knife, a cleaver, and a twisted knife. Although they are all self-made materials, their strength is still quite good. Additionally, there is a set of calipers made from old serrated screws. One side of the caliper has a movable screw and the other side is for holding. However, the performance of this is not as good as automatic ones, but it can still be used to process small components. According to the order on the warehouse door, the two people each receive 80 silver coins, 40 coins, which is quite a considerable amount. Guang Xu brought a backpack to the weapon shop. He directly dumped some tools onto the wooden table. Is this enough tools? Just about. With these tools, at least making bullets shouldn't be a problem. If you want to make a barrel, I would like you to help me make a few short steel tubes. Did you buy these tools? Did a player make them? Make them. I can expect your players to have this skill. How does it compare to Jushi City? Jushi City is very large. It depends on who you compare yourself to. It's not just poor people like us there. They also have fully armed regular troops from head to toe. They call themselves the Jushi City Militia. The militia in Jushi City has powered armor, flying tools, and machines connected to their nerves. Half of them have support vehicles and equipment I don't even know the names of. Oh, they're that strong? Why don't we see them coming over here then? Who knows? They probably aren't interested. There isn't really anything good in this rural area for them. The scene shifted to Woo Woo, who was displaying goods outside selling mushrooms. Fresh mushrooms, don't miss out as you walk by. After working all day, don't you want to cook a pot of mushroom soup to treat yourself? It's very fragrant. Come on over, come on over. Supplies are limited. Those who are slow will miss out. The crowd quickly gathered to watch. Can this mushroom of yours be eaten? Is it fully cooked? What type of mushroom is it? Can sensitive people eat it? Will you see tiny people after eating it? Yes, it can be eaten. Of course it can. Seeing. Ah, no, you can't see anything. I don't believe it. Everyone look. After saying this, Woo Woo picked up a mushroom, took a big bite, and then showed off her strong, lively face to the crowd around her. Ah, it really can be eaten. Give me half a kilogram. I'm not eating meat today. I want to try cooking mushroom porridge. I'll take half a kilogram too. If it's not good, I'll return it. What a pity. I can't see tiny people. Next time, give me some that can be seen. I want tiny people to call me husband. What the hell, FBI open door? There's a pervert here. 5 minutes later, Woo Woo had collected a bunch of money. Is this the feeling of being rich? It used to be really difficult. Returning to the weapon shop, there were many players coming in since she had left the open sign. Did she come from the sky? Boss, where are you? Stupid. She is the mercenary that the manager rescued before. Where did the boss come from? I know, but why are you being so serious? The other was very confused at this moment. I completely didn't understand what they were talking about. The girl had a stiff expression like a robot and began to say a few lines she had memorized. Hello, I am Si Yan, the owner of the weapons shop. How can I assist you? This NPC doesn't seem very smart, huh? Usually, in such a big server, having one or two flexible NPCs is already good enough. 5mm steel tube sniper rifle, poor quality, 100 currency. Oh my god, poor quality and still costs 100 currency. Let's run, let's run. Wah, wah, wah. Indeed, sky-high prices. I can feel the atmosphere of wealth from the price list. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Se Yan was already confused and felt a bit annoyed with the people standing next to her talking. These people were too annoying, so verbose. Are you going to buy it or not? Back to the forum. A post had been promoted to the community. Mole Daily, Refugee Camp 404 welcomes its second NPC, the weapon shop owner from the sky. This is just me speaking nonsense. Her name is Se Yan. Hello everyone, I am the red-nosed mole from the Escaped Valley. The soil of the garden is not enough to grow plants, so I decided to go above ground to hide for a while. Back to the main topic today, talking about the new NPC, Se Yan. This NPC actually went live yesterday. However, yesterday was probably a testing phase. Although there is someone sitting at the desk, there is a closed sign hanging on the door. Today, not only was the closed sign taken down, but there are also weapons displayed on the shelves. At Ms. Yan's table, there is one more set of tools added. I dare say this will be the weapon shop for everyone in the future. I wonder whether the strong level 14 steel guns will be released. Also, the above is just my investigation, for reference only, not meant to be followed. 666, I can say it looks exactly the same. I'm in love. This girl is so beautiful. This is just amazing. Ha ha. Actually, I studied art, but after not being accepted into the Central Academy of Fine Arts, I switched fields. I have a small suggestion for the homepage. Maybe add a belt to the new NPC like in the picture, and some protective glasses. Changing the outfit to jeans and a white shirt, along with red hair, would look even better. Of course, this is just a suggestion. Quitting smoking. My brother is also going to draw the boss. I'm interested in him. That longing, that's right. Who wants to see the NPC from the weapon shop? I'll have to see what the boss looks like. There's not even a picture on this homepage. The mole is escaping from the valley. Everyone don't rush. I will draw now. What's so good about the male NPC? Everyone wait a moment. Elena, don't rush anyway. I might be online tomorrow night. Guang Xu glanced over at Xie Yan for a moment. She was still focused on memorizing the common words he provided. The person with the account named Mouse seems to draw similarly. However, changing the belt and safety glasses makes it look better. Xie Yan suddenly realized Guang Xu was staring at her and she got startled. Her face turned red, stammering, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Just thought you hadn't changed clothes in a few days." "Change clothes, huh? Relax, I just wanted to ask your measurements." Guang Xu suddenly felt that his comment was very impolite and awkwardly turned his face away. "Ah, forget it. Asking this is indeed inappropriate. I should read a quest for Tang Tang to measure instead." Early the next morning, a mission appeared. Make a suit of clothes for the owner of the weapon shop. Reward 5 to 10 silver coins. Make a suit of clothes for the owner of the weapon shop. This mission is a bit strange. The next batch of new players in Wasteland Online finally logged in. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, is this really a world of Wasteland Online? The sunlight feels exactly like in the real world. The wind is kissing my face. This place is like a dream. No, it is a dream. I'm crying. I'm crying. Science has developed so much now. Is this still in the experimental phase? What does the development team want to try? The group buzzed with excitement. Everyone was overwhelmed. Go Warriors! Let's change this deadly world. Guang Xu suddenly turned around, raised his fist high, and stated passionately, "With your own hands, let's move forward." Since the new players had read a little information, they quickly got acquainted. Does anyone have a special innate skill? Put your hands up. What's your innate skill? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. What innate skill do you have? Tell me. What the heck is calmness? Sounds weak. Is there a new strength system? Let's chop wood together, do some crafting, it's great. Hey everyone, I'm a strength system. How do you play this game? Are you a strength system? What's your name? The teenager is making land and bricks. Haha, bro, you clearly know how to play this game. Trust me, the strength system should go chop wood, move bricks, just roll up your sleeves and get to work. Chop 100 trees, directly level up to 1. Strength 7 or 8 points, that will help you progress straight through the wasteland. If you encounter mutant species, just raise your hammer and it's done. So what if you beat someone with a gun? Then just do it and it'll be fine. Do what? Be bait? Guang Xu has somehow climbed to the rooftop and is observing. Very good, very reliable. These experimental players really go disappoint. The only regret is that although these new players are very obedient, it seems that there is no one here with special genes like that person. However, there are 2 individuals with exceptional innate skills that I find intriguing. One person is stable and calm, helping those with this innate skill to increase their resistance to negative mental states such as fear and despair by 50%. They can quickly resolve issues that adversely affect the mind, possessing a buff attribute of 50% in mental resilience. On the surface, this innate skill may seem ineffective, but only through real experience can one understand how crucial this quality is in actual combat situations. The other person possesses thermal vision. The individual with this innate skill automatically activates when focused, making their eyes more sensitive to infrared light, allowing them to see heat sources in the dark within a certain range. This innate skill is ineffective against cold-blooded animals. With this innate skill, if there is night combat, this person can be brought along. Additionally, there are several other peculiar innate skills. The innate skill of intuition allows players with this skill to discern temperature without the need for contact. The innate skill of plant language enables players with this skill to detect the growth processes of plants. The innate skill of insect hunting allows players with this skill to smell the scents released by insects. These innate skills have little practical significance, but in daily life and exploration, they prove quite useful. It's believed that there's no need for me to mention it. These players will find their own suitable ways to play. Moving to the apartment area north of the flooded park, the Pegasus team has been operating around this area. Yi Shi sensed the direction of the shot animal. Yi Shi immediately complies. Focusing intently, he discovers traces. Why did it turn into 2? The prey is up ahead. But I found it. Wait, there's something unusual. There's an arrow on the neck of the hunted object. If I remember correctly, I shot its rear. Suddenly, a strange man appears in front. The 2 sides face each other in silence for a few seconds. Who are you, an NPC? Team members from both sides quickly close in to subdue the stranger. Fan Chang smiles triumphantly. Put down your weapon. You're surrounded. However, the other party basically doesn't understand him. What is he saying? Is he a robber? Thinking this, the young man jumps back. He quickly draws his bow, preparing to shoot. The arrow end heads straight toward Fang Chang. He was caught off guard, but still quick enough to dodge, although he got injured on the nose. This made him very angry, and he shouted loudly, "Damn guys, catch it." Lao Bai and Quang Feng rushed forward upon hearing the shout. The opponent quickly reacted and pulled a knife from his waist. At that moment, A stone suddenly flew in and struck. The man was hit directly in the forehead and cried out in pain. Yi Shi is the one who just attacked. He said loudly to his teammates, "Hurry up, seize the opportunity." Fang Chang, with his superior agility, successfully disarmed the stranger. Lao Bai followed closely behind. The strength system was very suitable for suppressing at this range, making it quite easy to pin the stranger to the ground. He yelled in the Wasteland dialect, "Let me go! Behave yourself! Oh my, this guy is really strong. Fang Chang, what do we do now?" Guang Fang on the side checked the opponent's luggage. He concluded, the guy is very poor, 1 stone, 1 knife, and 4 arrows. That's all there is. The enemy on the ground has not given up struggling. Let me go. Do you even know what he's saying? I don't know, I guess he's swearing. I can't figure out what he's saying either. However, a live prisoner can fetch 5 coins, while a dead one is only worth 5 copper. In general, just tie him up and take him back to trade for money. The 4 of them pulled the spoils back to the outpost together. The young man could not hide his surprise upon seeing so many people. "Hey, are you guys from the refugee camp?" "Hey, what is he mumbling about now?" "No idea. Don't pay attention to him." They ignored the shouting man and dragged the deer into the kitchen, directly handing it to Brother Trum. "Brother, settle a payment for your work." 12 silver coins were handed over, and as soon as the money was out, Brother Trum prepared his knife, ready to get to work. He then began chopping and cutting vigorously. The local man trembled at the sight. Had he not heard of the blue coats eating people? "Manager, you're here just in time. We were planning to bring him to you." Guang Xu had a puzzled expression. "Where did you drag him out from?" "I saw him shoot at me while hunting, but he missed." "I know already. Release him, this is a reward." Upon hearing this, they immediately complied. "Guang Xu, is that you?" "Yeah, it's me. I'm sorry for scaring you." "I didn't expect they would capture him." "Yu Ho, my neighbor from Yan town, is back." "By the way, Guang Xu, are they your people?" "Oh, they are my friends." "What are they doing here?" "Watching a play." "A play? What is that?" "It's not important. Just pretend they're not here." "Tell me, why are you here? Where are your father and brother?" Yu Ho sighed. "A few days ago, while hunting, my father was shot in the arm by robbers, and my older brother was injured in the leg by one of their dogs while trying to save him. After they managed to escape, my father survived, but my brother's leg got infected, and he has been running a high fever lying in bed. Winter is approaching, and I don't know if he'll get through it." Guang Xu thought to himself, "Weasels, vultures, and wolves, these 3 animals do not avoid any food. When they can't find prey, they often eat carrion. When they're too hungry, they'll even bite into humans. Therefore, weasels often have a lot of bacteria in their mouths. If the wound is not treated in time, it can easily become severely infected and threaten one's life. You bring him to me, maybe I can help him." "Really? Yeah, just bring him over. Sorry, you're really nice. We used to think you were a bad person. By the way, I have to apologize to you about something." "What is it?" "The horn sweet potato you planted in front of your house, I noticed it wasn't sprouting for a long time, so I dug it up and ate it, no problem. Maybe there's something wrong with my planting method." "Yeah, the way you planted it definitely won't yield anything. To grow horn sweet potatoes, just cutting a piece isn't enough. You have to let it sprout first, at least have 1 piece sprouting with 2 buds. Then you apply something to the cut before planting. This way you can harvest in 1 or 2 months. You know how to plant? This isn't anything special. Everyone knows a little. Okay, wait until next spring. I'll find some work for you. Enough of this, hurry and carry your brother over here." "All right, I'm going." Guang Xu arranged for someone below to prepare a soft bed, waiting for Yu Ho to bring the person over. "Is he here? Let him lie here." Yu Ho replied. He was panting with exhaustion, but didn't dare to delay even for a moment. He was covered in sweat, running a high fever. With the medical conditions in Yan town, if he got an infection, he probably wouldn't survive. It would be a dead end from there. Guang Xu unwrapped the bandages and discovered that the bite had started to change color. By examining the discoloration of the necrotic tissue, it could be deduced that it was a bacterial infection. "Did you take out the box of antibiotics from the mysterious gift you received before?" He then handed it to Yu Ho and said, "Hurry and give it to him." Yu Ho immediately followed the instructions, stuffing the medication into Yuksong's mouth. Guang Xu applied an additional layer of ointment to the wound on the patient's leg. The plain ash is not a problem, right? It depends on the situation. The plant matter burned by high temperatures is fine. Its antibacterial effect is still quite good. The herb mentioned in the compendium is indeed this one. 5 minutes later, Yuksong began to show significant improvement. No wonder the pre-war techniques were effective. The antibiotics really worked. Yuho was still quite worried and quietly asked, "Big brother, how are you feeling now?" Hearing the familiar voice, Yuksong responded. He finally opened his eyes and officially woke up. "Yuho, Where is this? Guang Xu, is that you? Yeah, it's me. You are thinking that I'm still quite healthy, but it's unlikely that I'll return to Yan town anymore. I see. Congratulations. It seems you have found your friend. Yeah, I just found him recently. Thank you for taking care of him before. Don't mention it. We did really take care of him. On the contrary, you saved my life. This pill must be very expensive, right? Guang Xu shook his head. It's not a big deal, just a small favor. I'll give you another one in a bit. If you feel feverish, take it. If not, you can keep it for later in case you need it. How can I accept this, you saved me? I can't take something valuable like this. Guang Xu used scissors to cut a corner and took out a pill. You keep it for your brother. I had a hard time saving him. On the way carrying him back, he could have gotten an infection and died. Yuho looked at his brother's wound. It seemed to have improved. In the end, he still accepted the pill. Thank you. I will repay you. After I carry my brother home, I will come to work for you every day. No need for that. Now, you are the pillar of your family. You are the only one who can hunt. If you work for me, what will your family eat? If you really want to repay me, just get through the current situation first, and we can talk again in the spring next year. Yuho bowed at a 90-degree angle, thanking sincerely. Lao Bai asked Fang Chang quietly, "What are they talking about?" "I can't understand, but I can guess." "Go ahead, guessing is fine. I'll say it simply, though I'm not sure it's correct. It starts with that young man who wanted to treat his sick family member, went out to hunt, and ended up getting caught by us. The manager recognized him and told him to bring his seriously ill family members to use the medicine from the refugee camp to save them. After that, they were very touched and said we are their friends. Next, they will probably build a relationship with us." "Build a relationship? What kind of relationship? Are you stupid? How else would nomads act? Of course, there will be intermarriage, marrying off daughters or something like that. It's an old trick. So will Lao Bai. Do you think my explanation makes sense? Isn't our manager making too big a sacrifice? Don't listen to Yi Shi's nonsense. Although we can't rule out that possibility, I prefer the current situation between him and the owner of the weapon shop. I also think like Kuang Feng. You two should think about it a bit more. Why is it that brainwaves are not on the same channel as ordinary people? Tang Tang had another idea. Why does love have to be from the woman in charge? Can't it be a teenager repaying a favor? Oh dear, just get rid of that thought. Is this game normal? Ha! It is indeed normal. Guang Xu felt helpless about this thinking. Indeed, she wasn't normal. The income of tailors seems a bit high. The next update just needs to balance it out a bit. I have the right. Opinions can stay out of the game. He looked over at the Yuho siblings. Is the effect of this antibiotic really that good? Just taking one pill for a period of time, and I can eat and walk again. The two helped each other to Guang Xu. Thank you for saving me. I swear I will repay you in the future. It's getting late. We should head back. Father and CLU will surely be relieved to know that the elder brother has been saved. Okay, goodbye. Stay safe. Yuho supported the elder brother and suddenly stepped in front of Fang Chang, then proactively offered a pocket knife. This surprised Fang Chang. Yuho spoke in the local dialect. You are very strong. You could dodge my arrows. But if it's a one-on-one, I won't lose. Keep this knife for me. Don't lose it. Next year we'll have a fair match again. If I win, I'll take it back. Fang Chang stood frozen for 5 seconds, not understanding what he was saying. Maybe he wants to give me the knife. Is this his way of thanking me for indirectly saving his loved one? The two sides began to communicate through body language, and Fang Chang roughly understood that this person wanted to hand the knife to him. He immediately accepted it happily. You're being too polite. Ha ha ha. Yuho then left, but still felt strange inside. Although he didn't understand what those people were saying, he had received the knife, so he must have understood his intention. How could these fools understand? Ha ha ha. The two brothers started to head back. The distance from there to Yan town wasn't too far, so it should be fine. Fang Chang was still happily chattering away. This game is so detailed. Just look at the NPC's expressions. Each scene is so intricate. Based on this alone, I want it to be a hit. Hey, do you understand what he's saying? No, it doesn't matter. Yi Shi interjected. What if he wants to marry a 150-kilogram woman like a tiger from the tribe to you? This knife is a token of love. Get lost, get lost, get lost. You're all just jealous of me, right? On the way back, Yuho couldn't help but say a few words. Hey bro, I told you, he's not an ordinary person. Back then, I suggested you and Dad marry Xiao Yu to him. You both disagreed. Do you regret it now? Yuksang sighed. What do you mean not regretting anything? They are our benefactors. Don't think about unrealistic things. What about Xiao Yu? You didn't say you disagreed and Dad never said anything either. Huh. Then why has it come to this? Kid, you only think about the good things. Have you ever thought about whether they agree or not? Don't mention Xiao Yu. Just look at the little girl standing among those people beside him. Anyone who comes out of the refugee camp isn't clean. Will they pay attention to us like this? Brother, whether I am ugly or beautiful doesn't matter, but our little sister does. She was so cute when she was young. She has just lost a bit of weight growing up. But it's okay. When we come back, we will coax her to eat a bit more. I will even give her my share. I'm sure we can raise her well. Are you so eager to marry off Xiao Yu? Can I really talk about this? Whether to marry or not, she will be of age next year. According to the city regulations, over 16 years old counts as a household. Every year during the autumn mobilization, it doesn't matter if they are married or not, they just count by household to gather supplies. Look, our harvest this year can barely be considered enough. Wait until next year to submit more. How can we submit anything now? Anyway, I have to get married, so I might as well choose a good family for her. It's better than living a hard life with us. Yu-ho, let me tell you, the third son of the Wang family is already of age. Their family is not bad, and just in time, their daughter is also grown up, making it the perfect chance to ask about my sister. That won't work. I don't like that Wang Defu at all. Last time he even pushed Xiao Yu. I could tell just by looking at him. If they marry, he will definitely be the type to beat his wife and scold his children. So I need to think carefully. Marrying her off, my wife has to find someone herself. It's fine. Are you still worried that I can't find a wife? What I'm afraid of is that everyone keeps worrying about this. Whether I'm good or not is my own business. There's no way I would swap my sister for a wife for myself. Wasteland, another new day. Fresh meat for sale, fresh squirrel meat, stir-fried or grilled. It tastes good no matter how you cook it. 1 silver for 1, choose quality at a low price. Mutated ferret teeth can be made into jewelry, selling for just 1 coin each. There are only 10. Buy quickly before they're gone. Is anyone looking for gold? I just found a gold necklace while surveying the apartment, only 3 silver. You can't find it cheaper. Selling mushrooms here today, only 4 coins for half a kilogram. First come, first served. Ha! It's a coin more expensive than yesterday, but it's not too much. Give me half a kilogram and also give me half a kilogram. I want some too. All right, everyone don't rush. There is enough for everyone. Also today, the shop has a new product, homemade woo-woo syrup, for just 1 coin. Looking at the green liquid in the jar, there's a bit of an eerie feeling. I'll still take half a kilogram of mushrooms. Thank you. Are you sure this is edible? Moving to the weapon shop, the shopkeeper. Can you say one thing? Are you an angel from heaven? Just 1 sentence, please. The shopkeeper is so cold, completely ignoring us. It's probably because we're too poor. Oh my, is this a game of realism? Did you guys notice the way she looks at the manager is clearly different? Does the NPC already have a crush? Just gnaw on it. Just gnaw on it. Gnaw on what? Handsome Guang is clearly my husband. No one is allowed to take him. What are you thinking about? Favorite level points, huh? It's only been a few days since the move, right? Don't brag anymore. Sad Yan couldn't understand much of what the people around her were saying. She just felt really hungry. When will they return to the refugee camp? By the way, is there dessert after the meal today? Suddenly, her pupils dilated and her cheeks flushed. Her gaze was fixed on Guang Xu, who was passing by with a divine angle that highlighted his handsome features, wealth, power, and the admiration of women. That chocolate is quite delicious too. Guang Xu was strolling around the outpost to take a look. It must be because of the addition of 20 new people. The market today is livelier than yesterday. Life is starting to improve. For a moment, he felt that something in the atmosphere had changed. Snow or hail. The temperature was not even below 0. To be precise, it was still about 10 to 15 degrees. There were no rain clouds in the sky, not even a layer of clouds visible. The sunset was beginning on the horizon. The initial guess was probably that the cold air was interacting with the warm air rising, crystallizing at a low level. This is just a wild guess. It seems that old Charlie was right. Winter will come earlier this year than in previous years. New players who see this natural phenomenon are quite excited. Is it snow? Weather system update. Snowfall test notice. Today's weather has light snow. The developers remind players to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. The homepage has another announcement. All right, I thought it was a new update. The developers said there was an update, but it wasn't complete. Today, they just tested a bit of snowfall. Tomorrow, they will let everyone test a bit of rain. KPI has been met. It's another lazy day. Where are the developers? It's still 20 degrees here. It's too early for the temperature to drop. Snowfall isn't that big of a deal. I biked up a snowy mountain in the middle of winter at minus 30 degrees wearing only a cold-resistant jacket. On the way back, not only did I not freeze, but I was also sweating like a normal person. Are you a demon? I bow down to you. There's not even a hint of nutrition. The Wealthy Elf King. A new player on the first day online, not saying anything. Just that scenery, that effect, that light. This game, I'm going to love it. What can Mr. Howe do to me? Just splash some cold water. The people above are invited by the developers, so everyone should beware of traps. I'll say it again, this kind of game basically doesn't exist, it simply doesn't. Wealthy Elf King, is it annoying? Just say a couple of words to each person. Is it not tiring to do it every day? The toilet has mosquitoes. Are you a new player? The management here doesn't prohibit speech. You can just treat that person as a joke. There are always those kinds of people who go around ruining others, and they are everywhere. Scavenging level 99. Oh my god. Does anyone care about the rights of the lizard people? Dan, feeling cold and stiff like the apocalypse went offline. The sword of the lower class. I won't manage you. You're the only lizard here. It seems that the drop in temperature has a significant impact on this race. Mole is escaping from the valley. I raise my hand to propose that the developers consider creating a trading area in the game. Most players should be able to sell. This opening feature, even if NPCs cannot temporarily be hired to supervise, at least a buy and sell stall should be opened. This would be more effective than everyone gathering to sell in a market. After all, the trading time before going offline is too short. Guang suggested, hey, it's not bad at all. I will propose at the next developer meeting to plan an area for players to freely trade within the game, while also setting up a storage cabinet that can be rented in the refuge area for players to store items for sale. The mole was hiding from the valley. All right. Hey, every time I see everyone's posts, I feel like I'm reviewing humanity's petitions. Sa Yan had been quietly observing from the corner of the room. This person had been staring at the screen for an hour, laughing to themselves, not knowing what wicked thoughts were crossing their mind. Not right. Why can't I stop looking at them? It definitely isn't because they have some special charm. It's just this person is too scary. That's for sure. Hey, what are you watching? None of your business. Can I ask you a question? Guang Xu replied coldly. Why do you all insist on going outside? What I mean is, since the refuge is so safe, why build that surrounding wall? Can't we just stay here? Is there no way to survive here? Does the refuge have fresh air? Those rain shelters can avoid the cold, prevent theft, and many other issues. Where is your water filter? I have never seen one. There are also facilities like greenhouses. I heard that these things exist in the refugee camp. Upon hearing this, Guang Xu did not respond anymore. I don't know how to explain this issue. I can't say. Even though I'm the manager here, I don't have full control over the refugee camp. Ham, maybe you are right. Hiding underground is indeed a good option. Even if the outside is flooded, even if another war breaks out, we can still be safe here. So why? You should know that some refugee camps are not like others. The people living here are not hiding from something, but rather want to revive human civilization. Xia Yan was stunned by these words. Your issue has been resolved. Don't bother me anymore. Ha! It's better to be a player and not ask questions like this. Now I finally understand why the first generation managers wrote that on paper. There is no creature in this world more suited to being deceived than a player. Xia Yan was lost in thought at this moment. It felt like the figure of this man was sometimes too big. No, it can't be. This person is undoubtedly a demon. Otherwise, why would he let me read so many confusing things? Just now, I felt that he was a good person. I affirm that it is because this person is brainwashing me. Brainwashing can toy with a person's heart to this extent. This man is unpredictable. The next morning, the lizard's head logged in and sneaking around, looking left and right. Ha ha ha. Indeed. It's not cold during the day. I am truly a genius. However, until spring comes, I can only change the timeline. Forget it. Let's continue hunting. La 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 la. At this moment, Guang Xu was strolling while thinking. The first surrounding wall had been completed, and now it was better to dig up that area, north or south. Suddenly, he noticed two people had already arrived early, knocking and hitting to create a wooden platform. He walked over and asked, "What are you guys doing?" "Respected manager, we are making a cross stand." "A cross stand? Doing this? It makes it look even more like a wasteland, resembling a baker." "That's right, and very practical. If anyone violates the rules of the refugee camp, we will hang them up." What the hell? These people have come up with some strange things again. While it may be possible, it's not necessary. Guang Xu then went to the carpentry room. As soon as he stepped onto the porch, he saw many handcrafted items outside the door. "Have you already made so many wooden bows and arrows?" This person is indeed a talented action taker with clear thinking. "Manager, I was just about to look for you." The mosquito hurriedly ran out. "I was just wandering around. Do you have something to report?" "Wait a moment, I'll get this. Here it is. Before, you asked me to make explosives, and I've made them. You want to see their power?" "Don't worry, it's safe here. There's no fire." Asterisk, am asterisk, very well done. Have you tested it yet? "I can demonstrate it for you now. Please follow me." They both went to an empty piece of land. The mosquito felt it was better to use a small bottle first. The mosquito placed the small, explosive bottle near the base of a tree, then struck a match to ignite it. After that, He quickly turned and ran. Bang! The loud explosion shook the entire courtyard. Guang Xu was left stunned in place. The tree or the bottle of medicine had been blown apart in a large section, unable to hold up, and had directly fallen over. How is it, esteemed manager? This person is too dangerous. A carpenter who understands so much. What is he doing out there? He can't be an undercover terrorist, right? That's very good. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. However, the explosive power still needs to be improved, but that's not an issue. I will report your contributions to the organization. You'll receive 500 contribution points. Additionally, you could try to create smokeless explosives like digestive cotton, for example. If successful, the refugee camp will grant you 1,000 contribution points. Furthermore, I also have a new job for you. A new job? Guang Xu said, extremely interested. You mean a hidden mission? Oh dear. All right, esteemed manager. Wait for me to make nitric acid and sulfuric acid, then we will see. The scene shifts to the furnace over here. Guang Xu approached to prepare to take a look ahead. Just at that moment, a player armed with a bow and arrow rushed over, out of breath. Sir, there's something happening. To the north of the base by the high bridge, there are two people, leading a two-headed cow. The one in front looks somewhat familiar, like someone who came to our place before. Could it be the merchant from Honghe Town? Take me there. Yes, sir. Outside the gate, the two people mentioned were already waiting. The stranger, holding a gun and getting ready, exuded a mysterious and dark aura. The other was the merchant who had been here before. The main gate of the outpost was then opened. Guang Xu and his brooch stepped out. The two sides stood face to face at the gate and exchanged greetings. Ha ha, my old friend, we meet again. Guang Xu politely extended his hand. The two shook hands a few times to show a bit of camaraderie. However, Guang Xu seemed to maintain some distance. The merchant scratched his head and gave a forced smile. Well, sorry, I've been on the road for 5 days without a chance to wash up, making you laugh at me. But the young man's gaze was not on him, but on the one accompanying him. May I ask, who is this? This is the mercenary I hired from Honghe Town, responsible for ensuring safety on the road. There are several trusted gun merchants in Honghe Town. They are reliable people. The important thing is that they know how to avoid conflicts with the bandits in this area, mainly for safety. Just pretend that person doesn't exist. Guang Xu thought right away upon hearing this. It seems that the dried meat I made sells very well in Honghe Town. From the last deal, this person must have made quite a bit. Not only can they restock, but they can also afford to hire protection. How is the road to Jushi City? Is it easy to traverse? I haven't been to Jushi City before, so I'm not sure about the situation there. The last time, after I left your place, I went to a farm not far from you, quite coincidentally. They were interested in the remaining goods I had, so I traded with them for some food and then went straight back. The price of food in Honghe Town is rising quickly. The mine owners and slave owners can't get used to that high nutrition black stuff. As soon as I deliver the goods to the trading post, their servants scramble to buy everything. I think if it's selling so well, I should make one more trip before the snow covers the roads completely. So hiring a guard is a must. Ha ha. Is it really selling that well? It seems like I sold cheap last time. The official is joking. Merchants like us are just using our brains to do business. They say they earn a little, but in reality, it's just enough to cover travel expenses. All right, don't say those things to me. How much you earn is your ability. Once you have money, remember to buy 2 more cows and bring over more goods next spring. You got the goods I want? I brought everything here. Ha ha. Don't worry, your instructions, I won't forget. Guang Xu looked at the bags and guessed this place must have about 100 kilograms of cash. There were also 10 pistols with 7mm barrels, a bag of yellow coarse salt, and 2 bags of ammunition. These items were not bad. Let's check them out first. Unexpectedly, the bullets were also made of copper. It seemed that Honghe Town had enough copper. On many of the bullets, one could see dents and bumps. No wonder they know how to make this type of simple automatic gun. What's wrong, sir? Is this merchandise not to your liking? All right, I'll take the weapons, coarse salt, and that pile of cash. He suddenly noticed something else that was tightly wrapped, so he became quite curious. What's inside this? Insect powder. Mutated insects ground into powder. After drying, they are crushed, mainly used for fertilizer. Fertilizer, it must be something needed on the farm. I haven't used this yet. I heard from players that there are many guano stones by the lake. They should work for some fertilizer. Selling to the farm? That's right. The merchant suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. He hurried off to get the items. There's also this item. Almost forgot. The thing you asked me to bring last time is here. Is this the steel-backed ant? That's right. How much is it? No, my friend, you misunderstood. This is a gift for you. No payment needed. Oh, and thank you. I certainly won't refuse this kindness. As for a return gift, it doesn't exist. Having this person do business with me is already a great favor. No need to be polite. How your friendship is my honor. Well, as you can see, it's getting late. Why don't we discuss the details of the transaction? The two exchanged their meats. Excuse me, did I mishear? Did you say half a kilogram of salt? You did mishear, I said 1 kilogram. 3 kilograms of dried meat for 1 kilogram of salt. He immediately stood up straight. This cannot be true. You must be joking. The dried meat you used is dried by wind technology. It's basically not marinated. It can't be valued this way. Guang Xu's expression remained calm as he lightly furrowed his brows and let out an "oh." The merchant immediately broke into a sweat, reluctantly sitting back down. All right then, since you're not a businessman, you might not understand. Let's count the money. If I transport 10 kilograms of coarse salt to Jushi City, I can at least exchange every 100 grams for $1. That's $100. If I exchange it for the electrical goods that the Brown Farm needs, I can get at least 300 kilograms of green barley. If I exchange these 5 cups for dried meat, I can at least get 60 to 75 kilograms of dried meat, which is reasonable. Therefore, I can accept a minimum price of 60 kilograms, which is 1 kilogram of salt, for 6 kilograms of meat. Out of respect for our friendship, I will accept 59 kilograms. This is the lowest price I can accept. Facing each other, Guang Xu still said, all right, you're right. Then, my friend, why do you keep saying no like this? The other party stared blankly. Guang Xu smiled slightly, extended his hand, and continued. If you want to exchange 300 kilograms of green barley for 59 kilograms of dried meat, I can't say I wouldn't accept. The two of them then brought their child back home. It's truly hard to imagine. I've never seen such a difficult man in a blue coat. Where is the humility of a civilized person? Is there no reciprocity? I shouldn't trust these greedy, filthy rats. So this deal ended up being a loss. Not exactly a loss, but I could earn much more. 10 kilograms of salt unexpectedly only exchanged for 30 kilograms of dried meat. If I hadn't gone to Jushi City this time, I would never agree to this price. Winter is approaching. This is more dangerous than ever. No matter what, I cannot take a detour to go through Jushi City. That man clearly saw this. Not only was that 10 kilograms of salt, but the shotgun and 2 bags of ammunition were also undervalued by him with various reasons. Boss, I don't quite understand. Earning something is good and knowing enough is enough. I've heard others say that. Ha ha, what do you know? Knowing enough is good doesn't lead to wealth. This dried meat could at least be exchanged for 60 kilograms of salt. No, at least 80 kilograms for it to be worth the trip. I have to think about which mining zone this business should be done with. You should keep a sincere heart and be grateful. At least I, a person who knows that enough is good, and here with you on this trip. Guang Xu was currently carrying supplies down to the refugee camp. 130 kilograms of dried meat plus 1 kilogram of dried fish were exchanged for 10 kilograms of coarse salt, 10 guns, and 2 large bags of ammunition. I was quite satisfied with this deal. Of course, it was the right timing. This pile was pretty heavy. It would be great if I could trade this game money for real money. Don't say armor. Having the motivation to buy a plane is enough. The title needs someone to buy it. Can I pay with game money? I'll beat you to death right now. Money that doesn't circulate in the market is meaningless. Guang Xu sighed, and then the scene shifted to the shore of the lake. There were 2 players straining to pull something from the water's surface, apparently trying to catch fish. You 2 over there, get that mutated leech for me. Yes, esteemed manager. One player handed the small mutated leech directly to the boy. I need to see how this steel-legged ant becomes the nemesis of the water leech. You put both of them in the same spot and then covered it with a glass jar. After that, you closely observed the 2 creatures. The leech was the first to charge forward, but just as they were about to touch each other, they suddenly stopped. Aren't they going to attack anymore? The mutated leech and the steel-backed ant simultaneously changed direction to separate from each other. Guang Xu even observed the 2 ant antennae shaking continuously. So that's how it is. It must be looking for its companions. The 2 players nearby whispered to each other. What is the manager doing? I don't know. It seems he is playing with ants. He took a freshwater leech. Is he trying to see the ants fight with the freshwater leech? What a strange hobby. Woo-woo, who is picking mushrooms nearby, overheard the conversation. A freshwater leech who is playing with that disgusting thing. That's so scary. Guang Xu didn't care about the people around him, completely immersed in his thoughts. After several experiments, he finally confirmed his hypothesis. First, the mutated freshwater leech has no eyes, mainly relying on its sense of smell to find prey. As for the steel-backed ant, after detecting the prey, its initial reaction was not to attack, but to send a signal to nearby companions. There is a big prey here. Everyone come quickly. The digestive system of the mutated leech may be able to corrode most prey, but it is almost ineffective against the steel ant. Even if swallowed whole, it cannot be digested. On the contrary, it can be bitten from the inside out. Therefore, this natural enemy has frightened the mutated leech so much that it has eaten into its liver. Hence, when it detects the signal released by the steel ant, its instinct is to flee. We've cracked the case. The form of the information released by the steel ant is indeed the reason for this. This time, let's wait for the steel ant to release the information before we strike. Sure enough, the mutated leech is no longer afraid and has directly swallowed the steel ant whole. But about 5 minutes later, there was no movement for the mutated leech. When it was cut open, the steel ant inside was already dead. It still had a piece of meat lodged in its mouth. This small wound was not enough to kill the leech. The real cause of death might be acid in the leech or something else. If we apply the released information from the ant onto ourselves and pretend to be the natural enemy of the mutated leech, wouldn't that mean we could avoid harm? Through the den of the mutated leech, struck it rich, 20 kilograms of blue mushrooms can be exchanged for 2,000 coins. If I can obtain 200 kilograms, I need to find some skilled players to come here to work. At this moment, Guang Xu noticed Wu Wu nearby. He smiled warmly, almost forgetting about her. Wu Wu jumped in surprise. I feel like I'm in danger. We should run. Hey, how is your punishment task going? I completed it the day before yesterday. I delivered the required 100 kilograms. Great, perfect timing. From now on, your status will revert to that of a resident. Additionally, I have an important and difficult task for you. How about it? Are you interested in taking on this mission? Wu Wu felt a bit scared. Her right eye had been twitching since earlier, which meant there was definitely a trap waiting for her ahead. I probably won't be able to complete it. You should look for someone else. Guang Xu chuckled softly and said in a gentle tone, "Believe in yourself, you can do it. Besides, this task can only be completed by you. But, I'll give you a special powder. If you apply it to yourself, it will ensure that you can safely enter the lair of the mutated water leeches. After that, what she needed to do was pick the green mushrooms inside." Wu Wu was scared to the point of tears upon hearing this. A mutated leech cave. So, am I going to be safe coming out? Theoretically, yes. Just theoretically? I'm saying it's theoretical, but I'm being serious. Don't worry, the success rate is over 90%. Even if you fail, it's a sacrifice for the special mission. There's no penalty when you respawn. But even for a special mission, isn't there still a wait time to respawn? After 3 days, can that time be bypassed? The mission's content is very simple. You have 10 minutes of absolute safety and 20 minutes of relative safety. Hey, don't neglect my requirements. Once you enter the cave, ignore everything else and avoid those leeches while collecting mushrooms. You can pick as many as you can before the time runs out. For every half kilogram of green mushrooms, I'll give you 4 coins and 5 contribution points. Time passed, and about 2 hours later, Wu Wu returned, carrying a sack full of green mushrooms. Is that so much? I went in 3 times, almost got bitten, hee hee. Guang Xu appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was in a state of panic. 3 times, that's enough bravery. These players really need money, not their lives. Let's weigh those mushrooms. The total came to 140 kilograms. The weight on the scale is measured in Chinese units, so I converted it to kilograms for easier calculation. In total, that's 560 coins, which equals 56 silver coins. Additionally, there are 700 contribution points for her. Seeing Wu Wu so happy, Guang Xu thought to himself, have I given too much? Never mind, it's money that people risk their lives to earn. The girl was earning this much money for the first time and was grinning from ear to ear. I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. Ha ha ha, hey. Although I'm an NPC, can you find somewhere else to enjoy yourself? He then took the bag of mushrooms to store them. At present, the players had a lot of money, especially Lao Bai, Fang Chang, Yi Shi, and Quang Feng. Their strength and understanding of the game must be top-notch. They were always hunting, with daily earnings ranging from 52 silver coins to 100 silver coins. Even though hunting income had been unstable in recent days, they still earned a good amount. It looks like it's time to update the banking feature. After some filling around, he finally stored the mushrooms in the warehouse. At this moment, a player rushed over, breathing heavily, to report, "Manager, there might be civilians coming to our place." Guang Xu was somewhat surprised. "Natives? Some Shiki just left. Are they really coming back? Could it be someone else? How many of them are there, and from which direction are they coming? From the south, there are 2 men and a girl. The south, huh? Don't tell me it's them." Quite a few players had gathered at the door to watch the natives. As soon as they saw Guang Xu, they all greeted him in unison. "Manager." He said nothing to them and directly walked over to the 3 individuals. It was indeed strange that they had come here for this matter. Yu Lao suddenly knelt down. Following him, his 2 children also knelt, startling the boy. "What are you doing? Get up quickly. We need to talk slowly about this." Yu Lao said solemnly, "Thank you. You have saved my whole family." Guang Xu helped him stand up. Uncle, you're making me very uncomfortable. Get up and then we can talk. Yu Lao reached for the cloth bag that Yu Ho was holding. You are the benefactor of the Yu family. We cannot waste your precious medicine. We have nothing else to offer you. This pile of furs and skins comes from mutated minks and reindeer, a total of 7 pieces. I know these items are not enough to repay your kindness, but if we do nothing, we won't feel at ease. Please accept them. Guang Xu hesitated for a moment. But if I take this back, it will only be sold to people in Huaiyan town. Then it will be underpriced and I won't earn much. Thinking of this, he reluctantly accepted the items. Then he handed it to the person below. Take it to the warehouse, bring me a pound of salt, and I'll give you 5 copper coins. Okay. 2 minutes later, the player had brought the items over. I've received the gift. This coarse salt weighs 1 pound. Consider it a mutual exchange. Yu Lao opened the bag to check and was immediately startled. How can this be? You are our benefactor. How can I accept your gift? So much salt. Even if it doesn't look good, it should be worth at least 20 coins. Moreover, this salt looks so bright. Please take it. This time, consider it a good deal for me. If you have this kind of fur in the future, just bring it to me. 1 mink pelt can be exchanged for 150 grams and deer skin for 300 grams. I will buy whatever you have. The 2 players nearby observed from start to finish and still did not understand anything. Hey, did you understand what the manager just said? Absolutely not. I understand a little. Simply put, using a pound of coarse salt, you can exchange for 10 pieces of leather. Oh my, doesn't that mean it's a sure win? 10 pieces of leather can be exchanged for 2 guns. This is truly bullying the natives. Yu Ho here is still very much against it. How can that be? If you exchange like that, won't you be at a loss? 100 grams would be fine. Like today, have you all heard the term mutual win? What does mutual win mean? I earn and you all earn too. Right now, we are in a mutual win situation. Mutual win, this term directly pierced through the already limited brain of Yu Ho, enlightening him. All the leather will be sold to Guang. This way, we will have a mutual win. Shut up. I understand your point, but the chief does not allow us to do business with outside merchants. If we get caught, then you don't need to bring anything from home. Just bring the hunted goods directly here. We can help everyone skin and process the meat for free. At that time, keep the skin. You can take the meat and salt back with you. You could also exchange for grains and dried meat. It's definitely more profitable than taking money to buy elsewhere. That won't work. We can't let you help with the meat. No, according to the rules of Huaiyan town, the one who kills gets 3 parts of the prey, and we will also share 3 parts with you. Ha ha! Don't do that. 3 portions is too much. I'll just take 2. After a successful negotiation, the Yu family finally went home. Yu Xiao Yu suddenly turned around and ran straight towards Guang Xu. This action confused him a bit. The girl furrowed her brows and spoke softly, her tone somewhat sad. Brother, are you coming back? Brother said he wasn't taken away by the weasel. He's still alive, but he won't come back anymore. But he can bring me to see you, so I followed. Xiao Yu just wanted to ask, do you still need that room of yours? Upon hearing this, Guang Xu suddenly remembered something. Have you been keeping it for me? Xiao Yu had promised him that she would take care of it and wouldn't change. Brother said your house is dusty and that you definitely won't come back. I've still been cleaning the dust for you. But that boy from the Wang family keeps eyeing your house, sneaking in when I'm not paying attention. But my ears are very sharp. I hear everything. He doesn't dare to hit me. Brother had hit him before. Guang Xu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that, and he reached out to pat the little girl's head a few times. Thank you for helping me take care of the house for so long, but you don't need to do it anymore. Consider the house as a gift for your coming of age. If there's anything inside that you can use, feel free to take it. You don't need to ask me. Aren't you coming back anymore? Your friends need you, so you'll live here from now on. Okay then, that's my thank you gift. Xiao Yu, can you give it to your brother? His place is still quite nice, but he needs a bigger room to get married. That way he won't have to marry too far away and can come home often. What marry where? Who's getting married? It seems something is off. Huh? Your brother? That's called getting married, not marrying off. And about that room, it's up to you, since it's yours anyway. Guang Xu took out 3 different flavored lollipops from his pocket. Take these and eat them. This one is for you. Remember to unwrap the paper and also don't shove them all in your mouth at once. You can only eat one at a time or else the taste will be overwhelming. Xiao Yu then also ran after his family back to Huaiyan town. In the late afternoon, there was a new notice posted at the outpost gate. From today onwards, the area 100 meters from the north gate is a market. Residents of the refugee camp can freely sell goods. Transactions and consignment stands are set up in the main hall. Refugee residents need to pay a fee of 1 silver coin to consign items. If no one comes to buy within 7 days, the items will be removed. After being removed, payment can be made again to rent the space. The manager is really amazing. This is great. Is this a new update in the game? The market function is up. Fantastic. Is anyone buying mutated weasel fangs? The market function is established. Is becoming rich still far away. If we don't stock materials now, when will we wait? How strong will we know? Haha, has someone opened a stall in the market already? So fast. Is anyone buying mushrooms? Fresh mushroom tier, sob. Come by quickly. I guarantee no price increase. It'll always be 4 coins, really. Miss Wu, did your mushrooms go to college? Can they reproduce? Can they be bought for release? Guang Xu looked at the noisy players with some satisfaction. As for the 3 members of the Yu family, they had just returned to the gates of Huayan town. Xiao Yu suddenly noticed a crowd gathered ahead. What are they doing here? The person that old Walter brought out is a beautiful girl. The people from their family could only stand and watch from a distance. Xiao Yu asked Yu Ho, brother, who is she? I don't know, probably something that the old village head brought in from outside. I heard it's some kind of experiment. Yu Lao said in a deep voice. She is a clone. You kids shouldn't say anything and don't look into her eyes. We will wait here for a while. Her eyes are soulless. Don't look. Brother, where are they taking her? Yu Ho looked in that direction, didn't say anything. Whenever it gets close to the cold season, every household in Huayan town has to respond to the village head's encouragement and deliver supplies. The old village head naturally has to pay tribute to others. This is just like big fish eating small fish and small fish eating shrimp. You're still young. Don't ask so many questions. Okay, I'm not a kid anymore. Then if you're not a kid, eat more. You have to eat more to grow. Right. What is that plastic stick of yours? Is it good? Can I try it? Delicious. No. You go ask Guang yourself. All right. Let's go, the 2 of us. The 3 of them quietly passed by the village chief's men. Old Walter asked Old Charlie, did your old refugee camp have a girl as beautiful as that? No, my refugee camp mostly had ordinary people. Oh, that girl isn't ordinary. Clones come in 2 types. One type develops from embryos growing naturally just like ordinary people. The other type is produced quickly, and before fully developing, they stay in a nurturing chamber like machines you wouldn't understand. Either way, there's still some time before it gets dark. Go ahead and talk. I want to listen. Back in the computer room at the refugee camp, Guang Xu had just logged on for a bit. All the players were offline. Let's see how the situation is. The sort of the lower class. Oh my, am I the only one paying attention? There are so many wild NPCs today. Usually, I don't see any all day. The youth work area and Brick. That's right. There were 2 in the afternoon and 3 in the evening. I just want to ask one question. Is a public test coming soon? Excited a sense of nostalgia. A public test might still be too early. Just an internal test for now. But it hasn't been announced yet. It'll probably be a while. Scavenging level 99. Oh man, what did I miss? The sort of the lower class. It's okay, I also missed the script from this morning. But I believe the guys on the forum will fill us in. As expected, today's discussions on the forum were all about this morning's script. Fang Chang has posted. The entire post is data that can be used as material for new players. Speaking of which, the total deposits of the Pegasus squad seem to have exceeded 200 silver. These 4 players are indeed strong. The wooden bow has also broken one, and about 10 standard guns are broken. The game simulates a 100% realistic environment. Wasteland Online has 612 pre-orders. Oh, there are so many pre-orders now. So key. Please help me open 50 more boxes. Master, you only have 49 boxes left to open. I remember now, before, I lost 1 active material box to help Woo Woo revive from an unactivated training pod. Then let's open 40 boxes first and leave the remaining 9 as a precaution. Saigan wondered from the corner of the room. What are you guys talking about? It's none of your business. Guang Xu replied curtly and continued typing. Alpha 0.4 update announcement. Regarding the content of this update, I finished writing it early. After all, there are many little geniuses helping me think like this. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Saiyan heard this crazy guy laughing and thought to himself, I have a feeling this person is planning something wicked. This man is hard to see through. Announcement of the internal testing update Alpha 0.4 Wasteland Online, a significant update. The number of internal testers has increased to 90 people. System, night mode officially goes live. Optimized and enriched NPC expressions. Optimized snowflake details. Fixed minor bugs. Thus, the interesting suggestions collected from the forum were gradually uploaded. System announcement. We do not encourage playing too little, nor do we encourage playing too much. Modern entertainment maintains a good rhythm of life. Reasonable gameplay time. We wish you a happy life. Wait a minute, rest. No need to rest. Hello, police? There's someone suspected of spreading fake news here? Question mark. Wait a minute, now anyone can play at night. Oh my god, what advantage do the lizards have then? Haha, your scavenging is getting weak, bro. This update will definitely thrive. I'm crying. Oh my god, this is too much. Can you all be online all day? I haven't even received internal testing qualifications. I just checked. The pre-orders are over 600. This time they opened up 40 slots, which means the chances of winning are less than 6%. Holy shit, damn, that's hilarious. The fool just pre-ordered. The account holder, this smoker, is quite pitiable. I was about to lose my patience and gave him a serving, but I couldn't. After finishing the arrangements, Guang Xu was ready to head back to the surface. He noticed Exa Yan in the corner of the room, snoring loudly, even mumbling in her sleep and drooling. Chocolate, alcohol, can't eat anymore, wake up. She was startled by the voice and woke up. What's wrong? Remind me to go back to my room, don't sleep here. Ah, okay. Sa Yan hobbled back to her room on crutches and continued to sleep. Xiao Qi, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Remember to wake me up at 23 hours and 55 minutes. Understood, master. Time in the wasteland, no night. Guang Xu and Xiao Qi led a group of players back to the surface. They looked up at the night sky in awe. Beautiful. It turns out you can really see the clouds at night. Do you consider the game technology real? It would be nice to stay in this world. Guang Xu began his speech. The coldest period is approaching, danger is near, exploration and hunting. In recent days, our existence has alarmed the neighbors. For me, this is both an opportunity and a danger. Right now, we need 8 warriors to step up. I choose me. I can't hot. Everyone listen to me first. I need 8 warriors to take on the night defense mission, responsible for guarding the base. During the mission, everyone's equipment will be provided by the refugee camp. Moreover, each hour will earn you 15 coins and 10 contribution points. The maximum duration of the mission each night is 8 hours, and after 6 hours, you will be replaced once. If you die during the mission, the resurrection penalty will be waived. Depending on the situation, you will receive from 1 to 10 coins for visiting. You have 20 seconds to think about whether you need this job or not right now. Those who want it, please raise your hand. Almost all the players present enthusiastically responded. With such a good job, there's no way to pass it up. Xiao Qi quickly registered the 8 people who raised their hands. All right, master. Then he took the registered individuals to the pre-prepared weapons, firebombs, and plenty of ammunition. You can take 4 7mm handguns from here. The 8 people will be divided into 4 teams, each responsible for one wall of the base. One person will hold the gun and one person will hold the ammunition. Additionally, each person will also carry a wooden bow, 9 arrows, a bottle of flammable liquid, and a can to make a hand grenade. While working, if a strange object approaches, use a bow and arrow to shoot or drive it away. Do not approach the wall, do not fire your weapon, and do not throw any explosive substances. If an unidentified person is within 30 meters, use a bow and arrow to drive them away. If the other party continues to approach, even exhibiting hostile behavior, shooting is permitted. If encountering a mutated person, shoot immediately without hesitation. Once the tasks are assigned, the 4 teams quickly form and began working. Player Elena, it would be nice if this game allowed browser settings. At least I could watch a movie while waiting for missions. But it's strange that people choose the game like this. Player Spirit King Fu Kuai, setting the browser inside the game. Haha, before the internal testing, being able to set up a screen is already satisfying for me. Elena, but I have to say the Great Mole guessed correctly. Alpha 0.4 opened the concept of defense, but I don't know when those green-skinned monsters will attack here. Spirit King Fu Kuai, why don't you think the game designers changed it after seeing the drafts? I give up. Instant changes. You have any concept of making a game, brother? Do you think a large project like this can be changed as easily as erasing with an eraser on paper? Wealthy Spirit King, didn't you hear what the designer said? Just to solve one currency system, they've been in meetings for 3 days and nights. Elena, I know, of course. They sacrificed a programmer so we could also be online at night. But you look really ridiculous being so serious. Wealthy Spirit King, shut up for a bit and be quiet. There's movement outside. Elena, oh my god, really? Just when you mention it, what could it be? Wealthy Spirit King, focus on the dark forest. He held his breath, concentrated hard, and widened his eyes to see clearly. Hey, have you seen anything yet? What do you see, brother? Wealthy Spirit King, do you think my eyes are a telescope? I have a quick response system, not a sensory system. Elena, haha, your innate enthusiasm and your vision are indeed useless. Wealthy Spirit King, but with this broken steel as a shield, the opponent can't see us. In the dark forest, there was indeed a stranger lurking. He was hiding behind a large tree, peeking out to observe. In the surrounding walls, they seemed to hear the sound of metal clashing along with many voices. 10 people, at least 20, maybe even 30 people. Hold on, there are 2 people hiding in the bunker. They have been spotted. My mission this time is not here. It's better not to cause any more trouble. Move to a place where a tall man, his body clad in shining armor, is located. The tall man, are you saying that the Langhu Water Park suddenly has a new living outpost right under our noses? That's right, the offering is taking a bit longer. We set off at dusk. The area has other species hunting for food. We are afraid of injuring the offerings that those lowly people present to you. So we took the route by Langhu, thinking it would be less crowded, but as soon as we entered, we found signs of human presence. The subordinate reported scared to the point where he didn't even dare to lift his head. My team and I searched the entire route and finally discovered a very secluded spot in a forest and found a walled structure. How many people? Not more than 30. Where are the offerings? Have they been delivered to your room? Very good, you can leave now. So how should we deal with the outpost by Langhu? Wait until tomorrow when I wake up to discuss it. Early the next morning, Town Huaiyan already had someone arriving at such an early hour. Rather, it is a trading group that has arrived. They walk in a line, preparing to enter through the gate. Has no one taught these natives the concept of time? It's been hours and no one has gotten up. At that moment, Yu Ho stealthily approached to block the way. Guang Xu told me to come. He said he has an appointment with you and wants to sell you some green mushrooms. Hurry, lead the way. At the refugee camp, Team Pegasus had gathered enough money to prepare for purchasing land. Honorable manager would like to buy a piece of land. Here is 300 coins. There are 4 of us with scavenging and a mosquito, totaling 30 square meters. All right, we can buy the land together and calculate it as 1. Additionally, during the renovation, we need to be cautious. We must not cause damage to the infrastructure in the base and must not affect other residents. Therefore, we want a location as close to the main gate of the nursing home as possible. At that moment, another player hurriedly ran over, calling, "Manager." "Oh, are you here to buy land as well?" No. There are a lot of people coming to the south of the nursing home, about 10 people. There are also more than 20 cows, and there are many items on the backs of the cows. Many people like that coming to the warehouse to take 20 pounds of green mushrooms, bringing them to the south main entrance to wait for me. At this time, several players had gathered at the south entrance to watch the merchant group. When they saw Guang Xu coming out, everyone automatically stepped aside. Yubo also rushed over. "Brother Guang, I brought Boss Lai's trading group here. Be careful." "Ah, I will be careful." "Guang Xu, I always thought you were the scavenger in Huaiyan town. It seems I was mistaken. Looks like I made a good investment this time." "I'm glad you think so. Here is the stuff you wanted. You can weigh it again." "Very good, you kept your promise. It seems that I didn't waste my trip." The other party quickly unloaded the goods in front of Guang Xu for him to check. "Very good, I finally managed to get my hands on them. A wooden generator with a capacity of 10 kilowatts and also the thing that has been assembled. You can try opening it to see. That thing he mentioned is the powerhouse skeleton from outside Area 1. This is very light. The total weight is estimated to be less than 30 kilograms. You could say that all the places that should be open are open, and those that shouldn't be open are also open. You better not hope it can stop bullets. If you have to use it for fighting, remember to add some steel plates. Have you finished trying it out? I need to remind you a bit. The battery life is only 12 hours. You don't need to keep it on all the time and everywhere. When not in use, turn it off like it's part of your exercise routine. I've finished trying it and I'm quite satisfied. It's been a pleasant cooperation. By the way, let me ask a question. I still have salt weapons and some daily supplies. This is a 7mm iron pipe rifle and a 9mm iron pipe rifle, each costing 200 chip points. These items are the best sellers in the store, valued at only 150 chip points. About this, you probably don't know. We went through a lot to transport these items from Jushi City to here. I prefer to do business with honest people. Your cost is at most 30, even 20. I don't expect you to use the best parts to make these things. 80% of this stuff is waste from the production line. Here, this is slander. Let's say 8 deer hides in exchange for 4 rifles with 120 bullets. What do you think? I remember you said last time, 1 rifle comes with 30 bullets. Don't even think about it, at least 12 hides. 12 pieces? Are you talking about hyena skins? If it's deer hides, then I'm afraid we'll need to add another 2 bags of salt. Who would want hyena skins? You're crazy. Even vampires aren't as greedy as you. Guang Xu maintained his attitude, causing the man to relent. I'll write you in, but I need to see the goods first. Fine, it's a deal. Happy cooperation. Goodbye, my friend. If we meet again, it will surely be in spring. We'll always be here. Take care. The trading team then began their journey back to Jushi City. Guang Xu also received the notification that the mission was completed. Great, this side quest took so long. I only remember that the outpost still needs a generator, but I forgot the mission reward. Administrator's Law, mission complete, prepare a generator with a capacity greater than 10 ko. Type side quest. Reward, 100 bonus points. Striking it rich, a premium box is coming. The scene shifts to the flooded Langhu in the Yaibai Park. There is a group of people moving here. Each step is very imposing, as if they fear nothing on the road. Looking at their clothing and equipment, they closely resemble robbers. The movements of these people were noticed by a group of players hiding nearby. They, of course, didn't dare to act rashly. After all, they only had a few rudimentary weapons.